It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black,
closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf once again for an absolutely beautiful Thursday. It is bright and sunny outside. There is still snow on the ground. It is idyllic here in Seoul, and it's the perfect time for some more League of Legends.
That's right. We've got some pretty good matches tonight. We've got both T1 playing in our first series and then Gen.G playing later on. So two of our big three coming out here on a Thursday evening. Big favorites against their opponents. We'll see, of course, Frederick Brion against Gen.G later on. But that first matchup, can DRX break the losing streak against T1?
Yeah, currently 0-4, tied with the most losingest team here in the LCK for 2022, which is definitely not what we want to look at. What we want to look at is some points of the match, and hopefully we can find some positives for DRX. Yeah, on the verge of a 3-match losing streak is definitely not pulling them off the edge at any point, because T1 are definitely looking very, very strong.
Yeah, and you know, DRX have not won a single game, so if they lose to T1 0-2, they'll be 0-6 to start off the season. And you know, you hate to say it, but after DRX's summer season last year, this is not the first time they've been on a crazy losing streak, but this is a new roster they built, so it's really, really tough to even fathom having this rough of a start when you spent the money to build a huge, massively upgraded roster.
Yeah. And DRX's topside trio are the centerpiece. I don't even know whether that's entirely what I would say, given the fact that Beryl and Deft are so strong just in general and have been the positive point of DRX so far. It's just the rest of the map does kind of fall apart at the seams around them. But they definitely had a rough shot of it, did good old Pyosik and Kingen. I think Kingen, the start of this season has really not been it for him. He was playing a lot better in summer, and that was when the team was a lot worse.
Yeah.
So he really needs to try and pull himself up. And Pyosik as well, who's been definitely very hot and cold.
And here's, of course, our final player, our final point of the match here. How did DRX break down the current meta, which favors the bottom lane? And Deft and Beryl said T1's bot lane looks the strongest. This is preseason, of course.
Yep.
So now they have to deal with that strongest bot lane here. And we'll take a look at some stats and break it down further. But that is, as you mentioned, where DRX is looking the best in the early laning phase, is that Deft and Beryl lane. They're not making major mistakes there.
No, it's definitely the one positive that you have. And then you also have the star-crossed lovers in Deft and Keria, who were so beautiful together on DRX in the past, were then torn apart, and Keria has only gone from strength to strength, while Deft is trying his best to find a team that is going to work out for him. And alongside Beryl, the world champion, you should probably be able to find something a bit better, but so far it hasn't worked out for Deft, unfortunately, on DRX. Thankfully, on the other side, Keria and Gumayushi are just going from strength to strength. This bottom lane is looking absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people very excited about the Damwon matchup between
Guma,
T1 and themselves.
Guma actually can take back first place from Dread tonight if he gets back-to-back POGs.
Yep, true.
It'll actually go up to 500. Well, here's DRX, our first team, walking out here, a tough start to the season.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have expected to against Live Sandbox as well. They would fall 0-2, and they had a huge lead in that first game, and it's all been downhill since there, because that was the best game DRX has had of their 4. They were 7,000 gold ahead, and they lost, and then the next 3 games they played, the game 2 against Live Sandbox, not even close. Gen.G, neither of those games did they really have a stake in. And a really tough opponent here in T1 for their third best of 3. It's going to be a long, hard road for the squad to recover. No changes, of course, to the starting roster here.
Nope, not going to be any differences, of course. In their first series, I mean, at least the games went long. Like you were saying, it was a slugfest, but no game against Gen.G went longer than 30 minutes. Like, it was definitely a bit of a shellacking up against that team, unfortunately, for DRX and DRX fans, especially when I personally had high hopes for this team. However, we also had high hopes for T1, and they have met them. Currently undefeated as far as matches are concerned. Zeus has looked better than I think some people expected, but not necessarily going absolutely bonkers there towards the top side. But the rest of the team is just as well-oiled as we saw at Worlds and last year, and what we have come to expect from these fantastic players. And I think Gumayushi even better than what we saw in 2020.
Yeah, I agree. I think Gumayushi definitely seems to be the strongest player. If we had to pick one, it is difficult to do with Keria also joining him in the bot lane. Faker, greatest player of all time. and of course Owner, who ended up being the best of the 3 junglers they had last year. And T1 coming to tonight, I think with a lot to prove. You know, that win over Fredit Brion wasn't as dominant as their win over the Kwangdong Freaks, but we'll see. I think there was great drafting in the Kwangdong series. I think that fell apart a little bit there in that series with Fredit Brion. But tonight, if they draft well, I think a solid 2-0 will quiet the doubters, because a lot of people are going, okay, that series against Fredit Brion, a little bit close for comfort there. And we'll see if T1 could dominate here and take a 2-0 win.
And what we failed to factor in was the fact that Fredit Brion are just a legit team. You know, that's what we're struggling to figure out here, is because for some reason the sum of those parts equal far more than what Fredit Brion actually are. But here's our key player matchup: Deft versus Gumayusi. Gumayusi, a lot of firsts in those stats columns, whereas Deft, not so much. Goal difference at 15 is still there, though. So what we were talking about when it came to Deft's early laning phase, definitely a positive. And the Deft and Beryl lane is working out. However, the rest of the map just falls apart, and Deft bears the brunt of it, as you can see with that KDA not really at a position that he wants it at.
I want to remind everyone that 4th and CS difference there, the gold there, number 2 in terms of leading at 15 minutes, is in an 0-4 AD carry. That is very rare to see,
and also,
see stats that good in a losing team like that.
And they lost against Gen G in under 30 minutes as well. Like, this means that even in that series, Deft was doing okay, which is pretty ridiculous, if you ask me. So, pretty impressive stuff. That's also against Ruler, and Ruler's pretty good at this game, as you guys probably know. King in there towards the top side, though, it's just been disappointment after disappointment for this guy. I actually thought that Zeus had a few tougher matchups. I think this is one of the easier ones for Zeus as far as the test is concerned.
Yeah.
For him as he runs the gauntlet here in the LCK regular season.
Zeus played up against Keen. That was his first test. He got Keen tested early, and then later on, of course, against Morgan, who did give him, I would say, a good run for his money, but he was able to pass with flying colors at the end of the series. And yeah, this will be definitely a more comfortable one. So I think if you're a Zeus fan, if you're one of the careful Zeus watchers like myself, you're expecting a pretty good performance here based on what we've seen from Kingen so far, because the top lane has been a very pivotal role so far here in this LCK Spring. Not in terms of being the carry player or being the most impactful, but it has really, I think, been the most glaring weakness on a lot of teams. Damwon Kia, of course, comes to mind. But for DRX, Kingen is definitely sticking out like a sore thumb here so far, because engage later on in a meta where we do scale up to late game team fights, we see a lot more Elders than we did last year. You need to have a solid rock in the top lane who is going to be able to set up those team fights, and so far that has not been Kingen.
Yeah, or play that side lane
yeah.
really well, or get those flanks off really well. We saw Rascal be absolutely incredible on the Tank Akali yesterday. I'm a bit gutted, because my man Midbeast actually put out a video yesterday on the Akali build, and I mustn't have had notifications turned on. So unfortunately, missed it. It's been spammed by so many players at the moment, including Showmaker, Caps, things like that. Watched a bit of that one, and it was actually good to really get an understanding. I think we nailed it yesterday. However, it would have been nice to have watched that beforehand. So Midbeast, shout out to you, and I apologize for not watching your video straight away. Shilling over, let's talk about this particular matchup and what DRX have to do as we hop into the draft, because I think that there is a lot that they need to look at. I think Aphelios stands out to me. I think Gumayusi has taken the throne off Dokdam. I don't think Dokdam really looked that phenomenal yesterday, and so far this whole year, Gumayusi has looked incredible.
I think for me, my focal point for DRX actually is to put Deft on a hyper carry type champion, and also to put Zeka on a champion where he can very easily lane and then play like kind of a no-brain late game. That would be something like the Victor or an Azir, for example. Even potentially the Orianna, a little bit more complex to play out, because Zeka has shown that he's not going to mess up lane, but he's not going to be a hero either. So if you put him on something like a Victor, he's just going to do damage by the nature of the champion that is Victor.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why he's been playing Ryze, for example, because that suits his playstyle. You just sit back and farm, and then later on the champion plays itself. It's a little bit more complex also, because you have to figure out how you want to use your realm warps and stuff like that. But that's what I want to see DRX draft around. Not something strong side for Kingen. Let him play it slow. don't fall into Owner's trap, because he is by far the better jungler of the two right now.
That is very true, and we actually saw him on the player cam there as well, looking as confident as ever, staring down the barrel of the camera. So, I would definitely be intimidated by Owner today, given the fact that it looks like he's really feeling himself right now. Is Jarvan going to be taken away? Really has developed into the jungler to pick here in the LCK. He's kind of taken the place of Lee Sin from week 1 at the very beginning. And Jarvan really has snuck up there. Is Caitlyn going to be banned away from Deft? An intelligent one there on the side of T1. Deft very good at playing around early turret takes and things like that, but it will leave the Corki available. That'll be snapped up there by Zeka, and he'll be very happy about it.
Yeah, not exactly the same type of mid laner that I was talking about in terms of just setting up and it plays itself, but it kind of does in the late game.
Yeah, I think it kind of does. As okay, that's just Tryndamere Diana.
Yeah,
just straight up
blind.
And Owner wanting to join Dread and Canyon as far as this super carry Diana is concerned. Does mean that there is a lot of resources required for both top lane and jungle. We've seen Dianas actually take a lot of top lane farm when they do manage to pop off. So looking forward to seeing where Owner is going to get a lot of his resources from, but yet to see how that one does turn out. Of course, Fake has been playing a bit of Tryndamere in solo queue as well, so could potentially be that mid lane pick, although I don't know whether you'd necessarily want to take it into Corki.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case, at least not for now, as the Xin Zhao will get locked in here as a response, the most meta available jungle, and one that Pyosik likes to play a lot. It's the most played so far this season. And they will be able to lock up the Aphelios. However, they will not have the ability to pair this with a Lulu. So this Aphelios pick is somewhat suspect because it allows T1 to really shape how that bottom lane is going to be played. They can pick their own AD carry here, or rather not pick their own AD carry here, actually.
And it is.
Oh, it is going to be the Faker of Tryndamere.
Unless he goes, I believe it was Showmaker, or was it Chovy that played the Camille that didn't work in the mid lane last year? I can't remember. It was one of the two, and it was uncharacteristically not so great. Maybe it was even the year before. I'm not entirely not sure. But Camille has been played in the mid lane before. It didn't work, so it's likely to be the Tryndamere that is going to be there, taken into the Corki this time.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case, which is going to be great for Zeka in terms of how he can lane and be annoying there as long as he doesn't misplay it, especially because he has a Xin Zhao to back him up in the early game pre-6, so there's a lot of power here for Zeka, actually, into this Tryndamere. But later on, with 2 side laners here for T1 and a great engage tool with this Diana, it gets a lot tougher. So the Gragas is the easiest response to the Tryndamere, to just sit in lane and just take the aggro or the Camille, rather, either way. Sit in the solo lane and absorb that aggro. The Thresh pick is obviously targeted towards the Aphelios, but this means the Lulu is still open. Now, will T1 pick it away and then try to build their own bot lane with Lulu? That would be really interesting. I don't think they will.
I think they need engage from their bottom lane because, yes, Diana can jump in there, but you kind of want an enabler to start things off before you cause a ruckus with your Moonfall. So
I like the Jhin a lot. The Samira is really commonly paired with the Diana right now, the most common AD carry to see with it. Damwon kind of leading the charge on that one. But I would have liked the Jhin more because it gives you so much follow-up for the already 2 amazing frontliners you have, plus the Diana who's going to help set up. Like, you can almost guarantee a kill from a million miles away as Gumayusi in that case. But Samira a lot more explosive here.
Ooh, Rel would be, like, I think they were thinking about the Rel as a pick away.
Yes.
As Gwen is going to be picked up for King in there towards the top side of the map into the Diana. Can work out okay in the 1v1. This is going to give DRX even more engage. But I wouldn't have minded them to take the idea of let's pick Jace Lulu or something like that and just go all in on the poke. But this does give them a lot more engage option and also side lane option. But does lean on Zeka to really carry all of that poke. He's really going to have a good day as carry. Thinking about taking a leaf out of the Lehens book with this Singed pickup, but probably not going to happen. He does like to have a bit of a troll.
I wouldn't mind just see Nautilus here, or the Rakan, yeah. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, the lack of engage. Outside of, obviously, a Tryndamere can just run at you and a Camille can hookshot in. But having a Rakan to really kind of hold this all together to allow Diana to make sure she can maximize her ults, and then you can end up, of course, spinning to win with the Samira at the end. It's a really great comp here for T1. It's a little bit off meta in regards to having, 2 side laners in the solo lanes here, in the Camille and the Tryndamere, but it does give you an extremely well-rounded late game if you can get ahead enough early with this comp. And I think given the composition of DRX, which feels very piecemeal, like the Rel doesn't really offer you a whole lot in this comp at all, considering it's a kind of a poke comp with the Corki. Then you don't have really strong side laning either. Because there's 2 side laners on the side of T1. You have 1 in the Gwen, but you're going to be outnumbered and you're going to always be 1 step behind.
Yeah.
I feel like DRX didn't really build either a counter to T1's composition nor a comp that works well together, and that's what I'm most worried about here.
Yeah, if they get ahead, then it could certainly work out, but it does not necessarily jump out at you as far as that synergy is concerned. I thankfully got a little bit of an update. It was 2 years ago that Chovy played Fleet Footwork Camille in the mid lane, and it didn't work. So there we go. Shout out to Mochi there for letting me know. But anyway, it's Zeus that's going to be playing the Camille on the top side of the map, and as we expected, Faker is on the mid lane. Tryndamere, I feel like we're back at Worlds yet again, although Diana's there for some reason. She wasn't there at Worlds. So
she wasn't invited.
No, she wasn't. Or at least she was just taking a rest because she wasn't feeling so well after all of the nerfs.
Yeah.
She didn't do so well. Thankfully, she's been rebuffed, so she's back in the meta, and I like it because she's a lot of fun to cast and to watch.
Though I don't want to say there's no way for this comp for DRX to work together well.
I mean, if you have a look at all the individual parts outside of the Rel, I guess, which is a little bit niche, these are very strong picks in their individual lanes, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can get a lot of prio with this, especially with Pyosik being aggressive early. And obviously, Tryndamere is going to struggle pre-6 in this lane. Even with Diana here, like, he's not going to get a ton of help before Diana has her ult. We're going to just engage. What?
Yep, Pyosik going to have to probably get out of there. He's still burning down. He's going to get killed for first blood, and Carrier will pick that one up with his Ignite. Oh, dear.
Where are my question mark pings for this one? Because what's going on
chat,
here?
I think. Definitely in Twitch chat, Wolf. Don't worry about that.
I mean, we've seen so many players almost walk into this trap, but nobody's actually really gone all the way. I say that actually, was it Zeka who died in lane at level 1 for the same reason? It might have actually been him. One of our mid laners died last week this way, but anyway, this is very common to actually group up when they go for that ward placement, and if you just walk straight in with no vision of any other champions on the map outside of Owner, guess what?
This is so common, right? And I think that DRX kind of thought that, oh, we'll keep everyone in the area. Deft also healing really late there, even after Pyosik died. Really unfortunate. Has had some whoopsies when it comes to summoner spell usage, has good old Deft, and that was an example of one of them. So not a great start here for DRX.
Now the timing of this isn't terrible because he will still be able to go right back to his jungle. He'll be a little bit behind, but not the end of the world. And the kill did go over to Keria on the Rakan with that Ignite burning it down. So there are some silver linings here for DRX. Like, this is not game ending as it often has been at these level 1 deaths. So
I mean, he does manage to grab boots as a Predator Rakan, which is kind of scary.
It is very annoying. It's not like not good or amazing, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, true. Well, Mid Tryndamere was played a long time ago. Of course, was played at Worlds, but that is not the LCK. So it's been 3,000 days ago, and it was CJ Enters Frost's Macnoon. Shout out to Macnoon.
Well,
I got to hang out with him like a few years ago.
It was Reapered. He lost to Magnoon.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Macnoon just smacking folks with his mid lane Kayle, which I remember mid lane Kayle. She was definitely.
Oh, it was
very
Kayle.
impressive.
I thought it was Pantheon. I misread the icon there.
Yeah, no, and the icon didn't look like that back then.
Yeah.
So maybe they should, like, when it's 3,000 days like that, you should have like the old splash art and stuff like that, and like Pantheon's just a picture of pizza feet and stuff like that. Just be great.
So the game state here is not the worst for DRX, but there's a lot of power loss, and the worst champion to have behind, I think, in this early game is the Xin Zhao, because he's going to be the one who has to assist this mid lane and make sure that Zeka can actually put some pressure on Faker. And Faker is outlaning Zeka big time right now. Like, into a Corki, he's actually trading very well.
Yep. Pyosik now gonna wrap around. Beryl actually took a lot of damage there as Carrier now Battle Dance on cooldown. He could be one of the options as he's going to run the heck away from this one. Bladewell comes in. There's the crash down. Gumayusi gonna flash to get himself out of the way. Thankfully, Carrier's there. Did have the Gleaming Quill heal in order to keep Gumayusi safe. So, successful gank on the bottom side. So, double flash, absolutely worth it.
Yeah. If Pyosik had flash himself, he might have been able to be a little bit more proactive and try to grab a kill there, but he's still very happy with a scenario, grabbing 2 flashes in a lane where heal was lost early and is coming now back online is pretty massive.
Oh, no. That's. Do you see the zoom in?
Yeah,
the
I
Jonas
saw
from
that.
zoom in. It happened.
The very subtle
Yeah, that's a -1 in the chat, guys. Make sure you're keeping up with that one.
-1 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 2 flashes gained for Pyosik. Let's see what else he can get, because he is really the puppet master of this game. And if he falls behind or isn't able to help Zeka out here, and then Faker starts getting some all-ins onto Zeka once Owner hits 6, and Zeka ends up dying and falling behind, and then Faker's running around the map as Tryndamere early on, then this can be a disaster. He is going to have to kind of babysit Zeka here and potentially put some threat onto Faker as well once everybody starts hitting those level 6s.
Yeah, it feels so good for Faker. Did you see that? Those minions just walking up with absolutely no health, so misses out on none of them in the wave. Oh,
Perfect.
what a day to be Faker. He's probably feeling really, really good. That's going to be a massive confidence.
There he is
Now,
here.
he's going in. Valkyrie actually going to get a bit of damage there onto Faker, but he presses Q, and all of Zeka's work is then undone. Yep, Carrier wandering around pretty quickly with that Predator available. Zeus with not a lot of mana. As you can see, Kingen actually having a pretty good time in this lane. A lot of minions here stacked up, so we'll be able to go back to a slight advantage as Deft. Just trying to test Gumayusi here.
Testing him a little bit as Gumayusi actually will have his lane partner having the fast track on the way back down here. Deft will back away and catch the minions as this isn't what you want.
Yeah. Ooh, slight auto attack cancel there from Faker, but he is definitely dominating this lane. Feeling like the Tryndamere pick is working out fantastically well. Seems to be something that T1 definitely had in store for the potential Corki pickup.
I mean, they left it open. They insta-locked the Tryndamere response. They definitely prepared this as Pyosik is caught. Oh, no.
Again, okay, he's going to have to flash to get out of the way of the grand entrance, but there's the flash in from Beryl, gets the knock up onto Gumayusi, who dashes to get himself out of the way. The root comes through from the grab at him, but Beryl is going to fall down first. Faker gets the inside track yet again, and the low health bars from T1 can't be capitalized on here, as Deft has heal. He has flash, but he wants to stay in. He grabs 1 kill, flashes over the wall. Owner is after him, and can the crescendum work? It will not, as the kills are both locked down, and T1 walk away victorious.
T1, this is all, you know, a calculated play. Knowing Pyosik's pathing over there, they jump over the wall. They had that control ward in the bottom brush, and Faker is able to push again Zeka out of lane, so gets the fast track, as you mentioned. Look at this. So much vision control here, and Pyosik is caught between a rock and a hard place here, though. Barrel's re-engage is really nice, but Gumayusi outplays him. The exhaust, unfortunately, here, really just a desperation move as Faker is coming down, and Pyosik's like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
We are in trouble, and there's just nothing you can do realistically at this point. Now, they try to actually engage back in, too, and fail. They are, you know, able to trade 1 back onto Guma, but this is T1 really running away with this game now. Faker has an extra kill, an assist under his belt. And with level 6 available for Diana, she is really going to start to be a menace in this game too, because this really isn't even about her yet, but it's about to be.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really rough. And as you can see, Zeus just trading a little bit here. And then Hookshot shotting his way out. Does have his teleport available. Leeching Lear done for Kingen, but there's a Sheen and the makings of what looks like a Phage, or a Pahage, as I like to call it. Towards that top side, Zeus feeling a little bit better. He just really likes hookshotting his way out of situations. Now going to go for that recall.
We'll recall away there. Owner is hovering around as the Faker finds Zeka again.
Oh no, Pyosik is in here though, as Faker does have the ulti, so he's at no risk of dying just yet. Still, good of Pyosik to be able to save his mid laner, who hasn't died just yet.
Zeus also pathing down here with that teleport just to help out if need be, and then they're going to group up for this Herald. So this was a really nice catch for Faker because he was able to stop Zeka's back, slow him down. Now he's rushing back with that package, but he's going to be, you know, he's going to have to actually force his way through this choke point to contest the Drake. So we're watching this. I want to watch the positioning on the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Deft and Guma trading on their way over, but look at this. Pyosik has wrestled back control. His owner's shoved out. This is a really critical moment for DRX. If they can grab this, they can get that critical gold onto the Corki early.
Yeah. Oh, Deft might actually get caught out here as Carrier has vision over the wall, flashes on in with the grand entrance. Great crash down though as Deft tries to keep himself alive. Red White don't fight. They do manage to take him down, but it's a lot of AoE in here. Oh my goodness, it is a massacre. But DRX are going to reign supreme.
That's all barrel, man. All barrel on that play there. The play is fantastic. The crash down there, the Magnet Storm, and everybody is trapped in a choke. T1's vision and their warding have been so fantastic this game. It still is here on the bottom side of the map, and they will, of course, steal the scuttle away. But the way that you are able to collapse onto a single player like this feels so tempting, right? When you have that vision, Carrier's like, okay, wards over the wall, I got Deft here. But actually, amazing play here from Barrel, turns it all around, and there's so much AoE in this choke point. The follow-up crash down is massive, and Gumuzi isn't able to spin long enough to get real value here as Faker's ult expires. Suddenly DRX back in this game.
And so, like, I struggled to commentate that in real time, and I still struggle to understand what happened in the replay. So that was definitely just a lot of AoE happening, a lot of knock-ups happening, a lot of circles, but in the end, DRX won out.
Yeah, I mean, it's really Barrel hitting the most important CC in that moment that ends up saving everybody.
It's getting the value out of the World Championship support. In Barrel right there, definitely playing this Rel fantastically. Used to be the best friend of Samira back in the day, but we haven't seen that pairing, even though Rel has definitely not been contested or anything like that. So really cool to see her come back.
Yeah, I think
see the value that she provides.
It was definitely a pick that, as you mentioned in the draft, is more of a denial. Like, you just really didn't want Carrier to be able to play that with the Samira on top of everything else they have, because they needed that sort of perfect engage. And it doesn't work great with DRX's composition in like neutral fights and setting up for an objective, but when everybody's coming into a choke point like that, Barrel has so much power, as we saw. And I don't blame T1 for actually pulling the trigger there and trying to grab Deft, because their composition in a slower setup is going to eventually lose out to that rocket poke even early on in the game here to Zeka. So you want to be decisive, but Barrel, man, he caught the aggro.
Yeah. The thing that's really, really good for DRX fans, if you have a look at it, is that T1 have basically no range, right? So as the game goes on, like you were saying, the Corky Rockets are going to be a big deal, but the fights that are like that are scrappy, that are in melee range, that should be the kind of fight that T1 wins every single time. So the fact that DRX were even able to be successful there is really huge news for DRX fans as this game goes on. So looking forward to seeing how it is going to go. I think that T1 will get better at it as time passes.
Yeah, and Samira will be way stronger in the next fight. She didn't get her S rank quickly enough to really feel all that AoE value in the last fight. It was shut down pretty early on.
Yep.
It's going to be a lot stronger now in this upcoming fight.
It's definitely a good sign for DRX to show that they are able to fight and play around this mid-game a lot better, even after what was a bit of a disaster in the early game. Because this is what we're expecting from this team. We actually thought that DRX were going to be a contender. We didn't think that they were going to be one of the ones, you know, holding up the leaderboards from the very bottom. So good to see DRX are having a better time, but I don't think that T1 are going to be sweating too much right now. Only 500 gold behind. With a composition that plays 1-3-1 so incredibly effortlessly.
So when we talk about where the gold is here, Atlas, most of it is on Kingen, actually, you know, who's had a great laning phase early on here against Zeus, and he's 2-0-2. He's got his Riftmaker online early. He's sitting on a bunch of extra gold here, too, and that's pretty terrifying. That is definitely going to stave a lot of this Camille pressure, because while Faker is having a great time also on the other side of the map, at least they don't have two strong forces in the side lanes here. Kingen will be able to dash his way out of this one, no problem.
Yep.
Deft just got his Gale Force, so he's going to be a little bit more survivable. You can see he's losing out in the bottom lane just slightly, but has also gotten a lot of that assist gold from the team fight. So DRX's comp is starting to slowly actually come online and be a real five-man unit.
And I think Deft will actually be able to reclaim the gold lead as well after he picks up this wave, assuming there was a cannon there as Carrier. Going to find Pyoshik, does have to grand exit. And that is going to say no to all of that aggression. Beryl actually turns up as well. As you can see, DRX actually wanting to continue this one. Zay is playing very defensively. We've been seeing him all game, just throwing out these hook shots backwards. Now moving towards the lane, and Kingen finds himself taking a negative trade. Again, Zeus just got, he loves it. He loves connecting the hookshot to that particular rock, as now Carrier with the quickness does try and get on in there. Avoids the grand entrance really nicely, and now the circles come in. Faker will turn up as Zeus is going to get taken down. Pyoshik as well. Some low health bars, but it's Faker that's getting all of these kills. Owner picks up one of them, and now Zeka is running for the safety, or theoretical safety, of this turret. Faker still has the ulti, though, as he slows the Corki down, gets the flash. He's going to have to wait for another Valkyrie, but I don't know whether he'll have it in time, and he won't. Faker picks up his third for the fight.
Now, Faker still has flash, didn't even need it there, and it's a triple. And these fights happen with the snap of a finger. That's the kind of fight that T1 wants. This is the fight that DRX should absolutely avoid. They should not be engaging on moments like this, especially when you don't know where Faker is. Question mark pings several times in the mid lane. Where is Faker? Where is Faker? He was very late to show up, but when they pulled the trigger, he was there. And the target selection, again, there's not a great option for DRX. They chose to collapse on the Camille, who could, of course, Hextech ultimate him to buy a ton of time, as she did. And in that longer, exchange there, when the Corki isn't actually launching rockets, isn't actually really able to do long throughput damage, T1 win that fight every time. As you mentioned, that's the kind of fight they should be smashing at this point in the game, and they absolutely did there in that top fight.
Oh, it's really beautifully done. Faker now looking for Deft as well, as EQs gets himself out of the way. Severum and Crescendum, definitely something that Faker doesn't really want to overcommit into. Pyoshik actually played that last fight really well also, being able to use his ult to get rid of Carrier the first time, and then audaciously charging. But as you can see from Faker's perspective, he's like, all I see is attack move money.
There's not enough damage here yet for DRX to burst down a Camille, and so they know Faker isn't here, or they should at least be aware of the fact that Faker isn't here, as he eats the exhaust that Zeka took for the lane matchup and is able to chase even after the flash with the slow that came through. But the fact that they decided to go on a Camille there for such a high-risk play without knowing where Faker was just really, I think, showcases DRX's lack of a real leader in the top side of the map here. Even though Kingen has a lot of experience now, Pyoshik's been playing for quite some time, has even gone to Worlds. Making a call like that is just too greedy.
Yeah, I also think fighting without Deft is a mistake. The Aphelios is one of the reasons why they were able to do so much damage in that initial fight that DRX were able to win, but he wasn't there for that one, and you could see that the difference was pretty staggering. But Zeka is starting to charge up towards his damage spike with that Luden's Echo coming through relatively quickly. And so the Corki will need to be respected. And then T1 are going to have to play the difficult game, right? Where they have to try and side lane, but they have to avoid getting poked so that they just lose objectives, right? Because that could certainly be a way that DRX are able to figure this one out. I think macro-wise, T1 have a difficult game ahead of them. It's definitely not impossible, but it will become more and more difficult as Zeka gets more and more money. And as you can see here, T1 trying to defend. Won't be able to stop Shirley from ripping this thing apart, but not a whole lot that T1 would have been able to do about it anyway.
It's odd, or awkward, I guess, for DRX too in these moments, because you do desperately want both Zeka and Deft to get all that money, but you don't really get to give to both, and it would end up being a very split share there in the mid lane. His plates have already fallen for that second Herald. Zeka has to be so safe now against Faker. Like, he has a stopwatch, which will help him in a team fight briefly, but I don't think T1 are going to be wasting their big guns on him in the fight. Like, that stopwatch is cute, but I don't know if it's really going to change the outcome of anything anytime soon. Because once Corki comes out of the stopwatch, it's not like he's just going to suddenly pop off. He's a poke champion who's going to set up the team fight.
And also, like, even underneath your turret, with the Undying Rage available.
Yeah, Faker's like, yeah, so what?
Still, like, if Zeka's Flash and Valkyrie on cooldown, he just kind of dies. Especially if he doesn't have Exhaust anymore, so...
And we saw Exhaust wasn't enough to save him last time.
So. No, I mean, I sort of said Exhaust as like an afterthought, yeah. But you're right. It felt a little bit irrelevant against what Faker is right now with his Twin Blades already done 5-0 and 3. Faker is just huge.
Yeah, he's going for the Quick Blades variation that we see a lot more in mid, and grabs that one second. So he is just, he can force anything to happen his way.
Oh yeah.
He will just walk into you and keep pressing the buttons, and there's nothing you can do right now because you don't have the items yet as Deft to really deal with him, and he will be able to ult. Yeah.
You remember, like, just moments ago, that was like 500 gold? Well, now it is 2.3k.
He's been given pretty much everything around the map, and it's not a surprise, it's not a shocker. And the lead that Kingen has will be less and less relevant as time goes on, because T1 have the ability to pull him into two directions. Corki will not be able to match side laning ever. You can see he's already kind of struggling and trying against Faker, but as this game goes on, like, he won't be able to stop a Camille even necessarily from side laning. So it becomes such a big issue. Like, you mentioned the macro game being a little bit tougher to pilot here for T1. With the lead they have, I think it's so easy now to just put them in the side lane and go, okay, kill the turrets, and eventually, like, we'll get to the Nexus. and when Drake spawn in between, we'll group up.
When they can dictate how the game goes like this, absolutely.
Yeah.
That is their bread and butter. But DRX, opportunities to claw their way back, as Faker very close to level 14, highest level in the game right now. Kingen looking to try and get to that level 13 mark as soon as possible, because he is the only hope when it comes to side laning here for DRX. Does have his stopwatch complete. In fact, a couple of stopwatches done for the next fight potentially for DRX.
Yeah, I want to see DRX utilize this Corki pick right now. Like, they don't have the Ludens online yet, but this is going to be a fight you must take as DRX, and you're going to have to use that Corki poke to set it up. Yeah. With the wave control on the bottom side and top side here, though, like, DRX are like, well, I'm just not willing to give up this much of the map, so T1 will just get this uncontested, it looks like, and they're even going to take Vision away with it, too. They get to have their cake and eat it, and it's like a buy one, get one free on the cake. They have two cakes here.
Yeah, no, and it's also like a much better cake, and yeah, no, it's just ridiculous, the kind of cake value that they get for this particular moment. And that is going to be Soul Point, and this means that DRX's job becomes even more tough, right? Because they wanted to be setting up around objectives, getting that poke off, making things happen, like trying to take advantage of their range advantage. But that doesn't really exist when T1 is splitting the map so beautifully.
Yeah, and with the map control that T1 have already now, as we hit the 21-minute mark, around that third Drake, I want to tell DRX the sad truth. The hard reality is, in 4.5 minutes time, when we're hitting that 25.5-minute mark or so, the ability to group up on a Drake is actually going to be even harder and even worse, which is even difficult to imagine and fathom, considering how much control T1 have on the map right now. But I think this was their best bet. Now, they waited for the Ludens. They wanted to have that spike. They now have a Zhonya's on Kingen as well, so he's going to be a little bit tougher up in the thick of things with these fights. But I don't know, man. There's only so much waiting and scaling you can do with DRX's comp, especially because it's not a front to back, this is just how our team fight comp works. Like, you have to poke for an Aphelios who then doesn't have range to follow up, so you need every single piece to work together perfectly. When you have no map control, it's so difficult to actually pull it off.
Yeah, Beryl now looking for a way to flank around, get some sort of engagement, some sort of entrance. But T1 are just not opening the gates whatsoever. Slowly but surely, Owner has also got himself to a pretty gigantic position. 2-1-7 now, has 2 items complete, one of them being, of course, that's on his Hourglass, making him very durable and also able to start off these fights the way he wants to as well. CS advantage also starting to eclipse that 60 CS mark, which is something that just happens in most Diana versus in matchups, just because Diana does get a bunch more resources, and it's Zeus that sort of lost out as far as where T1 are taking those resources from.
So right now, look at DRX's lack of vision. Even if they did have vision here, their comp is terrible at pushing through a choke, because they want to be the ones who defend the Baron and let T1 come to them. To approach here, even if they knew, which I think they have a decent idea, they can't physically see it, is so difficult. Now, T1 wanted to just bait this fight. They weren't actually thinking they could realistically take it. But to be totally frank, I think they could have, actually.
Yeah, I think so, too.
But they're just trying to play it out safe. They don't want to throw this lead into the bin by taking an unnecessary risk. They didn't have all the vision that we could see, of course.
Yeah, and also, like, Zeka, if he's got a big one and you're standing in a Baron pit, then you kind of can potentially just die. Like, he still deserves that level of respect. And I like the fact that T1 aren't taking unnecessary risks, because they are continuing to get further and further ahead. I think the Cloud Soul is going to be important, as I would always think, because I am Atlas and I am a big fan of Cloud Souls just in general, even after they have been changed.
I think that for DRX, in this lull between T1 taking that vision and starting and then walking away, as might have to hold that thought as ㅅ2022 is dancing with death here. I think in the interim, as DRX, you might actually have to make a play to start Baron. You might have to be the one who makes that tough call, and it's a ridiculous call to make considering the deficit in gold they have, and in their carries just not being fully online yet. It's a Gale Force and a Collector only here for depth, but you have to force T1 to come to you at some point. Otherwise, you will just slowly lose the game to these side laners and T1's obsession with controlling vision, which is a good obsession to have.
Yeah.
And T1 now, this might actually be the real one. Look at where Keria is. He can deny anyone from approaching here.
Now, once again, vision is gained from DRX, but it looks like it's just commitment here from T1 onto the Baron. Zeka nowhere near it, and the Baron is going to be secured for what looks like for free, but in goes Beryl. Great Magnet Storm onto threes. The Moonlight Vigil comes down as well. Faker gets exhausted, and Deft is absolutely obliterated, but on the rest of the fight, it is looking okay here for DRX until Gumayushi gets that S rank, and they just decide that they're going to win. Zeka still does a lot of damage as Wind Becomes Lightning comes in. ㅅ2022's there once more as that front line, but it's a good stun from the hook shot. Good knock up as well. ㅅ2022 is going to have to chase after this one. ㅅ2022, can he actually get himself away? And it looks like he will. So it is ㅅ2022 and Zeka against... Oh, never mind. It's Zeka against the world. As you can see, even ㅅ2022 is not finished yet. Zeka will be able to use that Valkyrie to get away, but it's a one fight, and still a few Barons remain for T1.
Yeah, it will be Guma and ㅅ2022 to get the hold onto these. So this fight is pretty chaotic, but you can see that there is some synergy, right, between the Corki and this Rel, because everyone gets extremely low. Look at Gumayusi's health bar, as he actually is just barely able to survive here and then turn on that S rank. He's got Immortal Shield Bow. It's so difficult to kill him. On the bottom of the fight, Faker is doing serious work. He keeps the rest of DRX from closing the gap and actually killing Guma that entire time. He does eventually get his first death of the game, but basically 1v3 is the bottom half of the team fight against DRX to make sure that Guma survives.
Yeah, and also takes 100% of all the aggro, as T1 will grab themselves the Cloud Soul as well. They've taken everything apart from a couple of Heralds as now. Kingen has to get himself the heck out of there. Does just manage to dash his way out. Zeka off to the side, just trying to get that poke in, but unable to get through Keria's shield for now. Oh, Faker not able to actually get the whirl over the wall, and will have to flash, so a little bit unfortunate there. ㅅ2022 as well, just gets over with a hook shot. He'll be all right, but T1 certainly flexing a little bit right now as the Baron is being escorted to the mid lane. The package going to help deal with these minions, but Baron buff also able to keep them alive for quite a little bit longer.
Yeah, the Baron buff going to help siege up this turret. It's crazy considering the lead that Faker had all through the lane. Didn't actually get that turret because DRX grouped up so much to help deal with that pressure. It's amazing that if any turret stands for DRX, it's that one.
Yep.
As Faker is going to rotate back over here. You've got to be so careful as Def because Keria's on the other side.
Yeah, Beryl has spotted him out here as the tower is going to fall down. Great Grand Entrance is going to connect onto ㅅ2022, but he has the ult to keep himself alive. Faker now gets underneath the turret immediately, has to use the ult, but it does not matter. That's a triple kill. One of them also picked up for ㅅ2022 as Zeka once again finds himself completely alone and may have to just watch his Nexus fall.
Faker, afraid of nothing, has his 3 items, got an Infinity Edge extremely early in this game, and might be time to revive the hashtag the things Faker does, because he just walked into 5 people and obliterated them with Guma's help from the back line. DRX trying to use his Corki to defend, but it's not going to happen.
Nope, that ain't going to work, as the Hextech Ultimatum says, nope, you're not allowed to leave. The Nexus will go down, and T1 wasted no time that time. That is going to be a 27-minute victory in Game 1. And look, we had questions around the range of this composition, things like that, but T1 identified their win conditions. Yes, they had one whoopsie team fight, but outside of that, the way they played the map, the way they controlled vision, and the way they suffocated DRX out, absolutely beautiful.
I think the really big turning point in this game was when they decided the 3-man top, talking about DRX, and failed. They actually tried to kill ㅅ2022 on the Camille, ended up losing 3 players for it, and from that moment on, they lost all map control. They gave Faker a ton of gold, which was able to give him his Quick Blade super early right at that moment, and then later on, of course, he was able to control the map and then get a very fast Infinity Edge. And I got to say, some of the decisions we saw from DRX in both the draft and in that particular team fight where they completely botched it and decided to go into a fight that was surely going to be a lost cause. Your comp needs those rockets to hit like 4 or 5 times, and then you go in. You don't just go in blind without your Corki when you know Faker's coming up. That was a really big lapse of judgment, I think very likely by Pioshik in this moment, and the draft as well. It neither countered T1, nor was it a coherent composition from start to finish. And man, 5 in a row here. It is going to be a hard mountain to climb here for DRX. It's a tough opponent to be sure, but this one wasn't close.
Nope. That is 4 losses on blue side as well, which has been our more successful side here in the LCK. So unfortunate for DRX, as even with side selection advantage, they were not able to make it work. So it just shows that even in the next game, right, we're probably not going to see the teams change sides, and it's going to have to be all about those bans, and that's going to be the change up that DRX needs. You can see Zeka still did a fair bit of damage, but the rest of T1, and like when you have a side laning composition like this is what the damage graph is supposed to look like. You're not supposed to have the highest damage there because it's about destroying these minions. It's about making the map play for you instead of against you, and making it play against your opponent.
I mean,
it's like an extra man.
The fact that he was able to get the most damage still Faker on the Tryndamere is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, and he was giga-fed. That was an 8-1-6 Tryndamere. That's ludicrous. We'll see whether he can do it again as we get to game number 2. But before that, it will be the Analyst Carpet Space.
안 나오고 싸워볼게.
나부터.
안 빨려도 돼.
어때? 나 한번 봐. 가자.
폴기 떴고 안 떴고.
바닥 했어. 이거 내가 잡을 수 있어.
미드.
좀 따라서.
끝낼만해.
갈고리가 이상하네. 끝낼만해?
끝내.
할만해. 할만해.
오케이. 야 이거 그냥 보이면 박아라.
나 그냥 존야 있거든. 박을게.
보이면 박아 그냥. 나 5초.
3일을 내줘야 될 듯.
나 이거 못 대고 이제.
왼쪽 거부터 쳐봐 일단 왼쪽 거.
야채 너.
왼쪽 거.
나 갈고리.
웨이브 왔어 천천히 웨이브 왔어 시간 많아
나 코르키 살짝 볼게. 오케이. 볼만해.
좋은데? 나이스.
예.
이거지.
아 솔킬 못 땄다
나이스.
미안하다
지지요.
the sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire.
Welcome everybody to another segment of the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and we're going to break down that first game. You know, there are some times in an LCK caster's career where you just have that Faker moment and you say, this is what it was all built on. And I think we just had another one here, Chronicler.
Yeah, he's been at it for almost 10 years, right? We have the LCK 10-year anniversary this year, and Faker won't be very far behind. 17th would be great, right? Like, that's how insane it is. No role swaps, just exclusively in mid. Again, we just love to talk about Faker because it's so easy, right? Like, here again, as you point out, the team in the draft picks up the early Tryndamere. Everyone, including us, expecting it goes towards top. But no, it's the mid Tryndamere that we heard a lot about Worlds. Didn't really come to fruition there. And then he 1v9s, and that's basically the story of the game. I mean, the rest of his team was good, but come on.
Yeah, they're okay. They're pretty good. Yeah, you know, just a Faker moment. And I think that when we saw just how fast, wow, that's a cool shot, actually. We've got,
whoa,
look at that.
Both of us?
We're upgrading the Analyst
Oh
Carpet
my
Space. I love
God.
it. I'm just watching. This is cool. But yeah, I mean, it seemed like they had the draft all planned out too, because the second the Corki came in, which they obviously should have expected, after banning out the Caitlyn instead, they're just like, okay, slam down the Tryndamere Diana, and then immediately go into the Camille, and you're like, wait, what's going on?
And especially from T1, I think this is a good development because while I didn't love the second half, I think both the Samira and the Rakan, it's okay, right? I think giving Keria a form of agency over the game is fine, but like specifically Samira hasn't worked that well outside of specific situations. But that initial response, very clearly aware of what the picks are going to be. Into Athelos is a little risky, but if your Tryndamere then gets fed, it doesn't matter. And the Camille gives such nice lockdown against a champion like Corki.
Yeah, it really does. And guys, we do have our first highlight ready, so let's jump into that right away. Actually, have 3 highlights this time around, so lots to get through. This is the beginning of when Faker just waddles up from mid lane and gets a bunch of kills.
Yeah, this one is titled Faker Gets Very Fed and proceeds to make the game very unpleasant for everyone for the rest of it. As he, as you said, just walks up there. DRX really trying to kind of regain ground in this game that hasn't been going well for them.
Yeah.
And then Tryndamere doesn't even need to use the flash, doesn't even need to use the ult, just spins to win, making use of the movement speed that he had from the Ghost fight way back, picking up all those takedowns. And from that point on,
it was cool because we were talking about, you know, Ghost and its usability, and it just extended so much, and the exhaust was like a third of the time that he was in his Ghost. He was able to run after. We do have a second highlight as well, a fight around the Baron in which we did have a really nice engage from Beryl, but it didn't really matter by the end of it all.
and this is one of the key issues that we're starting to identify with DRX is how disjointed they look, right? We have, on one hand, a fight that looks okay with the entirety of the team diving into the enemy backline, still getting out-executed by Gumayushi and Karya, but while that is happening, there's an attempt from Deft to try and do something, and instead there's 2 people that dive right on top of him. The fight in the back isn't even won, and DRX, yes, at this point in the game they're already on the back foot, the Baron was already gone, but I do think that we again see that this team just doesn't really seem to be all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, Deft was basically left alone to die to Tryndamere, and even though King was able to follow up and get that kill, Zeus was at full health and was able to basically clean up from there. And we do have a third highlight, and it's basically the result of everything that happened from this entire game. Faker presses his R button, dives the turret, and everybody dies.
Yeah, this is the payoff that you've been waiting for, as he literally goes in to 4 people underneath a turret, right? Like, they don't need to do this, and this is something that I actually really appreciate about T1, and that they do way better than a lot of the mid-tier teams. They go. When they have a lead, they just push it.
Yeah. Take the Rakan, you take the Camille, they had so much dive, they push all their buttons, and they were so far ahead, they were able to just get it done. We did have the POG ready, I mean, the Faker ready from game number 1. Let's see who, it's Faker, who could have thought he picks up the player of the game.
Shocker. Yeah, that's what you get when you get this fed on Tryndamere, and the setup of his team was nice, I guess, but it was really, again, his positioning and his willingness to, as per usual, go in when the rest of the team needs him to, right? It already started every time there was any play on the map. Faker was there, right? Any fight that broke out, generally he was there within seconds, picking up the kills. And again, want to highlight the big difference to me between a player like Faker and specifically the team of T1 and a team that I think we currently perceive as middle pack, such as, for example, Fred Brian, is how much they push their leads. And when Faker gets fed, I feel like this always happens.
Yeah, it's, you know, they have the confidence, they have the experience as a team. You know, everybody is on the same page, and I think that really does,
Yeah.
well, 13 out of 13, I swear if there was some media vote for AD carry, I would have lost my mind. But that's going to do it for this segment of the Analyst Carpet Space. Thank you for joining us. I'll hand it back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast of game number 2.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, on the Analyst Rug Space. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I do have one nitpick, and that is the fact that Faker did play bot lane once. I think he played Darius back in the Awesome Dude meta.
Yes.
That was when Jonas Strong was having an absolute heart attack trying to figure out where to put all of the characters.
So was that put him at 69 unique champions?
No, he still played the same amount of unique champions. In mid, I guess it does put him at 69 unique champions still, as he was at prior to this.
So,
I think theoretically, I think he may have actually walked down the mid lane at the beginning of the game and then proceeded to be in the bottom lane for most of it.
Speaking of milestones, that is, I have seen on social media, Faker's 450th win in the LCK. So he is 50 away from hitting 500 LCK wins, which is, he'll be the first player to hit 450. Shocker to no one.
Yeah.
And that's just another milestone. He hits 450 on his 70th unique champion, as well as gets POG, has 1 death in the game.
Yeah, I think Faker's stats are just continuing to get ridiculous. We could list up so many of them. I think he's also won the most world championships as
Yes,
well.
he has, as it turns
surprisingly. That is also a fact. DRX are going to choose the red side just because they want to change something, and I actually kind of respect this. Coach Kim, difficult task ahead of him, but I think he's going to need to work on these drafts, man. They're not really coming together.
Yeah, T1. We don't often say this about T1's drafting in recent history, but like T1 was very smart with their draft. They're one step ahead. And I think in all 3 series we've seen of T1 so far, they've really looked quite clean in their drafting, which is a lesser talked about thing about T1. You know, we usually talk about, oh, the players are so good, this is the roster, right? But also the drafting has been quite good. Minus 1 game in the Fred Breon series, but we won't talk about that.
Coach/player Faker definitely doing very well when it comes to both orchestrating the draft and playing the video game.
Yes.
Is there anything that this man cannot do? And I think the answer is kind of no. As Graves going to be taken away here by T1, and it will likely be the Karma Yumi still denied here on DRX's side, not wanting to let those through, and we'll see what they can actually get for themselves in the next round of picks. They will get 2 of the priority picks, but giving up first pick is a danger, especially in the meta at the moment with so many very, very strong champions.
Yeah, it is going to be the Caitlyn ban here for T1. I'm really curious to see where T1 puts their first pick priority, because I would not be shocked to see Faker just pick up the Corki if that is left open once again, but DRX should not let that one go through. Might end up just being a first pick Jarvan or something like that.
Yeah,
or Twisted Fate potentially. Let's see if that's left open, because that was definitely one I could see Faker snatching up early on.
Yeah, Renekton and Twisted Fate both
Rengar?
available. Rengar, a bit of a throw. No, it was...
I misclicked.
Okay, Rengar just turned into Renekton, which is pretty impressive. I think one of our switches over in the back room was like, oopsies. But managed to turn the cat into a crocodile pretty effectively.
There's the
Twisted
Corki.
Fate. Yep. So the standard bans get taken away, and it's Faker's turn to play the Corki. Do you know what the most like Giga Chad move would be? And that would be to just straight up pick Tryndamere into it.
They will not.
See whether Zeka can play the
They will
counter
not.
matchup.
That would be the Giga Chad move, as you put it, but I don't think that Zeka is going to have a good time. Again, like, I don't think we stressed it enough. Like, it's not a good matchup for the Tryndamere, especially early, but Faker was winning it early and actually forcing early backs and stuff like that. So Vex will be the response.
Okay.
And I feel pretty comfortable with this one. You can kind of sit back. It's going to be a slow game for the Vex. She's not going to be threatening kills. You know, Jarvan there means that maybe you can if Faker's getting a little bit, you know, too aggressive in lane. But it's a pretty niche response here, but I do like it. We've seen a lot more of the Victor in response, where you can kind of poke and outrange and annoy the
Kirky?
Why am I struggling to speak?
The beef jerky.
The beef jerky.
You can definitely annoy the beef jerky if you want to do that.
Yeah, you guys know what I mean.
Well, Viego going to be locked away here by Ona, and there is a Gragas. Most likely for Zeus. Theoretically, Carrier could play that as well, but it is probably going towards that top side. That body slam, something that Vex can somewhat deal with. We'll see how it does go. As Kingin, thinking about doing a bit of a Rascal impression here as the Lee Sin is hovered, likely for the top lane. But no, might just be the Camille, and he will lock that one away. Certainly a bit of a comfort pick here for Kingin, but see how it does go this time around. Definitely aiming for a little bit more of that 4-1 style composition here for DRX.
Definitely true.
I want to see Galio, man, but it's Vex that's already locked in, so I guess Beryl would have to play it on the bottom side of the map. Because Jarvan Camille Galio is like, oi, that's
run
the
in
dream.
There. Yeah, it is quite strong. It's definitely something that we could potentially see depending on what Deft wants to play in terms of his AD carry. Because that's, you know, where things are left still in question marks right now for this game. It's very rare, actually, that we have solo lanes locked up this early. It's only really when it's a first pick Corki or Twisted Fate where this is all decided in the first banning phase, as it's been mostly AD carry dominated elsewise.
Yep.
It's tough to really ban anything here safely as DRX in terms of the AD carry pool. They ban Thresh because it removes more than the Thresh in terms of safety, and then they'll take away the Jhin here, which is going to be a lot of poke and decent follow-up to the engage tools they have in the Gragas and Viego.
Yep, also works really well with Corki at the same time. Land those rockets, call them curtains, and then things generally go well. Leona going to be banned away though, so Beryl not going to be on that one. And just do it. Just grab the Galio and just play Galio support Beryl. Don't be scared. Nah,
Gonna go for the Rel again.
I think this is okay. The Rel looked fantastic in the last game.
And Rel here, you can actually grab Samira too if T1 decide they're not going to take it. And given T1's comp, I wouldn't like the Samira too much. But talking about kind of running forward as Jarvan, Camille, and then you add the Rel on top of it, Samira is going to feel very good about some of those team fights. But the range can be a big issue into the Corki, obviously. And if T1 end up picking a long-range AD carry here like the Ezreal, for example, it gets even tougher. Now, Guma is going to stick to the favorite here. They can lock in the Lulu with this, and then there's an insane amount of speed, safety, everything that you want with an Aphelios, plus decent front line, and the poke that will allow you to eventually close the distance there is...
Yes, Fiora.
So Gragas support.
That is Gragas support, and we are going to be taking the Fiora versus Camille matchup on the top side of the map. Zaya's really throwing down the gauntlet up there. That's a lot of fun. Definitely one of the more interesting matchups. See it more often in the LPL as Deft is going to lock away his Ziggs. And I like this. You're able to play with a whole bunch more range, and you have another circle to drop on top of all of the circles.
Yeah.
Which I think is a really, really good thing to have.
I really like this Ziggs adaptation, to be honest, from DRX here, because you have, as you mentioned, the circle synergy, but also a lot of really nice, consistent range damage and chip away at T1 while they're trying to set up for objectives. And you won't have the same amount of poke as the Corki will, but you will be able to counteract a lot of that over time. And because they went with the Fiora, the Gragas, yes, he will be tanky, and he will give you engage opportunities, but he won't be as tanky as he would otherwise if he's getting all that top farm. So Fiora, on the other hand, obviously can riposte and can be very annoying and can close the gap onto something like a Ziggs in team fights, but in those longer setups, that's when you're going to get a lot of value as Ziggs without a real traditional front line here on the top side of the map for T1.
Yep.
But is complicated to execute this composition, and that's what I'm most worried about for DRX. Like, it's really good, it's really tricky, it's really smart in terms of how you close it all out, but can you pull it off? I don't know if I have faith right now after watching these last 5 games of DRX.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily think that it's like difficulty of execution or anything like that. It's just, are these players good enough to go against the other 5 players? And from what we've seen so far, the answer is, unfortunately for DRX fans, a big no. But I think that this is a comp that if they do manage to figure out, will look really, really cool. It's just that, yeah, you need to have Zeka on board. He definitely looked really disconnected and has so far just not really been able to figure it out here in the LCK. Does have some time before he gets there, and honestly, DRX overperformed last year in the spring season and then failed in the summer season. I think it'd be better if you failed in the spring season and then nailed it in the summer season. So maybe they're just going for the opposite strat, and that definitely works out. As
I hope so.
Dives over the wall.
I hope that's where we're headed. Maybe even a bounce back in spring would be ideal for DRX because...
Yeah, it's a long season, and there is certainly some time to figure things out. And if this draft works, then, this is the best way to get back on track, right? As Bouncing Bomb, not going to find Faker there.
The issues I talked about last game with the lack of a strong leading voice and setting up fights is, even though we have King and Pioshik as pretty big veterans, I would say now, and of course Deft is here, but when we're talking about initiation and these topside fights, it's a big issue that can't be solved without really proper coaching. And I feel like Coach Kim is one of the few coaches, actually, in fact, I would trust to make that happen. Remember, it was CV Max who was coaching, those top laners for the majority of the year last year. So, yeah, for DRX, it's a different look, but it's a similar coaching style. I don't think, you're pulling anybody up from challengers if you're DRX right now, even though their challengers team is doing very well, because what you need is not a great solo queue player or a great individual player from challengers. What you need is a real leader, and that has to be developed, I think, again here, because we know Pioshik has been that before. Kingen has been that before, but so far in this meta, it's not all coming together.
No, it's certainly not working out. And I think that synergy is the main thing, right? And that takes, the players spending time with one another. As Faker, 64.5% win rate on this Corki over 31 games. Not bad at all. That's a good fear, though, out of Zeka, that in the end trades relatively evenly. First strike will give that to Faker as a little bit of an advantage. Any sort of even trade is actually just going to be better for the Corki, as ㅅ2022 going to get discovered here as Faker plops down a ward. And on the bottom lane, Def, you can see, taking a fair bit of damage, right? Finding some bouncing bombs here and there. But it is just going to be a difficult time for the Ziggs, as we see more often than not. As Faker, again, taking a lot of damage here. Electrocute helping out Zeka at the same time.
Yeah, the
so
Electrocute
working.
Really, really nice in this matchup if you can actually hit your combo there, or just spam all the damage out more than combos per se. Here as Zeka's friend trade is yikes.
Yeah, this is it's feeling a bit difficult for Deft and Beryl on the bottom side. Thankfully, they have a wave at an okay position. This Kingan's vulnerable spot, just getting smacked around a bit. Smeb was the last one to play the Fiora.
We saw it a lot in the LPL last year, but we did not see it in the LCK. It was hovered a few times, it was banned a few times last year, but we did not actually see it, believe it or not, even though it was played by many a famous top laner over in the LCK. Players like Ale as well picking it up. Didn't end up happening here in our region, but finally get to see it, and it's Zeus who picks it up. You know,
yeah,
his first time in the LCK on this champion. Really exciting to see him show a wider berth here on the top side of the map.
Also interesting that Fiora has a way worse win rate. Of course, this is sort of represented by a different Camille. She has taken a few nerfs rather than buffs since that time. So, you know, I'd probably take it with a slight grain of salt. As Faker now going to get flashed on. Good fear, but ㅅ2022 not going to invest the flash into this one. Understands that if he gets a flash, then I guess it's actually even because Zeka flashed in. So maybe a little bit unfortunate there, but good trade from Zeka regardless.
Faker's got a whole wave, and he is just going to push it right into Zeka's health bar there.
Yeah, Barrow going to have to get out, and oh dear, Def definitely in a lot of trouble. Understood that he was going to die, and so tried to get as much damage down as possible, and unfortunately, not very much damage actually happened.
Yeah, no vision there in the tri-brush, it looks like, and he's just a little bit too far forward there, trying to get back control of the lane a little bit. He's tired of Kamusi poking him down with that Calbrum. Will die for it, and will cost him even more minions and even more experience there in the bottom side of the map. Zeus is controlling top side perfectly here. And in that last fight, you know, with Zeka and ㅅ2022, I think there was an opportunity to follow flash there if the flag drag actually works out for ㅅ2022, but there was a little bit of a misaligned synergy between these players once again. So Faker walks away scot-free. As we'll watch how far up Deft is in this lane. As I mentioned, there's no ward in the tri-brush, and it's just as simple as that. Collapses forward, and it's a pick on the Ziggs.
I kind of respect the fact that Deft holds onto the flash. I think he's dead there regardless, as we see the result of the trade in the mid lane. Zeka actually being able to take Faker down relatively low. The carry is here just to try and defend, and they want to shove this wave out and give Faker a decent back timing. ㅅ2022 in position, and you can see that the wave isn't going to get completely shoved in the way that Faker really wants it to. But he takes the cannon, and that should be enough for now.
He'll take it. He's like, I got the cannon, I'm good. Jonas Strong's happy, everybody's happy.
Yep. Cannons going down is definitely something that we like the most here in the LCK, as Def able to throw a bit of damage back, but Gumayushi is really flexing his muscles here on the bottom side of the map.
Now, DRX has done a decent amount of you know, warding on the top side. Deft was a very scary moment.
Yep, decent fadeaway there.
Yeah, doesn't have to flash, which is very critical. Notice there's two control wards above the mid lane, as well as one just sitting in the lane there in mid, where DRX will be able to spot timings of rotations and stuff like that, so they can decide to keep Deft in the bottom lane if they wanted to, and actually try to push the turret and get plates on this Ziggs early if we're going to see Guma rotate up. But what I think is going to happen in reality is Faker's going to push out mid, they're going to keep Guma in lane, and they're going to try to win this without the bot duo, so Ziggs can't come up because he doesn't have wave control, nor will he be able to get plates. So
yeah, I don't mind it. Crash timing, I think, will come into it, and if T1 can get a decent back, then it's likely that they'll just rotate over. But right now, they have control everywhere. ㅅ2022 standing on a ward that's turned off, and Zeka is going to miss the Shadow Surge, so that is going to be the end of that. And Faker able to Valkyrie out of the fear as well. So just everything working in favor of Faker right now. He's having a real good day.
Yeah. It's the good old like Jesse Pink one. Heisenberg's just luckier than you. He's smarter than you. He's better than you. Like, yeah. Faker is, you know, significantly down in CS in this lane for the time being, but he's got a big wave to tidy it up. But he's kept himself alive despite Pioshik basically camping the lane.
Yeah, and you see, keeping himself alive means that, you know, DRX have been focusing a lot in that mid lane, and elsewhere on the map, T1 have found advantages, right? Because it's Faker soaking pressure rather than exerting it. And as you can see with the gold, T1 have just naturally got themselves further ahead.
So what I mentioned about the sitting bottom isn't going to come fully true here, as Gumayusi and Carryout, with that wave timing you were kind of talking about, are going to rotate up, but they pushed Zek out. They're going to collapse.
Track Repel comes on in there as Beryl crashes down towards Gumayusi, trying to get him out of there, but Carrier is not going to be so lucky. And T1 are going to take the Rift Herald in the meantime. This is on full vision, and unfortunately, with the fact that they invested into that fight, they missed out on the timing, and we'll have to settle for a Drake instead.
Yeah, DRX had put, you know, Zeka into the jungle there to grab the blue buff, which I believe he did secure there. As hold that thought, Gumayusi under some pressure.
Yep, Mega Inferno Bomb just to dissuade Gumayusi from sticking around, but I have a feeling that he's going to be okay.
So they were able to collapse onto that rotating bot duo of Gumayusi and Keria because they were on blue and they knew that they were rotating up because they saw them do it. They're like, okay, well, you guys just left lane, so I'm not going to be able to get to the Rift Herald in time. I don't have enough control for that, but what I can do is grab this marauding duo, able to pick off Keria in this case, which is pretty massive. So good call here from this trio. Zeka has enough space here to rotate over after grabbing the blue buff, and there's nothing Faker can do to save Keria.
Yeah, I thought Pioshik could possibly Cataclysm and then use his Flag Drag in order to follow Gumi to grab the double kill, but you know, sometimes it's just better to settle for what you can get, and that was just a free pick that DRX were able to pick up. Faker now clearing out the minion wave with his package. It's only going to grab the front line, and actually misses out on a couple of those as well, so a little bit unfortunate. Zeka right now controlling mid, actually doing a really good job of staying ahead, up by about, you know, 25 CS or something like that, 26. Very nicely done so far for the DRX mid laner.
Yeah, he's really just playing this out as the matchup goes, chipping away at Faker, forcing some backs, not trying to look for kills or all-ins. Yep, playing it very, you know, stably, you know, playing it very slowly, and once again going to push another wave into the turret here, and as Faker will arrive just in time to catch it.
Yep, this is also something that the Vex is going to do, right? It has taken Ignite, is very difficult to lane against just in general. Valkyrie becomes far less safe. You know, there's a lot of reasons why he's winning outside of it, but still good to see that Zeka is playing out the matchup the way that he's supposed to.
Yeah, exactly. Which is something I wasn't sure we were going to be able to say as the dust settled in this second game when he locked that one in so early as a response.
Yep.
T1 really nicely grouped up here, but unfortunately they missed the boat on the Drake. They're not going to be able to contest it. It's already taken. You know, has been for quite some time, and there's not really anything you could do here as T1 unless Deft way overextends again, which he will not.
Not this time. The Drake's going to be up in 3 minutes' time, so not a lot to fight for here on the bottom side outside of just trying to get some plates where they can. Faker turning up here in this mid lane and is actually playing aggressively because Owner is in the area. Zeka now has been exhausted, has to flash get himself out of the way as Owner is going to ult over the wall. Zeka still running from this one. See whether he can actually keep himself safe as he okay, kills the blast cone and then dies.
Yeah, it looks like a misclick there on clicking the blast cone. Probably wanted to click next to it and then hit it afterwards. He probably would have died either way, but it looked really bad there.
It looked to me like he was actually just going to be fine. But instead, it's not really going to work out. So that is that's a big whoopsie.
We'll have to see in the replay, but
I'd go so far as to say unforced error.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely didn't want to do that regardless of the situation.
Yeah.
That's definitely not working as intended, as this is going to be all these extra plates going over to Faker. And, you know, this was where things were going best for DRX, was in the Zeka lane. Now he's shoved out of lane and is going to lose all these minions. His lead is diminished. Faker's going to pick up tons of extra plates, and that's where you want the gold to go right now, on your Corki or on your Aphelios. Speaking of Aphelios.
Yeah, Deft looking to try and get some damage back onto his former second half in Carrier, but Nothing really much going to happen here, as Beryl not even worrying about the Gravitum too much. Trend there as well for Gumayushi, so not a lot of range, but a lot of CC utility power here as Owner comes on in, and they will be able to clear out this control ward. So far, DRX not out of it as far as gold, but 2,000 is still relatively large here for 12.5 minutes, as Beryl's going to have to crash down his way out of this. Owner just going to poke him in the butt, and he's just going to walk on out.
Yep. So still a significant CS lead here for Zeka, but he does not want to push up any further. He should have seen that as they walked over a ward. Pioshik's here, but this turret is basically gone, so Zeka needs to be very careful. Owner, that's not the right path to take.
That's not exactly where he wants to be as Magnet Storm comes in. Beryl actually just goes so incredibly deep, and he will just be taken down. That's a slight overextension. Good reposition there. Zeka, can he actually survive this one? Picks up the kill onto Owner. Faker so extraordinarily low. The Q is going to connect though, and now Carrier is going to die as well. Pioshik grabs that kill, and DRX respond.
I mean, there were definitely some very big overextensions on both sides, shall we say, in that fight. Like, nothing about that was really well played out or cleanly played out here, as we're going to watch Faker all in here on Zeka with Owner's help. And Owner, I would like to see this from Owner's perspective, but
yeah,
we are actually now going to see that. I think that's what they wanted to do.
Need as many pro views as possible. That's how it works
so
out.
W's flashes is a bit of an error, but
fatal flash and then the ult over the wall.
And he does ult over the wall, as mentioned, and yeah, he just couldn't get to the blast plant. Doesn't matter. He would have died either way there, it looks like, because he was standing there and not walking towards it anyways.
No, I think he stopped walking to hit it, so it was a misclick. But the stun landing means that he's likely to die anyway, but still. Bit of a shame.
Yep, the bomb here is what turns this around. Deft aims this perfectly as T1 overextend, because without the bomb connecting, they have enough health bars to actually probably trade one back and then get out of there, but yeah, end up getting trapped in there with Pioshik, who finds himself at a 1-0-3 scoreline despite a pretty lackluster start to this game. And DRX holding on for dear life in this one.
Trying their very best. It's going to be the Hextech Drake, so we're going to have some fun flanking options, and actually kind of works out for DRX, as they're the team that really wants to utilize that funny business. Faker wanting to get the rest of the turret here, but not quite able to do so, and I believe the package just wore off.
Yeah, I don't think he actually utilized it.
Yeah, it's going to be Carrier teleporting his way out of this one. I like it. Carrier with more mobility options. Wow.
They also get a huge scryers on the approach here for DRX because of it.
Yep. Beryl was looking for an opportunity, but does get taken down relatively low. And Shirley looks to be relatively uncontested here also. There's some teleports coming on around.
Beryl has flash, but T1 are really respecting his engage. He knows the observers are watching all on Beryl right now.
Yeah, Zeus off to the side. It is going to be the Rift Herald secured here by T1 as Pioshik walks up, but takes a lot of damage for it. Zeus on the flank, you can see not actually going for too much just yet. The all-in commit not quite there, as there's the flash forward from Beryl. Mega Inferno Bomb not exactly going to get the value that they really want, and Owner's now picking up these resets. Good knock up onto Carrier, but he's not the priority target, and Pioshik is going to get taken down in the end. Gumayushi stays alive. Red-White Guns definitely helping him out there, and that is a very, very nice satchel charge to keep Deft safe this time. But the rest of his team, not so lucky.
We're seeing some real we're having some flashbacks. We're seeing some callbacks to the Beryl that everyone was worried about for Dam1 Kia and their slump after MSI here in a lot of ways, because the engages are good and they're really cleverly set up for it too. He's flashing in, he's setting up for these Magnet Storms, he crash downs first, but the team is not on the same page with him. And because Pioshik is at less than half health before this occurs, look at where Beryl is right now. He's trying to set up for this defense of the eye, and then they're going to all in. But it's Camille who could just immediately Hextech turn this around. So you're just going to have a bad time, as Pioshik's only using this Cataclysm to try to cut losses right now so the rest of his team can escape. That was really disjointed between Beryl and the rest of the squad. I think at that moment when you're that late on the engage, you probably just have to walk out of the pit, but they were so desperate to make it happen. Beryl was hell-bent on ulting there, and last time it worked out because Deft had a big bomb, but this time not so much.
Yeah, I mean, Deft was still there with the big bomb, but just the big bomb didn't really do anything. As T1 teleport their way over with these Hex Gates, and Zeus going to come down and throw out the Eye of the Herald. Deft makes it back home, but they're not going to be able to defend this outer turret, and T1 really have DRX on the ropes right here.
They certainly do. It doesn't get much worse than this, unfortunately, as Deft is just struggling to defend over here. The Observer zoom out really showcases the oppressive T1 that Chronicle was mentioning earlier. They just, when they get a lead, they grab on and they do not let go.
Well, in goes Zeka, finds himself the ulti. There's the fear onto Zeus as well, and he's basically out of the fight. Carrier is going to die first as the Moonlight Vigil goes entirely wide. And now Gumayusi, a bit of a sitting duck, as there's a Hextech ultimatum. Nothing he can do about it. Zeka almost dies, but that is 2 quick kills on the defense for DRX.
Really, really big turn here for DRX off of a fairly big overextension from T1. You know, we were praising them, or I was praising them for grabbing on and not letting go. But at the same time, if you do overextend into a composition that has so much turn and so much engage, like you're in front of a Rel and a big Pyoshik who's very fed this game. So unfortunately for Zeus, he's pushed down to low health, so can't try to help turn this. And then Gumayusi is way out on the lonesome. And Gumayusi's positioning here is unfortunately the most egregious because he's in no position to escape. He's an Aphelios, so you know, everyone else has like kind of gotten escape, but the Aphelios does not at all, not even a little bit.
Yeah, he thought about using his Gale Force to escape, but without the flash, wasn't able to create enough distance. And therefore instead just decides to try and kill Zeka, and I kind of respect that. 2,000 gold, though, is the lead here for Ono, as Pyoshik is still extraordinarily far behind, and despite Gumayusi dying, he's still ahead of Deft by almost the same margin, so...
Yeah, that's just really showcasing how behind DRX is in this game.
Yeah, right.
They have this incredible moment. They also had that other big moment with the Inferno Bomb and Barrel's ult that got them several kills. Like, they're leading in kills, but that really just doesn't tell the story of this game. They've lost all map control, turret plates to T1, so many turrets as well, 4-0 on the map. They just have full control for every objective, and they're not going to let this Drake go for free, it doesn't look like here. They just need to make sure they can track Barrel, and that's exactly what they're doing. If Barrel can't have a great engage, T1, this is basically free for them. Like, that's the only way so far DRX have had success in both of these games, realistically, is Barrel's Rel. See what he can do with it this time.
Well, eyes are on him right now. Faker's throwing out rockets, though, and he does have the package available. Drake is going to get started by DRX. You can see T1 scouting the area, trying to make sure that they know where everyone is. Kingen is spotted there on the side. There's Barrel down to 50%. He's wanting to go, and you can see he's desperate to actually start this fight. As now T1, they're just going to get themselves out of the area.
Inner
we'll
turret.
give this one up in trade for that inner turret, like you're talking about. So just taking what they feel is the better trade.
Yeah, and this is what you can do with a Corki comp with a side laner. You just put a side laner in one of those lanes, tell them to push, and then Corki pokes, and DRX really are slowly over time struggling to win that war of attrition because they don't have poke of their own to match. I mean, the Ziggs can try, but eventually, you know, you're going to lose out. Now, they were able to secure the Drake. They held down that end of their side of the fight, but inner turret gold going over to T1, more map control, 5 turrets to 0 now.
Yeah,
and
this is big.
It's not worth it in this particular case because you're not threatening soul point or anything like that either. You're so far behind that this next fight isn't going to give you the soul even if you could win it. So T1 definitely winning out on this exchange.
Oh yeah. Getting a bit of damage onto that inhibitor turret, not exactly at the end of the world for DRX. That'll regen, I guess, a little bit slowly. But still, T1, they just wanted to get more and more of an advantage, right? With the composition that is like this, I really like just trying to get as much money as possible, make sure Zeus is as comfy in the side lane as he possibly can be. And you can see he's doing absolutely fine there on that bottom side, indicating that he is just going to continue split pushing that one through. DRX with a lot of standing gold on the map, though, as they look to take down this outer turret on top lane, and they will be able to do that. And Ziggs, as this game goes on, will be able to just demolish these turrets.
It's true, and there's a lot of standing gold on the map, you know, as you're kind of pointing out here, for DRX to take into their own hands if they can somehow wrestle back control, if they can win one miracle team fight, which again, all eyes will always be on Barrel for all of these. Do or die. Like, he either leads them to disaster or leads them to the victory they need. And
yeah, is it the promised land or is it the disaster zone is the real question.
I mean, the Fiora push on the bottom lane pushed that so far up. Now Faker can he can side lane here freely because there's no Camille to match him because Kingen had to go clean up the mess that was in the bottom lane. And so Faker is just leading into that second item so cleanly now.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, getting towards more and more of these Corki power spikes. I like it a lot. Doesn't even have his Ludens completed.
Yeah, it looks like he just might be skipping it for now.
Yeah. Just wants to build what he can. More of Malmortius is going to come through before he does get to work on that one. But
There it is. Yeah.
not exactly lost chapter complete just yet with just the Sapphire Crystals. So going to be taking a little bit of time.
He's just having such a really easy road through this mid game. The only way things go badly for him is if he gets exploded by, you know, Zeka fearing him Death's Bomb or really nice barrel engage. So he'd rather have the survivability with the Maul right now than the extra burst and poke because they're winning those trades anyways.
Yeah.
So I like the choice a lot. A lot of people will just leave the Hex Drinker alone for a while, then finish it later. But this is, I think, the correct choice for Faker.
Yeah, and Faker also just needs to try and stay safe against all of the dive potential of DRX. So, like you say, definitely a good idea to go for that one. Bit of a lull in the game right now as we look to about a minute and a half before the next fight is necessary. Gumayushi, though, going to have to flash out of the Cataclysm. Deft also throws his bomb, gets a bit excited, and Kingen teleports. So it's a lot invested to just get that flash. However, they got the flash. Nailed it. Well done, DRX.
Yeah. Small victories can add up, but I think we're maybe 10 or 12 small victories away from DRX getting back into this game. I hate to say it, but again, this is why I keep mentioning Barrel, because he's the one who can maybe make some incredible big nasty play happen with his ult into a big Vex Sphere and then the Mega Inferno Bomb coming through from Deft, and Kingen is doing big damage and the Cataclysm is there. Like,
yeah, if they can like land a Shadow Surge and like get the AoE fear in the Cataclysm and then line it up, like if all of the circles do work,
yeah,
then this DRX comp is very, very scary. But we just haven't seen that happen just yet.
the problem with the circle comps in this meta against something like a Corki, and even in last year's meta against something like a Jace, is while you're trying to set up for the perfect fight because you're behind and you don't have vision, you're slowly looking for, okay, we can have this one engage, you're getting chipped away by Corki rockets. So
yeah,
you're always fighting against the clock.
But you're also fighting against PV Zeus here on the Fiora, who will
Yeah.
just destroy your turrets, right?
Speaking
And
of which, he's doing it in the top side.
Yep. Kingen is going to try and match here as best he can, and should be okay with the help of the turret, as Zeus taking a few extra shots than he otherwise would want to. Kingen's actually been staying in this matchup quite nicely, so that is definitely good for DRX. The side lane not completely over just yet.
Yeah, his laning has been much better today than it has in the last two series, that is for sure.
Ooh, Beryl taking a lot of damage here as the turret does eventually go down. You can see Kingen left. Wanted to try and get towards this 5v5 to allow DRX to get to that soul point. Beryl almost too low to engage. And Zeus, yeah, he's keeping them on the clock, and DRX getting more and more desperate. They are going to try and burst down this dragon, but they will have to say goodbye to a large portion of their base, as you can see. Teleport to come forward, and now the flank from the Fiora is on. Pyoshik down very, very low, and Ona steals away the dragon. Cataclysm, the flash comes out, and Gumayushi doesn't have his anymore, but he stays alive for so long, eventually does fall down, and the Rel going to be traded as well as Zeus diving over the top. He threw out the challenge, and immediately Deft just exploded. As now Zeka, can he actually get enough of these fears to actually work out? And the answer looks like it's going to be no, as Kingen's going to go down. This could just be the ace, as the Vex nowhere to go. Zeus no mana, and so I think that Zeka will survive for the moment, but it looks like T1 have Baron on their mind.
Yeah, easy Baron follow-up here. The steal on the Drake is nice, but honestly, DRX in such a bad position, even if they had secured the Drake there, it's not really a win for them. The reason why this fight happened this way, the two things we were talking about, the Corki poke and the Zeus push, is why DRX felt pressured to look for any type of engage there and try to force the Drake so T1 would come to them. The problem is that Kingen did not have teleport, so he had to walk down, which gave so much extra time to Zeus, who did have his teleport available, and is able to teleport flank. You can see it there on the bottom of your screen. So you're caught between a rock and a hard place here. Zeka is so far away because he's trying to make sure that he can live long enough to do the damage. Even with his bomb coming through to finish off Gumayushi, Zeka is relatively invisible in this fight. Is holding that fear bar real long here, but there's just no turn. And he was so scared of that teleport flank from the Fiora that he just didn't get close enough to realistically do anything in the fight. Didn't hit any poke, and hate to be critical of this guy and his return to Korea, but that was unfortunately not how to play the situation out. Too much control to T1, that teleport advantage stacking up.
Yeah.
And now they've got a Baron buff to take out some of these inhibitors.
It's not really working out here for DRX. And you mentioned stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I think it's stuck between a rock and a hard place and the roof is falling. Like, there are too many.
And everything's on fire.
And everything's on fire, and there's snakes, and it's just really an awful time. Like, DRX honestly just don't have any good decisions that they can make right now, because Fiora in a side lane is putting on exactly the amount of pressure that she needs to, and T1 are keeping DRX in positions where they can't even win the fights because Faker's going to win out on that poke war.
Look at the gold. Zeka is the first one at less than 10K here across the graph.
And now, like, the best thing that you can look at as a DRX fan is, like, can they make it past 30 minutes?
Yeah.
As Pioshik is going to try and get into this backline, but before he can even use his flag, he's taken to 100 health. Mega Inferno Bomb finds absolutely no one, as Owner is going to be able to turn into a Jarvan and see whether he can do a better job. He dives forward. Kingen going to get taken down. The Grand Challenge going to be there to heal everyone back up. And Owner is still looking for more. Man, this guy's popping off, as he is going to be able to help take down this inhibitor. And T1, we'll see whether they stay for the end or whether it is just going to be another reset. But I have a feeling that they probably have enough to just win this game right here.
Yeah, it looks very likely. They have this wave coming through, 2 cannon minions empowered by the Baron, and they have so much damage. Owner at almost no health, doesn't even care.
Yep. And Gumayusi flashing forward because he can. He may as well use it. Zeka is going to get taken down by Faker in the end, and that is the victory. T1. 2 very different comps, game 1 and game 2, but the macro execution from this team, the communication that we heard as well. I mean, Zeus, he was playing PvE League of Legends, but the way he pulled King in back and forward from side lanes was just so beautifully done. And some of our best split pushers here in the LCK, that is what made them so good, and was the way that they coordinated with their team.
It's often something that T1 relied on Kana for last year. And when T1 had their run through summer playoffs where they ended up facing against Damwon Kia in the finals, that's where they really left their mark as a team that really figured out the macro. As soon as Danny was fired and T1 built this roster and started going all in on macro plays like this, they did such a great job. And both of these games, they used side laning to an extreme degree. Game 1 was such a lead that it wasn't even almost worth talking about. But in Game 2 here, it was a lot more technical. And Zeus played it out fantastically on the Fiora, was constantly putting Kingen under pressure. And then getting teleport advantages like the one he had before that Drake fight is just what leads to a Baron, which leads to the whole game falling apart like a house of cards. Beryl had his moments. T1, I think they were having a little bit of fun this series. I think there were a few overextensions, maybe some fights they shouldn't have taken. But we watched those fights won for DRX, and they still walk away with 5,000 gold behind, no turrets taken. So you know what? You can let T1 have their fun in a series like this. It was very dominant.
Yeah, and Rock and a Hard Place has turned into Trash Compactor when it comes to T1. That's what I was looking for when I was thinking about the analogy, and that's what it is. It's between Rock, Hard Place, roof falling in, the floor coming up. Like, it is just... They are so suffocating, and this is what has made, like, SKT in the past one of the best teams in the world, was their ability to take away your good choices. And yes, we can talk about individual mechanical plays. Yes, we can talk about the fact that in the lane, just in general, especially bot and top lane this game, but of course mid lane in game number 1, T1 are very, very powerful, but it's how you play together, it's how you leverage advantages, and how you get more than other teams would in the same situation. So that's it's very, very impressive. And to me now, as we stand after this series, the next series becomes more interesting, right?
Oh, sure.
Because Gen.G T1, our 2 undefeated teams here in the LCK so far, are looking like the teams to beat and these top dogs.
Yeah, and, you know, I hope we have another series between 2 of our big 3s here that lives up to the Gen.G and Damwon Kia series. Nice carry sign here.
Yeah, really
and the just how T1, when they are playing against a team that is aggressive, playing against a comp that is somewhat wish-washy, like DRX's both comps were in games 1 and 2, how they punish is just so incredible to watch. And, like, they suffocate Deft in this lane so hard, and the second he breathes, Owner kills him. Yep. Owner's like, oh, you think you can actually push this to the halfway point? You silly guy.
Yeah.
And then this is Beryl really looking like he is just actually gone on a suicide mission, but they're able to turn around with the bomb.
Carrier. I actually didn't notice this when I was play-by-playing at the time. I thought, like, whoa, that was an overextension. Where's the follow-up? And it was explosive cast that just said, nope, no one's coming in. I'm sorry.
And then the bomb follow-up there helped them turn it into something good, but then every other subsequent fight that was around a real, tangible objective was so T1 favorite. Pioshik is like, I'm just trying to help you get out of here, Def. Do not walk back towards that flag drag, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was a really nice showcasing, I think, of T1's ability to just play a meta comp like this around the macro, whereas a lot of teams are playing it around team fights only, and really showcasing, okay, you can run this Corki plus side lane super, super well if you play it right. And Vega played this game so selflessly, too. He was willing to just lose minions in mid and actually let Zeka take the driving wheel, like take control of the game and actually sit in the driver's seat for a while, because he knew that later on he would become inevitable. I really liked his pivot there into the Malmortius for the second item rather than Ludens, because they were at such a lead. The only way they lose is if maybe he gets blown up. And Faker played it so carefully, so calmly, not selfishly at all.
Yeah, it's a complete 180 from what he did the last time around. As we have a look at T1 absolutely decimate this team fight. Pioshik once again overextending just a little bit, had a bit of a stinker again, unfortunately, here for DRX.
킥스 노플, 킥스 노플. 킥스 노플이야.
타워 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 타워.
너무 신났어.
대절이다. 나 이거
Ernest having a
전멸
really
좀
good time.
이거 직세 잡는 거 아니면 힘들 수도 있어.
Yeah, it's really great to see like how happy this roster looks this year too. Based on, you know, last year we had some struggles, we had some really, really tough times, and this is the roster they decided on. They still didn't take the title, they weren't able to go to the World Finals, but they stuck together with obviously Zeus being the new addition, and they look good. Calling's clean, comms are clean.
Yeah, and I liked it as well, like, you know, like, take it slow, don't get overexcited like you did earlier in the game, all that sort of stuff. Very impressive. Def did the most damage in the game, but he zigs. That's just generally how it works, although out-damaging a Corki is a pretty big deal. Zeus, though, versus Kingan on the top side of the map, I think this is one of the times where you're really proud of him.
Yeah.
Actually, like, really, really impressed with how he played, because this isn't about mechanical strength, solo queue power. This is about how well you coordinate with the rest of your team to play out a 4-1 composition in the way that you need to, and he did it very, very well.
The light blue there as well is the early game damage. He did so much of it in the early game, which just shows how much he was trading against King and how much he was pushing the envelope all throughout that laning phase.
No, it was really impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing what our analysts on the rug are going to be able to say about it as well. I've actually given up on analyst carpet space. I just don't think that it's a thing because it's not actually a carpet. So Valdez, over to you. We'll see what you have to say about that.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf. We're here at the Analyst Carpet Space. Clearly, as you can see, we have the carpet on the ground right here. Anyway, it is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and yeah, I mean, this is kind of the result we did expect. T1 taking the 2-0 tonight. Game number 2, a little bit closer, it felt like, though, Chronicler.
I think that overall, T1 just kind of allowed themselves a little bit of fun with this one. There were a couple of mid-game moments where they were like, yeah, we don't have to fight it, but we're going to. And honestly, I kind of understand it. I think that what DRX had drafted actually was a great draft. It was very, very clear-cut. I like it when teams, when they're struggling, go for press all your R buttons and throw a big Zigzag onto the resulting chaos that you will have. But the problem, of course, was that then that still didn't work because it was still too disjointed. I really liked the Gragas flex. The casters also talked about it quite a lot, and I thought it was really nicely done. We know good carry eyes on it, had some amazing ultimates. Overall, DRX, it's still just, you'd think with a comp like this, the disjointed nature of this team would be at least a little bit better, but it was not.
Yeah, it definitely was not. I was specifically pretty impressed by Barrel's Rel throughout this entire series. You know, if there is some positives to take from this, obviously DRX not in a great spot right now after losing 3 series in a row. Really need to get back on the horse, but really just all about T1 being a super dominant team. Love the flexibility that they have within their players and the ability to play all those different champions. We're going to take a look at highlight number 1 and break down some of what happened here around the second Rift Herald fight.
And here you see, to me, the exact issue is that Barrel goes in, and this is not the best of his engage, had some better ones, but it just goes horrifyingly wrong, right? Like, the engage in of itself, I think, especially if it's 2 people there, is fine, especially forcing the flash. But then the ultimate from Zek doesn't actually find anyone. The rest of his team gets zoned and is unable to join. And because of that, throughout the entirety of this series, really, this is just another example. We see these moments where it looks like DRX is going to do something, and one person goes in, two people try to go in, and two people disengage.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, me and Wolf were talking before the tournament even started, LCK Spring, and DRX was one of the teams where we looked at them and were like, it just feels like 5 different pieces of totally different puzzles. How are they going to work together? So far, I mean, it's early spring days. They're not working well together. That's what we're seeing, and hopefully they can get things together and have some more cohesive team fights, because they're going to need it, especially against some of the better teams in the LCK. We do have our second highlight ready to go. Let's hop into that right now and see some of the fun that T1 had around the Dragon.
And even with the Fiora that traditionally just does a lot less in team fights, they're still able to navigate. Here you see again, you see the idea behind this comp, right? All in on a single member, and then throw your Ziggs ult, and then they die. And yeah, sure, Guma dies, but this is a quadruple threat comp from T1. Literally every single other of their members can carry team fights. In this game, it was Owner that really popped off, but it could have been Faker, who also had a great KDA. It could have been Zeus had he been a little bit more involved, but I actually want to echo what the cast said, and I really liked how Zeus was put in the side lane, played it very cleanly, and gives T1 more in the repertoire.
Yeah, again, you know, it is early spring days, so I like that he's kind of practicing his backdoor strats and his split pushing. We have the player of the game ready for game number 2. Let's see who it is. It will be Owner, 7-1-4 on the Viego, 100% kill participation at 15. Just did a lot for the team in this one.
No shocker. Played really well, has looked incredible really throughout the entirety. Honestly, I'd say ever since Worlds. In summer, he was still really good. I mean, they got to finals, and they did incredible. Yeah. But I feel like ever since Worlds, he's really come into his own even more. And here, just showcasing again why, especially on teams that are able to snowball early, Viego is just such a disgusting champion, right? The way that he can take over any of these skirmishes, any of these fights, as long as you just get a single kill, which a team like T1 generally is always going to be able to do. Really nicely done, set up well by the rest of his team, who are more than happy to go in for these repeated engages. And again, something where like T1, how many champions do you have that are too good and that we kind of play around? Starting to feel like there's not really a limit to that list.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it. Everybody's kind of got a champion ocean in that effect, and okay.
I respect it.
Wolf?
No, I respect it. He did his job well.
He's part of the analyst chairs, though, so I don't respect it at all. But in terms of the vote, I mean, sure. We did have a nice little split push game from Zeus, but turned out that I think Owner did a little bit more in the team fights. But shout out to the idea, I suppose, but not going to be correct this time.
I like Zeus appreciation. I'm okay
Sure,
with it.
Zeus was pretty good that game. We'll give him that. So guys, we do have the interview ready. I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Faker and Owner from T1. 3 wins already. How are you feeling about this winning streak? Yeah, it's been a while. It feels like it's been a long while, so I'm happy that we were able to get a clean 2-0 victory today as well. Owner, your team is on a winning streak, and you also won the POG, so how are you feeling? Yeah, it's been, you know, a good ride, and I'm happy that I was able to perform well in order to win this POG as well. Game number 1, you guys actually let Corki through and countered with Tryndamere, and that was your 70s champion here in the LCK. Tell us about that pick. I practiced many different champions, and during that process, I kind of realized this is pretty good, you know, this is viable, so I wanted to give it a shot. What's so good about Tryndamere right now? The biggest strength is that it's fun to play. You know, Corki, no fun. Tryndamere, so fun. He can just do everything by himself, like roaming around the map, so it's so fun to play. Indeed, you were roaming all over the map, and you were asserting a lot of pressure. And is that kind of a play that you were expecting since the draft? A lot of teams have been practicing Corki, and in other regions as well. Many teams are playing Corki, so I kind of had a lot of ideas to counter that champion. And yeah, I can tell that many teams are now on the mission to counter the Corki pick on the mid lane, and I think the Tryndamere mission was also very successful. So what's the key in terms of dealing with Corki? You have to dodge a lot of skills from Corki because that hurts, and you just have to just dive wherever. And Tryndamere seems to be the best answer. And Owner, as a jungler, what do you feel about Tryndamere mid? His ult, you know, he never dies. He never dies when he used that ult. So I think that's too OP. You know, that's broken. In game 2, this time around, T1 didn't play Tryndamere and decided to lock in Corki this time around. So how do you rate Corki in the current meta right now? Corki is really popular not only in Korea but in like all around the world in general. However, I don't like the fact that actually he is getting first picked or blind picked. And you know, it's not fun to play and also to watch. So I'm pretty much unhappy about the current meta with Corki. I have another question about game 2 pick and ban. Zeus played Fiora. You know, Gragas was flexed as a support pick, and then T1 picked Fiora as their top laner. Could you break down that pick? So we kind of picked Gragas early on, and then Keria told us that he can actually play that as support. Zeus also is very confident in Fiora as well. And Owner, after, you know, 7 games here in the LCK Spring Split, you played Viego for the first time. And Viego is actually having a very low win rate. How do you see this champion? Well, all about the win rate, it's because I didn't play Viego so far. I think Viego is a pretty decent pick. Baker, what do you think about that? I'm nothing, pretty much. Do you also think that Owner's Viego is special? Not as mine, but yeah, alright. Owner, what do you think about that? I'll save my words. And some say, no, LCK, we're having a lot of Lee syndrome here. Lee Sin is actually not having a high win rate as well. What do you think about that? I don't think Lee Sin is like the best champion right now, but as long as I play it, you know, we can still get the victory. I guess it all comes down to the pilot, and looking forward to seeing Owner's Lee Sin in the future. And your next opponent is Leave Sandbox. You'll be playing against Closer, your former teammate. Now that he's on a different team, I hope we can have a good game, and I will punish him. And Owner, would you like to add on to that? You know, I've never been on a 4-match winning streak so far, so I really want to get the win in the upcoming match, and I will make sure to actually punish Closer as hard as I can in that series. And lastly, is there any message you want to send to all the fans out there? You know, it's been a very long while to have an interview in front of the live audience. I'm so happy, and also I really appreciate all the support from fans here and also watching online. Same, you know, I'm so happy to see so many fans supporting us here at the venue. You know, hearing them cheering us, clapping for us, always feels great, so thank you. And that's gonna be it from the T1 POGs. I'm gonna pass it back to the analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-san, for giving it the appropriate name of the analyst carpet space. Also for that wonderful interview, as always. We do have the standings ready to go. Let's take a look and see where everybody stands. T1 currently at the top. Gen G could tie them if they also pick up the 2-0 tonight.
I think if you're Gen G, you're looking at this one and you're like, well, now we got to do it as well, right? As you're saying, don't want to fall behind T1, and that match between those two is surely going to be super hyped up for DRX. I think you can give it this week, but after that, maybe you're going to have to start thinking about you know, I'm going to say it, picking up some challengers players. They're doing exceptionally 6-1 at the moment, and maybe switching it up is what they need.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind it either. Eventually, if it's not working, you got to switch something up. Guys, our next matchup will be Fred at Breon, the ones that almost took the series away from T1 last week, versus Gen G. Definitely the Titan and the favorite of this matchup. But we will have a bit of a break before we do get into that one. Thank you for joining us on this episode of the Analyst Carpet Space. We'll see you after the break.
So I'm gonna go before we end the show. I'm gonna go around the table and let's just go best player of week one. And I'm not gonna start because I don't even want to answer this question because it's really hard. Valdez, you go.
Thought you were going to say I'm not going to start with Valdez because I already know what he's going to say.
Well, I do, but that's why I
So
started with you.
it's
actually.
Peter. It's Peter, but actually it's
Peter.
The best player of the entire week. I mean, better than they were, or the player that performed the best?
The player that stands out the most in your mind for the first week, excluding the final day.
I mean, I think that Canyon looked really great.
Thank you for your response, Mal.
Like the reason why I say it like that is because it's
What
like
a carpet space response.
it's just like what we expected, but he also just looked really great so far. So I'm like, I don't know, you know, he was very good.
He was.
I thought Dread was
Valdez-
really good.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about Dread. I think that
Yeah, good take.
he kind of like dumpstered Live Sandbox, and that wasn't very fair. But he's showing that he's back again. He's ready to party. He's like getting in there on very aggressive junglers, and I like that a lot because that's where he was last year. But he didn't really have the team to back him up on Afrika. So now
and
he's
now
like,
Dread has Peter.
Yeah, he's got Peter, you know? I was getting to that, but, you know.
The question was
Yumi's
pick
really
one
strong.
player. You've now discussed 3.
All right. Okay.
No, 2. 1 and then 1 unit.
We'll get to you soon, Wolf. It's okay. Chronicler, can you let us know your best player of the week?
Lance.
Ooh, good take.
Because to me, the main thing that sets apart Lance for me from a bunch of other amazing players we've seen throughout the week is that I think that Lehans truly looks like old Lehans, and I have not seen that in like I think a year and a half.
He's like 2018.
Like legit, but it's also all the content. Like he's very clearly very happy that he's in that team, and I think that on Afrika he felt so muted. I don't think he was actively ever bad, but he was just very meh. And that was one of the things that with this Gen G signing, I was like, we know he's done it in the past. But will he actually get to the level again? And then in week 1, he immediately looks so good. Flashing in lane, setting up Ruler, and then the flip side of this, of course, also the fact that Ruler now suddenly is okay with playing weak side and plays Ziggs, which we've harped on him for like a year. But I'm still going to go with Lehans. To me, he looks revitalized. I'm really excited to see how he's going to maintain that form throughout the split.
It's a great take. Wolf, how about you?
I think everyone at this table knows who I'm going to say, and it's Rascal. I think Rascal had a phenomenal performance this week. Even in the loss against Damwon Kia, both of those games, he was by far the highest impact player. His Akali, looking for flanks, side laning extremely well, threatening people at all times. His game sense is phenomenal. His laning is great. I feel like Rascal is one of those top laners right now in this meta that you could trust, like, might save the game. And I think it's a meta where top laners have like very low agency in the game in general, besides like split pushing, or if you are going to try to play a Nart, you might be able to engage stuff like that. But Graves is just like a tank who does damage, right? Like that's as basic as a lot of the top meta is right now. But Rascal is playing multiple different champions. He's already showcasing his pool in a meta that doesn't actually ask for top Akali. He can make it work, and that's really exciting for me.
He's also Rascal, right? And his top Akali is just amazing. And now that it fits, it's really, really cool. His teleports have always been good. His flanks have always been good. And making that Tryndamere work definitely is very impressive. And when, like, because we mentioned this backstage, and when you mentioned it, I was like, Rascal, that can't be right. But the more I think about it, the more I kind of agree with it. I found this extraordinarily difficult. I had to phone a friend. I needed to talk to Ji-sun about what do you think the obvious choice would be? And I think Gumayusi is the obvious choice. And
like it.
This was given to me by Ji-sun. It's not my idea.
Thank you, Ji-sun.
He was so good this week too. I mean,
he was just amazing. But I think the reason why I found it difficult to say Gumayusi just straight out the gate is because he was playing a lot of Aphelios games, and it felt unfair. Like a lot of what he was doing, it just felt like, well, of course he's just dumpstering these players. Like he made it look unfair, and I think largely because I don't think you're allowed to talk about T1's bottom lane as any singular player, because so much
exists.
of Carrier exists, but not only that, him and Gumayusi together is some of the best coordination and timing that I have seen from a bottom lane in so many years.
You know what makes me even more excited is that while I agree with the take that I think you can call Gumayusi the best, I don't even think he was the best of Aphelios this week. And isn't that amazing? Even with how insanely good Guma played, Dokdam was also there's so many choices. Yeah, it's so good.
Dokdam's Aphelios. I think Henna's Aphelios was also really, really good.
I don't think
weirdly enough
he matches.
No, he doesn't. But there has been some good play from players that we don't necessarily celebrate very often.
Kana's Graves was pretty good.
Yeah,
I'd say he had a pretty good week as well.
Yeah, I think your take of Dread was my first thought because it's fresh in our minds, right? We just watched that Nongshim series, and his Diana was unbelievable.
Shout out to Umpty trying to solo carry against T1 alongside of a great.
He's done that before.
Draft win, but
Reddit actually gives me so much hope that they are going to be a solid middle team.
Morgan was actively good.
Yeah.
Morgan was actively good so far this week. If he plays against Hummerlife tonight, his former team, and then gets dumpstered, then I'm going to be really, really sad.
Just give me that solid middle Reddit. I just want that solid middle Reddit. I want playoff hopes Reddit. Give me that. Yeah. That's what I want. I think we're on track.
Everyone does.
Yeah. But I think it's been a really interesting week. I think as far as sadness is concerned, Quandong Freaks fans and DRX fans in shambles. Outside of that, though, everything looking absolutely brilliant. But do you get any last messages before we say goodbye?
I hope that Dove can play something that's not Tryndamere.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Or Rise.
Yeah, that's one of my hopes for next week for Live Sandbox.
I love Live Sandbox a lot, but I don't believe as much. I want to see T1 Genji as soon as possible because that is going to be
It's feeling like the new Telecom
just
a little bit.
just a dream.
That's
matchup.
what I was saying. Is I'm looking forward to the Telecom War. That's actually my most
The
hyped
actual
right now.
Telecom War.
Yeah. The actual Telecom War is kind of hyped now.
It is kind of hyped this year. Yeah.
Let's be careful. We're still talking about
maybe
KT.
It's like maybe we can have the Telecom War and we need to figure out what Genji versus Damwon Kia is. Is this like a, I don't know, Tiger getting hit by a car? Like, that's not it, is it?
I think they're a monitor company.
Yeah.
Genji?
No, Damwon.
Damwon?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
like,
they're
it's
Damwon
Damwon Kia. The Kia is a car.
I'll show
they
myself out.
they have TVs in the back of the car, maybe.
No, it's like, is
Actually,
it?
Damwon is like a computer parts company. Like it's like deeper than.
But you could have it in two different ways, right? Because it's either like a Tiger on a freeway, which is not going to go well for the Tiger, or a top-down car in a Safari, in which case Tiger's going to eat him.
Just reminds me of The Hangover.
What's T1 in this
Part one.
context?
I mean, T1 isn't in this context because it's Damwon versus
No,
Genji.
but I want a cool
A
identity
giant
for-
cell phone tower.
Yeah, versus
just
KT,
stands
another
there.
giant cell phone tower.
They're Transformers.
win this game still. The Trent have just been out fighting them. They don't have vision right now though.
They have so much damage on this Baron right now with the Vicar and the Aphelios, but the fourth fight comes in and Delight gets blown to smithereens immediately. A lot of damage here on the front line still. Senna holding on to that final. What did he do? Are you serious? They do it again! You have to be kidding me! Huge amount of damage. You talked about this. These two guys in the early game, they're so obnoxious. As here comes Big Boy Gragas. Really nice flash out of Gumiusi in response, but the cask is just way too much. And here's Llama. He's looking to feed in that backline, but he gets absolutely nobody at the end of it all. How could that possibly happen? I think they're really going to have to rely on him here. Now or never. This Mega Gnar is everything. The rotation. There's the steal. That is coming in. Yeah, the Gnar does get stolen, and there is the set they're looking for. There's the huge Cataclysm in the back, and a big Gnar ultimate into the wall, though. But a follow-up one from Arya is way better, as they have the damage, aiming, able to fight forward.
빅토르랑 바로 보면 봐줄게. 요번에 나 이니시에 가서 나와 천천히 봐줘.
Yes.
One kick.
I mean, that is what Lee Sin is at the post 35-minute mark. You're absolutely right. As OnFleet going to get burned down by the death ray. That is the second inhibitor, but first one has just respawned. All right, we're looking for the flank. It's a lot of AoE damage so far as Karis gets in there. Can he actually make this one work? It's a double kill so far. Can he find the pen to the answers? No, as Dudu's going to pick up one of them. They should be able to take it. It's going down so quickly that they should also be able to contest this Baron. Damwon here wanting to do it. Rush it down as fast as they can. You can see they're not wasting any time, but the teleport will come in. Doran doesn't have the needlework, but he'll bring them all in. He kills one, but it is going to be the Baron locked down by Genji. What the heck? That is a massive Inferno trigger as Peanut at least finally gets the dragon to come down, but my god, Doc Dom.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. survive. Oh, alive. I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, then to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the strong. It's time now for us to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. embers glowing. We're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was a very long break. We apologize. I think it's T1's fault for winning too fast.
They won too hard.
A shorter one, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it goes, but we got to make sure the fans can come in here and fill up the studio as they have for the second match. It's all worth it in the end.
It's exactly how it works out. Of course, beautiful view over Namsen Tower just there before we got into this one. And we have an interesting match on our hands. I think that you look at it on paper and you're thinking, wow, Gen G 2-0. This should be pretty smooth. But the LoL King Lava and his friends in the mid lane have been playing some pretty slow and steady, but reliable League of Legends. And I think if Fred Brion, if there's any team that's going to upset, it's going to be Fred Brion with slow and steady wins the race style.
Yeah, especially if you consider Gen G's ability to kind of slowly dominate games. The longer the game goes, maybe some mistakes get made. If the game is even, the volatility level goes up. Maybe Fred Brion steal a win away.
I think it could be a possibility. However, Gen G have looked absolutely incredible. Let's get into it, though. Here are the points of the match to begin this one. Giant Slayer, Fred Brion is on a mission to stop Gen G's hot streak. We kind of don't want Gen G's hot streak to stop because it makes the T1 Gen G match really, really hype. But I'm all for some upsets.
I mean, look, if Fred Brion beat Gen G after Gen G had that close fought win over Damwon Kia, then it just makes the whole league more exciting for me. So I think it's a win-win either way. Whoever wins this, we're all winners. The fans are going to win out. I'm excited to see how Fred Brion tackles the draft as well, because Gen G's drafting style is so much more flexible with this roster than it was before. I feel like a lot of the time in 2021, they were focused on BDD's champion pool and what he excels at, as well as what Rascal's champion pool is. I think Gen G's drafting was the most predictable of our top teams last year, but this year, very different case as Morgan versus Chovy. Sad times. They broke up.
They did. Unfortunately, they had to go their separate ways, and it's Fred Brion for Morgan, and it is Gen G for Chovy. A team that doesn't even need Chovy to perform all that well, to be perfectly honest. Chovy, he won player of the game and said, yeah, I don't think I played very well, actually. And honestly, a lot of people had some criticism, but Gen G still won. It's absolutely crazy.
Larky versus Chorky.
Larky versus Chorky. Oh, man. Well, 4-0 is definitely looking pretty good for Chovy. However, Chovy hasn't done a lot of losing. But the Corki wasn't necessarily what allowed them to win the matches. And the LoL King, as you can see in the middle, front and center right there, is a Corki aficionado. He has always been a big Corki player.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here. Of course, no sword. It will be Morgan once again with his big old jacket on. And Umpty there to be the general to lead his team to victory.
The real question for Fred Brion is going to come as they start to hit more and more of these tough matchups and the season progresses. Because at the beginning of the season, they were able to make T1 look very mortal. They were able to make T1 look a little bit flustered. And then they, had a tougher series against Hano Life Esports there. But it's a team that stayed together, right? And that's why in the early part of a season, a squad like this will, for the most part, with the exception of Morgan coming in here, look pretty similar, will play similarly, and will tackle a new meta very quickly and very efficiently. It's a really different story than the opposite side of the rift here for Gen G, where they've exchanged every player but Ruler. One player stays the same here versus 4 players stay the same, so there's a lot of volatility in this early part of this new year, this new meta, where things can, sometimes get away from you. You might end up getting a worse end of a draft as Gen G in a best of 3 like this. So it's still early days for Fred Brion, but I think that gives them a better chance of taking out Gen G today than it will perhaps in 3 weeks, 4 weeks' time.
No, I agree. I do think that Gen G are a little bit of a different situation, though, when it comes to building synergy, because Ruler and Peanut, they've played together before. The rest of the 3 players are all Griffin players, right? So everyone sort of knows each other a little bit, so you could imagine that the introducing each other to each other was pretty comfortable for this team, right? So I think like Gen G, as we've already seen, have been able to, figure out all of the ruffles pretty early on in the season. It's just, where does their ceiling go?
Yeah, what's been most impressive for me with Gen G is Doran looks super happy. The whole squad looks like they want to push the envelope. We'll talk about that in a moment because I do want to focus in on this mid matchup. Now, some of these stats for Chovy are going to dwarf those of Lava's because he's 4-1.
Corky stats, man.
Yeah,
what is going on here?
It's a little bit like damage per gold for Corky in general is always going to be insanely high, but when you're 4-0 on the champion, it's going to really dwarf those stats. But you can see Lava's stats, considering he's currently at a 2-2, are pretty impressive, actually, indeed, looking at these numbers.
Yeah, of course, getting second as far as damage percent, largely to do with some of his standout Corky performances, even in games that they lost. Lava does a heck of a lot of work there. However, he has played Galio games, you know, and like Galio's not exactly going to be popping off when it comes to the damage percent. But kill participation is where Lava is at, and the guy does like to make sure that he's there to support the rest of his team. And
that was a fantastic drawing.
It was absolutely beautiful. I got a little bit distracted. But what I was going to say is that ㅣ2022 as a whole, very, very good at staying coordinated and making sure that they play to their win conditions, even if they do so at a snail's pace. But if it works, don't change it.
Says he loves Suncape more than his girlfriend. That's what that sign says there.
Wow.
But he has been a Suncape fan for 10 years, is what it says there on the bottom.
I wonder how long he's been dating his girlfriend and whether he's ready for it to end.
She might be sitting with him in the crowd. As ㅣ2022 will be the home team for this series, so they get side selection advantage, which is pretty important because Lava and Morgan are your key players in terms of how you're going to dictate solo lanes here, and having at least one opportunity to get the counter pick is going to be pretty massive for, I think, what will probably be Morgan if they, you know, do decide to go down that route. They did choose blue side this first time around, so definitely going to be a little bit more face-up, but they have the opportunity to switch to red if they end up losing this, and then they'll have, obviously, the advantage if it goes to game 3.
Yeah. Of course, Gen.G with Score at the helm. Let's see what they're going to make of this red side. So far, Gen.G haven't struggled on either side of the rift. Of course, last year they were known as a red side team, but this time around, things are very different. And I think Doran a little bit more happy to blind pick a whole bunch of stuff. The guy has just been playing out of his mind. I'm glad that you mentioned that he just looks so happy. It's one of my favorite quotes of the LCK of all time was him just saying how fun it was playing that match against Damwon. It was just, that was the biggest feels good.
When, they, you know, if you guys missed the series, first of all, go back and watch it. But as they failed to kill the Nexus, he was just like hands off the keyboard, like, I'm having so much fun, I'm having so much fun. And it's definitely going to be one of the most famous Doran moments of all time, and one of the biggest LCK moments I think that I'll always remember for the rest of my life. But going into this draft, you see that targeted ban on Ruler Zig, something that we were pretty surprised to see do very well for Gen.G last week, and I do appreciate the respect being shown here. We knew that it was very likely going to be banned on red side, the Corky, both games, or potentially all 3 games if it goes the distance tonight, because of both of these players' proclivity towards it.
Twisted Fate has been left through.
But it's Lava, so he's just going to ignore it completely.
Well, Ophelio's going to be locked in. Now you can go TF Yuumi if you want to, and it's Lehens. So, I mean, Yumi's getting locked in.
For sure.
But
the question is with what? The Jhin pick is still a viable option here. We do see the Thresh hover here, which would be very different approach. Yeah. And, you know, might even just be Thresh Jinx if they want to really just throw a wrench into what we accept to be meta, but they'll accept the Jarvan instead here first.
Okay, so Jarvan, of course, very high priority at the moment. With Xin banned, Jarvan's stock goes through the roof. Also, bit of a peanut pick as well. Thresh is surprising with Yuumi left available, but wanting to deny that from Delight at the same time. Delight's Thresh has been very good. Henna and Delight playing this combo, definitely also very good. As Umpty, back to an old favorite in the Lee Sin, a champion that has fallen off in the jungle, like off a cliff.
Yeah.
At the beginning of like week 1, it was like, oh, this Lee Sin guy is super strong.
He went 2-10, and then he was not seen at all in the jungle. Yesterday was played by Rascal in the top lane, and this is the first jungle pick, assuming this doesn't also go to top lane, that we'll have seen. It is the Jinx I was mentioning coming through here for Gen.G, especially when you see this Lee Sin pick come through. I feel like you feel like you can continue to push this draft towards late game, where the Lee Sin is going to be less effective and your damage is going to be much higher. Going to have a lot of range with this one. The LeBlanc here also a very big comfort pick for Lava. One of the picks he showed us a ton last year. Was one of the first players to pick it up in 2021 when it was having a big resurgence.
Yep.
Gragas banned away here, so it's going to get a little bit more complex here in terms of side laning. I think if you're planning on running the Twisted Fate here, you're hoping that something like the Camille is left open.
I think the Camille will be banned by Gen G.
Well, there's
Morgan,
ban Twisted Fate anyways.
Yeah, Twisted Fate definitely worth a ban. Surprising that it didn't get left through. Sorry, it's surprising that it got left through just at all to be banned here, but not going to be picked up by either of these teams. And of course, Chovy and Lava, not necessarily standout Twisted Fate players. Chovy does like to play it, but wasn't very successful on it last year. So isn't necessarily a must pick. And getting the Jinx for Ruler is very important. Nautilus going to be banned away, as I thought Gragas Camille would make a lot of sense, just because Morgan's champion pool, as far as success is concerned, is largely Gragas Camille.
It's really
Vex for Chovy, what do you reckon?
I think that's definitely the safest pick considering Lyssandra's banned away. They don't want to deal with Lysandra at all with this comp at the moment. Lysandra can put a wrench into Lee Sin's plans too sometimes, so I like that ban more than the Vex ban in this particular case. They will lock it in. What's really interesting is the Nautilus ban because Delight hasn't played it yet this season.
Oh,
the Galio, though.
All right.
All right. I actually really appreciate the Galio here, though, into a comp that's so far very low range.
This is really cool, especially with Peanut on the Jarvan. And remember, this is Chovy playing on Gen G, the champion that he absolutely obliterated Gen G with in one of the most famous moments of Galio play that we've had here. As Gwen is going to be locked away from Morgan, and there is Delight's Braum. So Lehens can just take away the Camille for Doran if he wants to. It can be difficult in the laning phase against the Gwen, but we'll see what he does decide to do.
It's a really interesting question here because also I think Jace is a decent option, but it will be the Camille. And the Camille here is going to be basically Doran saying, I'm better than you, Morgan, and I'm going to end up laning better than you, and I'm going to be able to get a lot more value than you because I have this strong top half of the map. The Galio, who is semi-global, is going to be able to collapse in and actually force those top trades to be favorable. Lava will not be able to match those rotations from the lane unless something goes horribly wrong for Chovy, of course. So you have a lot of top control, you have hyper-scaling late game in the Jinx, and you just have great straight-up team fighting, tons of mobility with the Thresh. I think for Fred at Brion here, you're going to want to get ahead early, even though this comp does have its own version of the good side laning and the late game scaling. It just feels like the Lee Sin is the odd man out in terms of how valuable he will be to set up team fights later on versus the Jarvan, which will be a lot more consistent, especially in pair with that Galio.
I'd agree. I think it's a lot more volatile on the side of Fred and Brion. Doesn't necessarily fit their playstyle, right? Which has been very slow, very methodical. I think this needs to be a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more, you know, pulling Gen G around the map. Because, like, Gen G's composition is, like, you remember when, like, Pokemon cards first came out and you got the starter deck? Like, that's what Gen G's composition is. This is like the 2017 starter deck of League of Legends comp building. Congratulations, Score. You've passed the first level because this is about as stock standard as you can possibly get. Dive from the top side, hyper carry bot side.
It comes with the hyper or the ruler holographic. As
right.
Card.
Probably first edition as well, because I'm pretty sure he is the original ruler for the LCK. So here we are onto the Rift for game number 1. Fred and Brion on our blue side. They did have side selection, chose that one this time around, and Gen G seeing whether they can weather the storm here of this early game as Lava and Chovy just hanging out. I really like the team that's shocked.
Yeah, interesting emote there. And it's really fun to see Chovy on the Galio again, one that he's so iconic for playing in 2020 especially, where that famous triple taunt came through. All of the big plays in the laning parts where a lot of people have been shocked to see Chovy play the Galio mid, you know, internationally, who haven't followed the LCK closely when he does play it abroad or when he does pick things like the set. He's just got such a wide champion pool. The Camille is really crushing so far here.
It's interesting because we actually have seen Gwens do pretty well in the laning phase against it, but later game hasn't really been working out, as you can see. But it is kind of the story of how Camille kind of works.
She has a lot more ability to escape in side lanes than the Gwen does, just simply because Gwen kind of has to either fight it out or try to needle her way out of there, whereas Doran, in this case, will just be able to hookshot away.
Trophy missed the CS quickly. Cut the video.
As this is a really interesting graph. Now, remember at the beginning of the season in Genji's first match, I was talking a lot with you about where the gold share goes. Notice the gold share has dropped massively for Ruler on this team across the board. This is 2021 summer, and then, of course, the first 5 games. He has dropped in CS percentage, damage percentage, and gold percentage, which means, it's actually a good thing, by the way, it means that Ruler is working more with his team and sharing the gold across this squad, rather than actually just going, well, give me all the money, Genji, I'm going to carry this team, which is how it was oftentimes last year.
No, exactly. And I actually, when you were bringing it up, because we did that segment together on the analyst chairs, it was really, really cool seeing how they adapted, because Peanut takes way more gold than most other junglers. Chovy takes a lot of gold from all over the map. Doran as well is actually a high investment top laner and often does have those carry games. And Ruler is the quintessential hyper carry, AD carry of the LCK. Something had to give, right? And I think it's really cool that it's Ruler that's taken, you know, the short straw, that has bitten the bullet and has decided that he's going to play a bit more utility. And of course, it's not happening this game, right? He's going to be getting all the resources, but they're just showing us that there are extra strings to this bow. As Peanut spotted on a ward, and Umpty's going to come over here as well. Tried to catch him with the Q halfway through. I think that it is just going to be a wash here.
A lot of resources will be, you know, in this top lane, because killing a Galio is incredibly difficult. Killing a LeBlanc even harder, arguably, depending on the matchup. And even with a Lee Sin and a Jarvan, as a trade happens here.
Yeah, that's a hook shot for the stun there. Doran able to trade back quite nicely. But of course have the grasp of the Undying to stack up.
This is where a lot of the action will be in this early game, just simply because the bot lane is also so difficult to collapse on, with the Thresh, you know, being able to save a Jinx very easily, and the Braum making it so easy for Aphelios to survive any sort of aggression there. So I think this will not be the last time you see Peanut and Umpty together in the top lane before that Herald spawns.
Yeah, I have a feeling that you might be right there. And Fredabreon actually doing their homework very, very well. In fact, they have just been so studious when it comes to getting vision down and making sure that they're planned and ready for a lot of situations. I believe Peanut actually spotted. Oh no, actually went over the wall. So unseen, as Morgan not actually going to trade back with Doran here, and Peanut is just going to back away. Question mark pings as Morgan understands that he could be under fire, and this is really impressive. This is a player that got caught out in the top lane so many times. He is playing pretty chill.
He's really showing his experience here and his game sense, because you expect always, as Fredabreon in this case, that Peanut is going to go down and get that second scuttle because he wasn't able to get the top one, but that was taken by Ruler and Lehens. He stayed top there. Super well played to just react there. His lava is, his mana bar is low, so Chovy will be fine, but he is really pushing it.
Yeah, and this is working out very, very well for Fredabreon so far in the laning phase. Both of their solo lanes winning out pretty hard. And in fact, here on the bottom side as well, Henna and Delight doing a good job. I think as the dust settles, things will be pretty even when it comes to bot lane CS. But still, you'd be pretty happy with how this is going. That being said, we mentioned it, cookie cutter composition, right? For Gen G, they hit mid to late game. This is a comp that basically plays itself, right? You all pile in onto the enemy team, and then you peel for Ruler, and then Ruler kills everyone. Gets real excited, throws out a lot of rockets, has a great time. So this is certainly on a bit of a clock.
Look at this. They do not back. In fact, they kind of fake this one out, rotate back in, and Peanut is just going to be able to solo this Drake. They also show bot again, and I mean, Lava could have tried to be annoying here, but alone is just not realistic.
It's a really good Mimic chain there from Lava. Wins out on this trade very, very hard.
Yeah, he's
against Chovy.
So good at LeBlanc, and it's obviously a tough matchup for the Galio to play. It's just going to be, so, you know, slow, and he's going to take some pot shots in the lane. As here comes Umpty, potentially here after this Krug steal. 6 is up for Morgan.
And diving Doran is difficult, and he should have level 6 on a couple of these minions. We're actually hovering on Morgan right now, who's very close to level 7. So there's level 6 for Doran, so he will have the Hex Deck ultimatum to try and outplay this one. Can he actually do it, though, is the question. Decides he wants to try and hookshot his way out, but it's not going to work. And Morgan picks up first blood on the top side of the map. ㅣ2022, man.
They played it so well. It's a great start. And this is also a very, very difficult play to pull off when you know the level 6 is coming there for Doran. And Umpty was willing to wait for 6 because he wanted to get the maximum value, steal the Krugs, and then go in. And Doran, you know, you might have argued he might have had a better chance if he stays under turret there, but he was really hoping he was just going to get out. Has no flash, mind you, of course, in this matchup in the top lane, so it makes it very, very difficult to escape.
Oh, Peanut in the right spot, but Henna's moved up. Q's going to miss from Umpty, and Ruler is all the way back on the bottom side of the map at level 5, so they don't want to fight this one out. Rift Scuttler will go over to Umpty. And it's ㅣ2022 with about a 1,000 gold lead at this stage of the game. And with a composition like this, they need at least that, right? Moving towards this mid-game where they do want to start taking over and stopping Gen G from scaling. But this was really nicely played. Doran, not a whole lot of options. Maybe would have been better to stay underneath the turret, but honestly, rocking a hard place, you know?
Yeah, you really don't have too many options. If you stay under turret there, you probably still die. There's a chance that they miss the Q or they mess up the execution on the chase if you go right. So, you know, the gamble there he went for didn't work out, but at the end of the day, well executed by ㅣ2022. Going to cost him a little bit more farm there on the top side. And this is what you were talking about earlier. You see that matchup of Camille being 4-0, because the lane usually goes pretty well for the Gwen, and then you see a lot of attention given to shutting down the Camille. But the Camille does what does well later on in the game as how it's been so far. See if that trend continues here for Gen G, as the Rift Herald has spawned, and that extra top prio here makes it very easy for ㅅ2022 to get the fast track in.
Yeah, Ruler actually going to have to walk back down to collect this lantern. Lehens is like, sorry for a bit of a troll there. That's all right. Just takes a little bit of a winter's bite on his way out. He's going to be completely fine. Ruler and Lehens now, they made their way up the river just a little. Got a bit of vision, but are probably going to look for it back, and you can see ㅅ2022 not too worried about the situation. They have vision in the area. They know that Lehens and Ruler did not actually walk up, and so Lava can continue to keep pushing here as Chovy wants to avoid some chains. We're just going to cut the video. And Doran and Morgan going to continue fighting.
Yeah, the observers are not interested in a potential Umpty insect moment where he gets a kill there. Not going to happen, though, because he backs away. Chovy shows a lot of respect here. Will farm under turret instead. Gets a taunt, yeah.
Like that one. Peanut jumps over the wall, and the vision is obscured. Peanut just going to stand at the back of the pit, and you can see Umpty on the bottom side of the map. No idea what's going on. I believe there were pings out, but they were Gen G pings, so Peanut just going to sneak this one out. Good knock up there from Chovy, trying to win this one. Very well played. He'll take the extra gold. There we go, 25. Beautiful.
This is so well played by Peanut. Just going to be able to completely sneak that one away by pit control, like you mentioned, keeping it away from that, blocked ward there, the disabled ward. And now, Gen G have this amazing Rift Herald they're able to steal away, because their comp, it's not impossible to win a fight early with it, but it's very difficult, and they didn't have the lane prio to actually pull it off with Chovy. Doran will get away here. So to actually be able to steal this means you get a free Rift Herald. You avoid the fight you didn't really want to take. It would have been so difficult to force that one to work with the pressure that Doran and Chovy were under. So Peanut just makes a hero play there. And because he's Jarvan, it's fairly low risk too, because if he gets spotted, he just gets out. And maybe they steal the Herald away, but at least he's going to get away with his life. So,
yep,
I like
it.
it.
The back of the pit. It's all too easy. So Gen G is sort of a bit of highway robbery, you could say, is Morgan. Going to have some free time up here on the top side of the map. He'll get that plate as well as he makes his way out of this one. And Doran will get back to this wave before he really loses out on anything. So, not exactly the greatest time for Doran, but probably not too worried about the state of the game. And this Camille is going to be pretty much backline access for a Galio later on.
Pretty much. The really strong laning that Morgan has had so far, the early kill and the CS advantage he has, means that he's starting to become quite formidable. And that's part of the reason why, again, a fight right now around a Herald or an early Drake would be so disastrous potentially here for Gen G. Now, ㅅ2022 did not get that first Drake, so Gen G are a little bit more comfortable to let this Drake go if they don't want to fight for it, because again, it's very difficult right now for them to actually get the edge here. You can see ㅅ2022 have the fast track, they have the prio.
Well, Umpty's going to find Peanut here, but not exactly going to win a 1v1 or anything like that, especially with Ruler and Lehens right here to potentially roam over
I think Genji are best served to either fully commit to this hard and even commit Doran's teleport, or probably let this go. But Fredit Brion, very passive here despite the control they had.
Yeah, giving away another neutral objective.
Can't say I agree with this one for Fredit. It's not over yet. It's not started yet for Gen G, but I think they had a lot more agency here to actually set up for a fight than they're really utilizing. Now, they don't have the teleport on Morgan just yet. It's about to come up, but it's least teleport. Like, he can't actually go into the fight.
Well, Chovy actually going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Mimic chains are great. The minions do get in the way, and Chovy gets back underneath the turret, but that is a free flash, and Lava is playing this mid lane absolutely beautifully.
It really is, and that's all it takes to really, it looks like here for Fredit Brion, decide they're going to go in and look for this. Rift Herald crashed into bot turret, so a lot of extra gold going down into Ruler's pockets, but it's not enough to actually get Drake Prio, so Fredit Brion will be able to pull this one back, which is really critical. You find yourself down 2 Drakes against Genji, and then they can kind of sit back and slow the pace of the game down. Their composition is going to love playing it that way. So it's really important that Fredit Brion are able to secure this. Don't give too much free time here to Genji in terms of Drake control.
Yep, teleport back there from Chovy, gets towards the mid lane, but you can see all of the waves outside of bottom lane were in control of Fredit Brion, and they own the bottom river. So really smart play, and Fredit Brion, they bided their time as per usual, but did secure themselves the Hex Deck Drake, and now it is going to be the Infernal Souls. Oh dear, Peanut comes in the nick of time, and Delight, not so delighted about that one.
Yeah, just getting caught there on the edge. Really easy to lock that one down between the Chompers, the Death Sentence, and of course, Peanut's hit, Flag Drag. Still has his ultimate, so Umpty and Henna need to be very careful. Definitely a strong opportunity that if they tried to contest vision, for them to collapse in and get that kill. Chovy, you know, he's had a rough time in this lane, lost his flash moments ago, but he's holding his own, realistically here. I mean, it's a tough matchup and it's Lava on the LeBlanc, and yet still, you know, by Chovy standards, you don't like to see him down on CS, but it is a very Chovy game, despite everything. The amount of pressure he's been under, he's just 15 below at the moment.
Not doing too badly. That being said, we're used to seeing a little bit better. As just throw a hook in, and Peanut is right there, the right place at the right time. Ruler gets delivered a kill, multiple plates, all of the farm. This Jinx is right on track.
Yeah, she's really just exactly following the recipe for disaster here for Fredit Brion. No variations, and
taking the Kraken Slayer as well, doesn't need Gale Force or anything like that, just because he does have the Lantern available.
He also
everything, heroic entrance, no worries.
He went cold this game too to just get the maximum amount of farm gold, and has not intended to be a part of any fight early, has not intended to actually be getting big leads in terms of kills. This is a kind of a freebie he picks up, so yeah, he's definitely ahead of the curve even. I'd say, like, you know, he's right where he needs to be, but even further ahead than he needs to be in this game right now. And you can see he's 1,000 gold up.
Yep.
And that is not good news for Fredit Brion.
Nope. Mirrored a little bit there towards the top side of the map by Morgan. But I think that, you know, Doran, as long as he doesn't die too many more times, this Camille should still just be able to be Camille as the game goes on. Divine Sunderer now completed. Riftmaker there as well for Morgan, so he's going to have a lot of durability. And now Peanut looking to try and come through and get something going. No Hex Deck Ultimatum or anything like that, as we do have 20 seconds on Shirley. And Henna's going to shove this wave towards the turret. It's Brion with a fair bit of tempo right now and could possibly try and make a play on the Herald.
Yeah, certainly could. There was a chance there too, and I think Genji were thinking about it, where, you know, Morgan was very far up in the lane, saw the rotation over from Chovy. They might have actually gone for that 3-man dive on top of the Gwen to then lead into a Rift Herald take here. But they thought better of it. They realized, okay, this is a high-risk play. If we end up failing this, it gives Fredit Brion a ton of control, and will potentially lead into that extra Drake going over to Fredit Brion's side as well. So they do not actually contest this. Is going to go over here for free for Fredit Brion. But because it's a second Drake and plates are already faded, as Gen G here, you feel pretty good about this, especially because Ruler's going to get a turret for free of extra gold. Like, you're winning right now as Gen G giving this away.
Well, you may as well also throw a Super Mega Death Rocket, and that's going to just sail around Runeterra from now until the end of time. Very, very nice. Going to join all of those Ash Arrows that I know all of us have been throwing outside of the map. Morgan taking a bit of damage here from Ruler, able to throw out a bunch of these as, yeah, that's a teleport in, and there's the heroic entrance. Playing side lane's a bit tough Mr. Morgan, but Doran's also feeling the same thing. Hookshot trying to get him out of there as the Winter's Bite is going to connect. The Q misses though, and that means that Doran will survive. Oh dear, you hate to see that one.
Now they are going to trade this for their own inner turret here. Henna's going to pick up a lot of this gold, which is massive for him, but Ruler has gotten too much. Lava's not going to be able to get this turret, will be forced away. Took away some of Chovy CS, but this is the kind of dive I was talking about where you go in 3-man, collapse on a target. For Chovy, in this case, he went bottom instead of top. It does mean that Frederick can trade back a turret, but it's not the end of the world. Hook doesn't land here, but it doesn't matter because Lehens can take that turret shot.
Yep, it's a bouncy castle, and there's not a whole lot they can do. Oh, all right, so the teleport was actually interrupted, and that was what started all of this off.
Yep, he still gets out, though, as you called out earlier, and so feels very good here.
That's a great sidestep from Doran.
Now, Gen G still in a pretty massive advantage, I would say, because of the way their composition is run. And I do add the nameplates to this, because if we were talking like Gen G versus T1 at this game state or Gen G versus Dom1K, I'd say, well, it's very, very close, like anything could happen still. But I think Gen G are very comfortable with where they are right now. This turret will finally fall as they group up. This first Infernal will be the first step towards, obviously, that Soul. Because it's a 1-1 split, neither team needs this as a must-take objective, and that's why it's being largely ignored at the moment.
Yeah, you can see now, I think Gen G are going to move down there. Lava in the area, and Henna, I guess, is relatively able to get over there, but it's Umpty and Delight moving in a little bit late to get towards this one. Peanut gets in there, but with Lava around, they're not wanting to get too much more.
Yeah, I think this was a bit of a macro mishap for Gen G in terms of the call here, because Jink's going to look for the steal, not too far off.
Yeah,
but they went top to try to maybe bully out Morgan there and try to push that top wave, and the lane swaps were going to obviously come through. But they were coming up at the worst possible time for Drake control, so Frederick Brion just win the war of attrition. They have more bodies on Drake and get this one for free. And Gen G don't really get anything on the other side of the map for it, so another robbery successful, this time going into Frederick Brion.
Yeah, you can see Doran and Chovy just waiting for Morgan to come forward. And yeah, he is. Let's see whether the trap being set is going to be effective. Snips up these Krugs in the meantime.
How many?
A fair bit of time here.
How much Krug gold does he get before he dies?
Yeah. I don't know if,
I don't know if they're still there.
Yeah.
They are.
All right, well, Hookshot's going to come through. There's the Hextech Ultimatum, heroic entrance. I've seen this combo before as Morgan breaks his stopwatch, but remember, there's no turret. I mean, he's giga dead, and he's going to get taken down. So Doran grabs one back, and that is going to feel good as far as the revenge. Did take a lot of time, and they gave up a lot of the rest of the map. However, Morgan successfully punished, and you can't take that away from Gen G.
No, you certainly can't, and it's going to weaken Camille's ability to start, or Gwen's ability rather, to start to control this side lane. And this is what we see so much. You lose the laning phase, but then lose the as the Camille, lose the laning phase, but then start to put the Gwen down later on and start to have more effective side laning, and that ends up giving you much more map power in the long run. Because if you look at the map while this is happening across the board, like, yes, Lava does go up top and get some minions and pushes, but there's no objective for Frederick Brion to get anywhere else on the map while this is happening, so your opportunity cost here as Gen G is very low.
Yeah. Well, maybe if I was Morgan, I wouldn't have used the stopwatch, but perhaps didn't think that there were 3 or something like that. Wanted to buy as much time as possible.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a,
bit of a nitpick, though.
Yeah.
It's okay. 1 versus 3, it's difficult. And in fact, this is exactly what the Gen G composition does, right? It just catches you in a side lane and destroys you. As Ruler is 2,000 gold higher than anybody else in the game. And that's basically precisely what this comp wants to do. It wants to feed Ruler as much as possible, and then pile the rest of the teammates on top of the entirety of Frederick Brion, and see whether they can kill everyone.
All it takes is 1 kill.
Working.
Ruler gets excited, and it's just very easy to set this up. Even if you lose Jarvan for it, it doesn't matter. You'll take like a kill of anybody for Ruler for Peanut dying, and then he's just going to pop off in the fight. Even before he gets excited, he's going to pop off. But yeah, it's a really tough ask here for Frederick Brion to set up a kill onto Ruler. He has Cleanse, and he has a Thresh. So even something like a LeBlanc flank, a Lee Sin flank, a Gwen flank, because these 3 things can happen, Even to Ruler, by the way, who's been caught a lot as an AD carry. In this game, it's even harder to catch him.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared, Ruler. Getting very close to the Ruler position. However, he's going to move himself back. Him and Lehens now trying to catch this wave. He will be able to do so. ㅣ just going to give this outer turret up. Understood that there was a few missing people on the map. And so he's just going to get out of there. Has himself the Zhonya's. And Doran will trade this outer turret bot lane for the outer turret on the top side of the map. And Gen.G is going to retain that slight gold advantage that they do have. I think the next fight will be at 1.5 minutes as this next Infernal is going to spawn. And this is one that Gen.G should do a lot more preparation for. He's giving away Soul Point to Fred Brion right now would be a disaster.
On the other hand, if Fred Brion do have, again, the faster track to the Drake or set up better, have the numbers advantage, Gen.G shouldn't just force the square peg into the round hole on this one because they have that extra Mountain Drake buffer. This is not Infernal Soul. And their composition is already in a place where trading even is better than giving Fred Brion a way back into this game, especially in terms of map control. But I do think they will set up better. I do think they will contest for this because that also pushes them towards their ultimate late game winning condition.
Yeah.
So, and they're ready to fight. This is no longer a Gen.G that needs to wait and scale up. Like, it's not a third item online just yet for Ruler, but he's doing well enough. He even got his Executioner's Calling there to stop some of the healing. Like, it's time to fight.
Yeah, he can fight Morgan a little bit better now, whose needlework is definitely going to be frustrating alongside that risk because Lehens put on the leash and not going to get punished is Lava. So nicely done. Half health the Thresh.
Yeah, a great start to the fight before it even happens. Would have been, you know, better if they had gotten Lehens' flash with it, but they were not able to do that much. Lehens is going to heal up real quick.
Oh, Ruler. Man, if he had been hit by that chain, could have been Ruler having to completely sacrifice the fight.
They're watching Peanut.
Yeah, exactly.
Peanut's going to be the first one to start this fight, then everybody just piles in, like you say. So you've got to be so careful about where he is. That's why the observers are panning out. Because Morgan's just trying to hide where he is right now.
Yeah, Grompiel to go over to Ruler there as well. No lifesteal in the build, so needed that one. As now Morgan diving on forward. It is good. No, stolen by Umpty. Is now Doran trying to get in there. Hextech Ultimatum comes down as ㅣ only going to find one knockup. And immediately he's exhausted. Morgan gets into the back line, but the Gwen's immune, even more immune there with the stopwatch. And he's going to be able to pick up the kill onto Doran. There are so many low health bars though, and Ruler is getting excited. Gen.G think they might have an opportunity here, but it's not quite correct. Delight falls down, so does Doran, and the Drake goes to Fred Brion.
This is, I think, the worst case scenario for Gen.G because you give over a kill and a Drake, so you're trading down here, you're giving Fred Brion a little bit more power on the map, and it also showcases the ability for Fred Brion to fight these clutch fights. Morgan staying on the backside here keeps Ruler out of the fight, so notice that when that combo comes through with Peanut and ㅅ, Ruler isn't able to do any damage in that moment. It's only later on when Peanut does finally use that Cataclysm and Ruler gets the first kill that he's actually looking to push forward. But by that time, the rest of his team is like, no, Ruler, walk back, because unfortunately, we all don't have health bars anymore. Ruler's positioning was fantastic in terms of staying alive there because of that threat of Morgan, but because his positioning was so good, he couldn't do the damage he needed to do, which is credit to Morgan. Great angle there.
Morgan played it very well. Also, he had his field down, meant that Ruler actually just had to stand there. He couldn't even shoot the Gwen. There'd be no reason to. And so the Jinx's time was largely wasted, and that's why you saw that ㅅ wasn't able to get too much value. The fact that Doran just sort of threw himself away. Nicely done for Fred Brion, and so we have a bit of a stalemate as far as where this game is at. Yeah, it's 800 gold, but who cares? It's Soul Point for Fred Brion, and if they get that, that is so much power here for this team. Think about Morgan in a side lane. He's just going to be ridiculously powerful already. He has a huge lead. This guy's over 40 CS up. When was the last time we said Morgan had a CS advantage?
Yeah, it's pretty rare. And now the other thing too is Lava becomes a lot more explosive with this. And it's not only Infernal Soul, it's triple Infernal Drake and Infernal Soul. So you're getting that extra percentage as well, since it was a 1-for-1 Drake trade earlier on. And that means Lava and Morgan and anybody who gets anywhere near Ruler are going to have a lot more power at actually executing him and blowing him up.
And I think that, you know, I looked at this Gen.G comp and I was like, all right, they just play it slow and they're probably going to be able to get the victory in the end. But Infernal Soul is actually a huge deal. The fact that Aphelios exists and does do a lot of damage scales relatively similar to Jinx. In this composition, Ruler, it feels like he scales more because he has longer range and things like that. But Henna, if he deals with everyone diving on top of him and survives, he kills everyone.
Yeah.
Right? It's just what happens. As Peanut going to get caught by Lava, who's playing phenomenally on this LeBlanc. As in goes Doran, now they're going to look to try and force this battle. Hannah tries to get out, but he's unable to. Stunned up by the Everfrost. Brilliant taunt from Chovy, who goes into his Zhonya's immediately, and this is the example of the team fight we were looking for. Morgan able to do a fair bit, but unfortunately the bottom lane's already dead, and Gen G may just look for Baron.
This was a moment where Frederick Breon did not know where Doran was. The observers highlighted it just a split second before Doran engaged there with a Hextech ultimate, and this is an easy Baron follow-up here. No way to contest for Frederick Breon. They didn't know where Doran was, and everybody on Gen G knew exactly where Morgan was. Yes, he had teleport, but he was in the side lane. He was deep, he was far away. And this composition, once you Hextech ultimate him in, everybody just presses the ultimate buttons. Chovy goes in, hits a sick taunt there. He's really the hero of this follow-up. And
he didn't even flash.
Yeah, watch this again. So Doran on the side. They have no vision of him whatsoever. And then Chovy goes in. Ultimate is big, knocks up 4, has the follow-up double taunt. And all the while, Morgan is like, I'm teleporting in, I'm coming in. And he shows up, the fight's already over. Unfortunately, this is just a really nice snap decision from Gen G to cut the head off while Morgan is out on the side lane.
Yep, and you know, Chovy had a bit of a rough time in the laning phase and didn't exactly have the greatest heroic entrance in the last team fight. And then that play was absolutely immaculate, just perfect. I like to think that he was just lulling them into a false sense of security, as that is the Chovy Galio that we know and love. Absolutely fantastic stuff. 4,000 gold now the lead, 1.4k the Baron power play, but it's still over 2 minutes of time. Umpty finishes his Thornmail, definitely wanting to avoid getting obliterated by Ruler as he goes in. Doran as well, but Doran does have true damage.
You know what I love about that last play so much is that Doran and Chovy both on their previous teams, KT for Doran last season, and Chovy wouldn't have been able to trust their teammates to make a play like that every time. But in this team, in this super team of Gen G, you make it 10 out of 10 times you try for it, you go for it, because you can trust these guys are going to fall off. These guys are some of the best mechanical players in the world on this squad. And it's so great to see Chovy and Doran unleashed together with Peanut, you know, like tying it all together. And the Ruler's like, yeah, I'm still on the Jinx, I'm still doing the damage, I'm still popping off. It feels like a fantasy come true.
Yeah. That being said, let's take it back to reality just a little bit, as they do have the Baron, right? This is still going to be a lot of power for Gen G. Frederick Breon, they haven't had their base broken just yet. Doran teleports in. Lava looking to try and clean up this bottom lane. Splitting the map is Gen G. They'll be able to take this inner turret. Now the siege begins. Chovy cheating towards that mid lane where that heroic entrance is going to be available, but Peanut, getting flashed on. Good knock-up is immediately. Ruler just evaporates. He's just dead, and the flashes now have to come out. The box goes down, and Gen G are on the run. Frederick Breon, they had the plan, they had the idea, and Morgan just comes in and snipes the Jinx.
It doesn't get more sniped than that. Lance is going to use the blue buff to get out of here.
That was actually sick.
And he's going to toss a lantern for a little bit of extra shield, speed his way out of here. Well played, Lehens. They're going to take the blue buff away. But that was quite literally threading the needle. I know we use this term a lot, and obviously Quinn's in the game, but the ability for Umpty to get that kickoff onto Ruler specifically, you know, he's not able to cleanse it, he's not able to react in time, he's just instantly blown up, and that's a one-team fight right there. And it's a pocket of lost vision. Notice where this happens. Gen G not being as active as T1 often would be in a push like this gives you the opportunity as Umpty. If you have a ward there, this doesn't happen. Gen G getting a little bit greedy with this push. Look at this pocket that Doran finds, and then the perfect angle. As soon as he steps behind the minions, he goes in. He's like, they don't even know I'm here.
Yeah, I love the communication as well. It's like, there he is, there he is. Pick him up. Really, really well played. Getting the wraparound, and now Frederick Breon bought so much time. They killed the Baron. Almost entirely just killed it.
Yeah.
And now, that gold lead that we were talking about expanding stayed stagnant. About 2,000, who cares? 30 minutes into the game means absolutely nothing. Still, Gen G's composition, very front to back, plays very comfortably at this stage of the game. But if Frederick Breon can keep making plays like that, you know, Lee Sin is, and you kill Ruler, there is not a lot of damage follow-up.
It's
for Gen G.
It's crazy because the ability to get a kick like this is, you know, in this particular case, partially defined by the fact that there was a pocket of missing vision that he was able to identify on his way over. But really, it's so difficult to pull this off, and we talk about this all the time where like, oh, they could have the kick. How many times have we talked about, wow, Lee Sin could have that one kick and they could get back in the game, but it almost never happens. We talk about it a lot. We discuss how Lee Sin from a little bit behind, how he has an opportunity, but it just never arises. Umpty makes this opportunity happen, so they're suddenly still in this game. 2 minutes to go before that objective fight, and if they get that, this game really does turn on its head completely. Still Gen G in control. Still Gen G have better vision. They still have control over the map, and they're actually being a little bit more careful with how they control that vision as they push mid. But Fred Brown, with one team fight on this Infernal, they can win the game.
Yeah. And if they turn that 1 in the middle of Ruler's score into a 2, the amount of damage you can do at 32 minutes into the game, very, very high. If you take away the one real weapon that Gen G has. This is very, very interesting.
It's like everyone's holding their breath right now because nothing can really happen until that Drake spawns. Gen G just farming and buying items. It's a very slow mid-game. Fred Brion is just catching all the minions right now that were pushed in through that Baron. And there's no objective that's reasonable to take. Baron's up in 45, but you can't start that one. This is all going to be about that soul point that Fred Brion hold right now that can unlock this game for them. And it's going to be fireworks for sure.
That was cute. Doran throws out a hookshot for some reason. I think that if Gen G can get towards the Baron pit and rush it down in 30 seconds time, then that would be fantastic for them. I think a trade would be awful because Infernal Soul is just massive, right? And Fred Brion will be able to utilize it so well with all their damage dealers in the Gwen, the Blanc, and the Aphelios.
I just don't think Gen G are willing to make that trade happen, and I think considering how much time Fred Brion has been given to clear up these waves, I don't think they could even try to race it unless Fred Brion start this first, and then in which case Fred Brion clear this Drake fast enough to where it's just not realistic for Gen G to try to trade. Like, I think they're kind of checkmated in this case, and they're trying to side lane with Chovy instead of answering the problem. Look at Doran. He's like, where should I teleport? They're going to teleport for the Baron, and Fred Brion is here. Now, Morgan can teleport in. This is very, very dangerous what Gen G is playing with right now.
And if Gen G bursts this down, then it's going to be huge. But instead, they decide to kill Umpty. This is a beautiful play. Cataclysm catches 2 as Peanut immediately gets out of there. But Umpty actually survives. And now Gen G looking for their opportunity. Chovy not going to get any taunts or anything like that as Doran goes a little bit too far. Rest of the team not quite there as Morgan's getting some snips onto Peanut. Lower health bars here on Gen G, but they're still looking for an opportunity. They're holding onto the ults. And that is the important part. Chovy with a taunt. Doesn't actually find anyone at all. Now Peanut, can he get in there? Lava spotted over to the side as we move down towards the Drake. This is the important one as Morgan's tagged by the Zap. Some rockets coming through as well as now Morgan trying to turn it around. Doran getting into the backline. Delight is not his target as Umpty's in here. Can he actually secure this? The answer's no as Peanut locks it down, but now the fight is on. Morgan doing so much damage and Henna is at full health. Everyone has to go golden. The GAs are in there and Chovy finally tries to turn it on. Morgan's taken down though as Lava's in the backline and Henna is still alive. Not for that much longer. As Lava with 200 health slinks his way out, but Gen G narrowly win the fight.
Gen G narrowly win the fight. They are able to secure the Drake, and this puts them in really firm control of the game right now. Chovy can push this out. Doran is safe in the side lane to grab that wave and even could potentially be a little bit more aggressive. This is so well played by Gen G. And notice how Lava is constantly trying to threaten Ruler. Morgan goes through. The time where Morgan actually engages here with his mist, Gen G just walk away. Once the mist fades, they re-engage onto Morgan while Chovy and Peanut are in position to take the Drake. It's so beautifully played on 2 fronts, the top and the bottom. As meanwhile,
got a fight here as Lava is just dead. Chovy's going to be able to pick that one up. Justice Punch to the face. I do want to highlight that, yes, it was played really well by Gen G, but also played amazingly well by Fred Brion. That could have been so much more difficult for them. And man, especially like Henna being able to get in range to actually do damage after that beautiful flank from Doran. Like Doran flies in, the Aphelios finds it really difficult to actually do anything. He waits it out. They get to the right spot, lands the Moonlight Vigil. As we're going to check this one out one more time.
Chovy's like, you're trying to engage on me. He has too many tools to shut him down. He's not alone.
Oh, that was actually really cute.
So that's painful. That's going to be another Baron. But yeah, I mean, the other thing about that fight, too, was just Gen G had Ruler at the perfect spot. He has GA, so they know that he's fairly safe, but he still just waited and waited and waited, and they waited out the mist from Morgan so well that, man, it was so well played on both sides. Like, Fred Brion, It might be a top 5 team in the LCK.
No, seriously, they are playing so incredibly well, and I think that we need to stand up and recognize that Fred and Breon are just good. They are just good. It doesn't really make all that much sense. I don't know how Morgan got so much better, but he definitely did. Lava remained good, right? Umpty was up and down, but had some fantastic moments. But this team is playing really, really well, despite the fact that they are now on the back foot and facing down Gen G with a Baron buff. Still call it almost a win. As in goes Doran, he gets delivered all the way to the back line. It's likely that he's going to fall down here, but no, goes into his stopwatch. Delight is going to be the first one to fall. Now Morgan, he's finally turned up. Moonlight Vigil does a fair bit of work from the back line as Morgan gets out. The Gwen was definitely immune there, but not for too much longer, as the Mist is now on cooldown, and Gen G, they stand their ground and take down this inhibitor. The rest of them back to the fountain just to get healed up, and Doran doesn't have teleport just yet. So it's 4 versus 4 for the moment. There's Umpty. Yeah, looking to get around. He wants to get another pick onto Ruler potentially as Lava. A lot of damage there with the Mimic Distortion.
This is really, really a pretty open and shut case here for Gen G to push through. They have the minion wave, teleport comes through. Umpty's looking for anything, but it's not going to happen.
He has to try and make the play as Morgan goes golden, but man, the amount of damage from Ruler right now is just ridiculous. They take out the Gwen, and unfortunately for Fred and Breon, it is not quite enough. It was a valiant effort, but in the end, Gen G's composition reigned supreme. My goodness, words are difficult. As the Nexus is finally going to get taken down, I think, if ㅣ2022 decides to take it as, yeah, Super Mega Death Rocket, not going to be there. Good night, Nexus. Well, Gen G, they do manage to win game 1, but Fred and Breon made them work for it.
They certainly did, and I think the gold graph does not show how close this game really was, because the Drake advantage that Fred and Breon was able to secure, especially that, and we had seen before, Gen G struggled to actually set up for Drake fights correctly, so there was always this feeling throughout the entirety of that game, even with a big gold lead for Gen G, that just one false move, just one wrong step, just one out of position Ruler, and Fred and Breon will snatch the game away. But man, Doran and ㅣ2022 together on some of those final engages played so near perfect, and Ruler's positioning outside of, you know, when he was just farming minions in the team fight, just so good. The reactions to that hard engage we saw from the Gwen made Morgan look very invisible, even though Morgan's flank angle was good. He got on top of the carriers, he split the team in half, he did everything he needed to, but Gen G were just one step ahead.
Yeah.
Such a good game of League of Legends between, you know, one of our top 3 teams, maybe the best team in the LCK right now, versus one of our weaker teams last year who were King Slayers, but now they just seem like a top solid team. I say top, I mean like playoff potential, right?
Yeah, this is definitely a team that is far better than the sum of their parts. We've said this many times, but it is 100% true. Morgan, absolute hero in that game. The Gwen did a bunch of work, but it was a very standard late game carry comp here from Gen G, and they're just demonstrating that, yeah, no, we can still play around Ruler. He is still a hyper carry player if we want him to be, and it's just another string to add to their bow. Really nicely done from Gen G to take the win in the end. Some good super plays there from ㅣ2022. Difficult laning phase. Lava's LeBlanc was just amazing. Not quite enough to get them over the line. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is the Analyst Rug with Valdez and Chronicler.
앞으로 가서 해도 돼. 대신 맡겨줄게. 끝내자. 위에 타워 먼저. 위에 타워 먼저 치자. 그앤 보자. 그앤 좋냐니까 많이 빨리지 말고. 잡았어 얘들아. 나 리신 볼게. 쌈 보자. 이거 가줄게. 쌈바. 드블랑. 끝났다. 나이스. 나 라인도 너무 힘들었어. 네, 잘했다 이거.
잠깐만 끝내지 마.
끝내지 말래.
끝내냐?
끝나지 않을까 이거? 끝낼게.
아씨.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler and his beautiful Anivia bird shirt. He took off the jacket just for us. Thank you, Chronicler. And we're going to break down that first game. Of course, Gen G barely able to take that one over Bro. What were your thoughts on that one, Chronicler?
As if Gen G saw what ㅅ2022 have done in every single game, and they were like, we can draft that too. And from start to finish, I honestly loved it. It is, especially against ㅅ2022, a team where you know they're going to team fight. Yes, they have the Gwen. Could they play 1-4 or 1-4-1? Sure. They're not going to. They're going to team fight you. And I think for that, this comp was absolutely perfect. Worked out very well as well. There were some hiccups left and right. ㅅ2022 showing again that they're a team to be reckoned with. But if you get to actually just front to back with this team or with this comp, then you're always happy.
Yeah, I mean, we saw multiple times over the course of the game, they were getting big pickoffs, they were protecting the Jinx, and you were even mentioning during the game, like, the one problem might be that if the Jinx just dies, then they run out of all their damage, and that actually did happen one time where ㅅ2022 was able to get a really nice kick.
But as you pointed out, then there's no objective, so it didn't actually end up mattering at all, unfortunately, because I'm pretty sure that ㅅ2022, if they get a Drake of that, if they get a Baron of that, and they get the Soul, then the tempo of the game might completely swing. But they got Ruler, which was, again, really nicely done by ㅅ2022. Hats off, but also didn't matter.
Yeah, didn't matter in the end. Gen G were able to take it down. Let's go through some of the highlights here to break down exactly how they were able to get their win.
And this is a perfect example of how annoying this comp is. Like, you can't side lane. It's not like Morgan is pushed up towards the enemy outer. He's under his own turret, right? And of course, while that was happening, we have the simultaneous play on the top side here. Really nice interrupt from the Light, who had a great game on the Braum in general. And then the immediate response coming through. Cute sidestep here, very nicely done by Doran, going up and down, making sure that he lives. But still, you saw the counterplay coming through, and I think that that was something that ㅅ2022 did really well. But again, it's just the comp, right? It's so hard to play against what Gen G had drafted at the later point in the game.
Yeah, it was very true. I mean, the one way they were going to try to have to survive was, you know, play front to back, get picks, and not get your carries picked, which did happen in our second highlight here, as we are going to see right now. Perfect flank from Doran.
It's really nicely done, great setup, and this is just what the comp does, right? The moment that ultimate comes in, everyone piles in. The key thing here, though, is that one of the few counters to an ultimate by Camille is that kick, and ㅅ2022 actually does that really well. Saving grace there was ㅅ2022, who was able to actually hit both the taunt as well as the Everfrost, which kind of saved their play and bought a lot of space for Gen G.
Yeah, absolutely did, and I suppose we're ringing the bell to bring in the new Gen G squad. I'm not so sure. But yeah, just really good stuff. I liked how ㅅ2022 was just barely able to get the edge of the Everfrost route onto Henna there. This is the final fight that we are going to see in this highlight.
And there was actually a pivotal point there where I think that if Henna had gone in, this might have been a completely different game. And I think Dokdam would have gone for it, and that's always kind of the key in what I think is something easily identifies in the Feelers. Because look right here, he has Flash available, and then with Ruler dying a second later, Lahens being as low as he is, might have bought a little bit more time, might have repositioned him as well, but instead, Gen G just showed that, yeah, eventually our Jinx goes down, but not before he's done a lot of damage. And at that point in the game, the tankiness was kind of lacking from ㅅ2022, so they can just push through.
Yeah, and they did get the job done in the end. Very well played with that composition. But who of the five will pick up the POG? Let's find out right now. Will be ㅅ2022, 5-0-10, perfect score, and a lot of great engages in the later stages.
And you questioned me, Veldas, and I started to question myself, and I think that's fair. I would honestly love to see a split vote here, because I think that Ruler played well, but the comp was literally built around him. I thought that Lahens had an exceptional game, but it was really those mid and late game moments where I think ㅅ2022 came up huge. Here, it's a highlight of him pressing R.
It's a highlight of him pressing R and channeling taunt. Please at least get the one where he hit him. Okay.
Because this one is actually really clean, right?
Yeah.
And I think with a comp like this, as ㅅ2022 has shown us in the past, just split those votes. Give them to everyone. Give a couple to Doran, you know.
Yeah.
I don't really mind. I'm fine with all of them.
Although, yeah, he had Peanut this time around, so it was like, well, I suppose this is just the bonus kill. Nice little punch to the face. But yeah, that's going to do it. 10 out of 13 votes did get it, so pretty not split this time. But that's going to do it for the desk, guys. Thank you for joining us after Game 1, and we will see you after Game 2. But for now, let's throw it back to Alice and Wolf.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, on the analyst rug with the desk that no one can see because no one is high enough ranked. Fantastic stuff. Yep, great breakdown, and congratulations to ㅣ2022. ㅣ2022 is just the guy that picks up player of the game. It's just sort of how it works. Pretty overwhelming when it came to the votes. I kind of agreed with Chronicler as far as everyone playing their part very well. I think Doran may have had, you know, a rougher game than he's had in his other few, but everybody else definitely played very, very well. As ㅣ2022 gearing up again to go once more into the breach for game number 2. And this is a team that's very good at going 3 games.
They certainly are.
Let's see whether they can do it this time.
It's either them or DRX who had the highest number of game 3s, I think, last year. DRX had so many in spring, and ㅣ2022 just had them a lot throughout the entire year when they weren't falling oftentimes. And this is a series like the T1 series that they're, I don't want to say they're neck and neck with Gen G, but they're very, very close. And they were one team fight away from winning that game, really, and winning that Infernal Drake fight and then taking the game that comes with it, the Baron, etc. Like, the game was very, very close, and ended up talking to one of the head analysts for ㅣ2022 backstage, ran to me, he said, so close, we were so close, don't you think so? And I said, yeah. I said, what's going on with Morgan? This guy seems like a different player, and his answer to me was, his playstyle suits our team's playstyle. We're really happy to have him, so...
That's actually just the best. Really good story. We know that, you know, Morgan is just a nice guy, and unfortunately didn't really work out for Humble Life last time around. As you can see on your screen right now, looks real good in the green jersey. So, ㅣ2022, once again, on the blue side, will ban away the Tryndamere once again. Last time it was Caitlyn and Ziggs that followed up for them. Renekton, Corki, and Zhao were taken off the board by Gen G. And for one of the first times ever, Yuumi slipped all the way through the draft, even when Gen G has Lehens on the team. So there's certainly some options here for Gen G to change up the playstyle just a little bit. Wouldn't mind some Ezreal Yuumi on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, really, I wouldn't either. It's a different but similar approach to how the late game is going to be played. Corki is always going to be banned on red side in this series, just because that's how it is. The Ziggs target ban again, as we saw last game. Now the question is, what gets left open here for ㅣ2022? I like the targeted Lava LeBlanc ban.
That is good respect to give over to Lava. His LeBlanc was absolutely fantastic. Probably the better one that we've seen so far this year in the LCK. So
I
good
think
respect.
They'll probably just take the Aphelios again. I'm not surprised by this at all. It doesn't really, nothing really changes in their game plan here, given the draft.
Yep.
That part was not an issue in the previous game. Now the question becomes, where are we at in terms of our Gallios? Where are we at in terms of our
Yuumi Zinzao.
Jarvans?
I really want Yuumi Zinzao. That's what I want Gen G to do. But instead it'll be Jin Yuumi instead.
Yep.
All right.
So Gen G is going to say, well, we're not just going to run this game back. We are going to change it up completely. Very different style of draft. This does leave open the Lulu and Xin Zhao here on the side of ㅣ2022, if that's the way they want to go about this.
Yeah, I find it interesting that they don't pick up the Xin. Means that Peanut might be thinking about something like a Talon to potentially team up with Lehens.
Yeah, I really would love to see that. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen it on this player. And there's the Xin Zhao. I think they're just thinking about what they want to ban in second phase. No way. Okay, Ryze will come through now. Ryze is currently winless in the LCK. Well, this will be Lava's second time playing him. We did play him earlier on in the week against T1.
Yep.
It was another one of those losses, but it's a very slow and steady wins the race champion.
Indeed. Kali thinking about coming through, of course, a Doran champion as well as a ㅣ2022 champion, but instead going to switch it back. 4 seconds to go. Could just be Orianna versus Ryze. Orianna does outrange the Ryze, and we've seen ㅣ2022 actually just straight up solo kill, just run down the lane after Ryze's in the past.
Now, in terms of the bans here for ㅣ2022, I think the Talon should be considered because of the Yuumi, and his blow-up potential on something like a Ryze or an Aphelios is quite high in the backline if you can outmaneuver. Ban on the Camille here, trying to control that top side of the map. Alternatively, I mean, you just ban away the other jungle champions that are meta. The Jarvan is the obvious first pick that comes to mind here, outside of the more niche Talon. So
I wouldn't mind Jarvan Talon being taken away by Fred Brion if they'd like to. Lee Sin Yuumi could still work out. Certainly a way to make the Yuumi very, very mobile. But we'll see. I wonder whether the Gragas ban, and it will come through. I thought maybe Gen G might think about just keeping it for themselves, picking that one away and allowing a counter pick or something like that. But I mean, the jungle is already face up for Umpty, so it's likely that Peanut will just lock that one in, and then Doran gets counter picked.
They could have banned the Lulu also here. That's something that's still a strong opportunity for Delight here in the bottom side of the map in terms of support. The real question becomes, what does Gen G show? Because they still may pick up that Akali pick for top. I think it would work out here. It's a lot of magic damage with the Orianna already locked in, but I think it works very well with this composition so far.
There's the Talon.
There's Talon, so I think the Akali's off the table now, and you get your counter pick for top lane.
Yeah, Doran could even just play Ornn or something like that, because they've got so much damage. And also, Ornn, decent ball carrier, a whole lot of CC. Works well as far as sort of the line CC that you throw out with your Ram, alongside the Yuumi ult really does allow layering of CC to work out.
I think you have so much space, you could even go all in on the Scion here also, in terms of having a really strong front line, a rock here in the top side of the map.
I feel like you get eaten by Gwen, though. That does make things quite difficult.
It's very annoying,
last time.
Yeah, it's very annoying to lane into that. Let's see what they decide to go with, because it doesn't even necessarily have to be a big tank here on the top side. It can be a pseudo tank in the Graves, which can be very annoying to deal with in the laning phase, and can just start to explode later on once he has his first two items. The Bloodthirster coming online, plus the Yuumi attached to him, means that this guy is just going to do tons of damage and live forever while doing it.
Yep. This is definitely a different approach, and after seeing the Gwen, I like it a whole lot more. We'll see what Doran decides to go with when it comes to the summoners. We've seen a whole lot of different options for the Graves. Exhaust does come to mind. Might help against some of the needlework to come through from the Gwen, but I wouldn't mind keeping the Ignite as well.
I think a lot of
exactly the same reason.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look at this draft and say, well, Yuumi is busted, so this is such a Gen G favorite draft. But I think that the execution of this is quite complex, because yes, Talon is going to really gain a lot from Yuumi being attached to him. His ability to get into the back line, blow up squishies, be so frustrating around objectives is definitely there. But at the same time, with this, new Fimbulvinter build for the Rise that Lava is going to be playing, you can Everfrost into that, will be very difficult to kill. You have so much peel here with the Xin Zhao and this Gwen. And I think the ease of execution in terms of just 5v5 team fights for just sitting back doing damage and fronting to backing is way easier to pull off. Whereas Gen G's comp is a little bit more execution based. Like, how well does Chovy's ult proc actually affects a lot. Will Peanut be able to get the flank? Is he seen early? Can Ruler get the position to do damage? A lot tougher than those late game fights as Gen G, and they didn't have the best setups on Drakes in game one.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I actually think as well, this plays into the hands of Fred Brion, right? This is a team that is very good at making you play until 40 minutes. They almost without fail make everyone do it. And with the composition that they have, I feel like it works out very, very well if they're on similar footing. But if Gen G get a snowball, man, like this, every single champion here is just Snowball City. And it can become very, very scary. However, Fred Brion, the right team to not get snowballed on.
It's very weather appropriate to be snowbally right now.
Exactly, exactly. We're not quite on the right rift. That being said, 5v5 for the LCK on Howling Abyss just doesn't seem the same.
No.
I feel like macro could be a bit lacking.
Might be limiting.
Yeah, just a little bit. And I feel like my voice would get very hoarse very quickly, and you wouldn't have very much.
The ARAM, I'd be like talking about the cooldown of the little health packs that appear. I'm like, ooh, they're trying to grab that cooldown. Hold on, they're going to push for it.
I mean, I've cast some 1v1s in my time, and, for 1v1s, there is actually a hell of a lot of strategy, and it's really, really fun. But for 5v5, it's just a cacophony. So very different. As we're going to check out the 0 and 5, yep, you mentioned this already. Can Lava be the guy that gives a win to the Rise to allow us an extra game tonight?
One of these players, not like the others, Faker, the more surprising loss, was actually to Fred Brion, actually, that game. The rest of these have been some underperforming mid laners. And then, of course, Dove playing it in the top lane.
Yeah.
Which was a bit odd in general.
Bit of a whoopsie. However, definitely a cool idea for a mid laner, now top laner type situation. And of course, Xiaohu has shown us that you can just pretend that good old Syndra is a top laner as well. Things like that. So Dub trying his hand at it. Not quite working out just yet, but I liked the thought. That wasn't actually, like, I like the idea of the Rise top in that comp, but the rest of the champions on the opposing side were just way too good as well. Like, it was a bit of a fumble. It was like a fun idea, but the payoff just didn't exist.
The Live Sandbox has definitely some really smart ideas. They've got a great bot duo, and it's another topic for another time. But
yeah,
I think that that particular Rise game will be the last we'll see there in the top lane from Sandbox. But yeah, I mean, still some growing pains to be had there as Dove transitions to being a top laner.
Indeed.
Mid lane going very well for Chovy, as you might expect in the early part of this matchup, getting as many advantages as he can. And the same goes for Doran on the top side. This draft, you mentioned how it can be snowbally, but it also is great for insane prio.
Ooh, there's a nice little knock up there from Delight as Henna goes through with the Q working. Decent deadly flourish as Ruler just weathers the storm, and he was ignited. No summoners actually thrown out there by Gen G. No heal on the bottom side. It's actually Ignite Exhaust. For Lehen's very aggressive with the cleanse on Ruler as well to get out of the way of any stray rune prisons or the quickness.
I really
like that.
I really like it because it means that it's very difficult for Henna and Delight to all in on you ever with the Ignite Exhaust there. Plus, it's great into the Xin Zhao. Like, you know, heal can do a lot for you in terms of survivability and extra speed up, but I actually really like this pairing because Ruler is going to be separate from Lehen's a lot of the time. That cleanse makes a lot of sense because he's going to be attached to Doran, he's going to be attached to Peanut in a lot of these fights.
Yep. I like it a lot. Lava taking a fair bit of damage here in this mid lane as Chovy being pretty unrelenting, and Peanut will come on forward. Try and get this one shoved while they know that Lava is heading back home. And Chovy will have a much nicer back, assuming Peanut does stay, but no, Lava is going to hang around. Try to make sure that this lane doesn't fall into complete disarray. I respect the decision as long as he can stay safe. End of the line coming down, and you can see Doran having a much better time up here this time, outside of, instead of the Camille matchup that he was struggling in last time. This time it's Graves, and he just tends to win.
I'm curious to see where Umpty ends up pathing in a few minutes' time here. Right before the Herald spawns, there's an opportunity. We see this so much in the Graves into melee, like Graves into Tryndamere. Early game pre-6, you just push super, super hard. And sometimes you get punished. And when Rise hits 6... Wait, what happened?
It was just Peanut just randomly dabbed after doing some parkour.
Oh,
I just felt like it was really funny. I don't know why.
I didn't see it, but anyway, back to what I was going to say, because we're getting to the we're getting to the crux of it. Okay, I know it's a long wolf story, but I promise
you're fine.
I'll get through it. But once level 6 is hit for Lava here, there is some play potential onto Doran if he's going to continue to play greedy like this. Notice the pathing for Umpty right now too for this can be really, really nice. You can sort of corral Peanut because Peanut's, you know, very squishy at this point. And it's even in a 2v2 fight up there, it's decent for them outside of turret, but if Rise shows up, it's a really nice timing, but you can't be pushed under turret or you can't make the play, right? So if Chovy can keep Lava under turret, it just won't matter.
Yeah, and Chovy has been shoving pretty effectively. Right now, the lane is in a good spot for Lava. He went back. Still has his tier stacking up and some shoes and a corrupting potion. Not a bad back timing for him. Just going to be a book and a ring for Chovy.
So, Umpty is up there, and Doran's showing a lot more respect now after the teleport coming in. Doesn't look like we're going to see that timing that we've seen so many players try to punish the Graves with. I mentioned it though, Umpty is looking to collapse onto Chovy instead.
Yeah, good dissonance. Chovy gets that movement speed, and we'll spot Umpty there. Lava going to grab some control of this mid lane. Bit of jostling for position and control, and I respect it. There's Lava waiting around in the brush, and this Drake is available. Minute and a half on the Rift Herald, as Peanut knows that there could be some funny business in this area. Chovy with the command attack just to get the vision. And Umpty not quite spotted here, as they do have that control ward in the brush. When it becomes lightning, Peanut is just going to walk it out, not going to stay there. Going to bite off more than he can chew. But you can see, Gen G is scared. There's not enough vision around that bottom side river.
They're playing this so carefully, and Ruler is just going to, you know, sit back and farm, not going to try to push up. Gen G showing so much respect right now outside of Doran, and because they keep seeing Umpty here, they're very comfortable that he can actually push forward, because if was missing deeper, they'd be like, oh, I don't know, he could be coming up here with a Realm Warp, could be really nasty. But he showed 2 recently, so he can actually push forward, then backs off here. And now the Rift Herald's up in 50.
Yep. Chovy, unfortunately there, ruined a couple of CS, but that's absolutely fine. We are going to pan off it, thankfully, Jonah Strong. He doesn't like hanging around to watch minions go to waste.
No.
Doesn't like that. It's not his way of thinking. End of the line, beautiful there by Doran. We're allowed to stick around. See this cannon? If that goes, oh, not going to go. See, we can stay here once more. Doran actually passing all of these tests. Really nicely done. Is he going to have another end of the line? Oh, minion gone. Quickly pan away. Jonah Strong, he had
Gonna get it?
Oh no, that's 2 missed. Jonah Strong still here. He's like, oh no, this is the worst.
Well, these trades will amount to a lot if they actually happen in terms of the health bars here instead of the exchanges of minions, or Morgan's just backing off and catching the wave, because the Rift Herald is up. So controlling this mid wave right now is so critical, and Fred Brion are just going to brute force it. They're backing Henna here. They're not going to have him push the bot wave to try to grab any extra plates. They are going all in on this fight, and their composition, I think, absolutely should, because it's very sturdy right now. You know, in terms of the Talon, he could blow somebody up if he gets on top of him, but in a straight-up skirmish, he's going to be feeling very good. Very ahead in farm as well, the Talon right now. Peanut is got a pretty nice lead. And it looks like Gen G, realizing their comp's fairly fairly strong shortcomings in this fight, are kind of trying to find another avenue. Peanut's like, I'm going to steal jungle away, and we're going to slow down the Rift Herald here instead, not commit. And of course, Ruler's still farming.
Yeah, they spot everything. They know that this is all happening. Ruler and Lehens get to level 6, and I think getting an Infernal Drake here and stealing away the red buff sounds real good. Peanut was thinking about trying to catch Henna there on transition. Certainly would be a good call, as Henna is going to take the long way around. Yep, definitely the right way to do it.
Henna he's just improved so much.
Him and Delight. I mean, we were singing their praises quite a few times last year, as, yep, there's hats off to the ward. And Peanut is now teamed up with Lehens. This is exactly what they want. And remember, this is Lehens with Exhaust Ignite. And so the Talon becomes even more dangerous than he otherwise would.
That's definitely true. They will catch this wave down here on the bottom side. A few minions lost for Henna, as you can see, as Ruler will be fine.
Gonna get healed up, and the Zoomies are certainly able to do that. So it will be neutral objective, trade for neutral objective. The Infernal Soul going, Infernal Drake going down. Mountain going to be the next one, so could be a cloud for the Earth, Wind, and Fire. I would very much like that.
Could be
Hex Tech Drake, I feel, would be exactly what both of these teams want for that extra attack speed for both Gwen and the Aphelios, plus the Graves, Jhin, Orianna, and Talon that would all absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think the Chemtech Soul, you know, as much as everybody likes to groan about it, would be pretty fantastic for Frederick Brion's comp in particular, more than Gen G's, but still good for both, of course. If you grab that, it's one of the strongest in the game, but insanely strong for Frederick Brion's comp.
Yep. I feel like the Rift works really well for Gen G.
Yes, that much is definitely true, especially with his Talon pick, as is going very deep. A lot of his jungle was removed. He really wants to punish, but he's just not able to do so. Gen G have taken very little away in exchange for this Rift Herald, but they've made it happen so sneakily and so carefully that they get away with it completely, and Frederick Brion are left kind of scratching their heads trying to find a way to punish. Now they're going to look for Doran.
Yeah, teleport immediately there from Chovy. Wants to make sure that they save Doran. He will clear out all of these minions as well as Command Protect comes in. And the Rift Herald going to come forward as well. It is going to be gold given over, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to take this turret. Great knock up onto Chovy there as the quickness is going to slow him up as there's the shockwave. It even lands onto Shelly as 2 dead already on the side of Frederick Brion. Peanut trying to flash after them, but the ulti not quite going to be enough to deal with Morgan. The Rake slows down Umpty, and Command Protect is there. Henna is going to try to keep himself alive under the turret, but Ruler has 2 bullets with his name on it. And the Aphelios falls down on the bot side as well.
Unable to flash it, stuck there, does get taken out, and now Peanut is just marauding around here. He's going to be able to steal this camp, and there's just nothing Umpty can do about it. Can also clear away that control ward as soon as he's done with this Gromp. Really well played by Gen G. The instant teleport from Chovy just lets you know how quick this team can react on a dime. He teleports before the eye is dropped. And then when he comes in here, knows how many resources they've used to try to make sure Chovy can't ult. Like, watch how long it takes for him to actually pull this off once Umpty gets on top of him. Still hasn't ulted, is knocked up, he's charmed by Delight, pushed away, rooted, and he's only able to hit Lava, but yet still, with the reaction time here and Peanut's insane burst damage at the stage of the game, they're able to turn this into a positive. Nice defense there. Then down here, we didn't really see the beginning of how this happened. I want to see when Henna flashes. Flashes early here, and actually kind of gets caught there after the final chapter is locked in. And it's tough. You're between a turret and a wall.
Yep.
Not a lot of
And
space.
I really liked that it was the last portion of the final chapter that came down, and that meant that Ruler was able to line up 2 bullets, and even through the heal, wasn't enough to get Henna out of there. So nicely played. Good dive there between the Yuumi and the Jhin. And that's what happens, right? You invest the light into the top lane. You got a 2-man advantage on the bottom side of the map, and that is plates, and that is a lot more. As Gen.G starting to continue this snowball forward. Peanut does so much damage. Umpty able to use the ultimate, is just going to get maneuvered because, of course, had that one running. As Chovy now in trouble, walking around so many. Takes a while to die, but he is able to be taken down in the end. Gale Force comes forward there for Ruler to allow him to grab the kill. His final chapter is going to be used, kind of thrown into the abyss a little bit there. It's a 1-for-1 in the end.
The Talon Yuumi is just such a frustrating thing to deal with. I think perhaps he thought somebody was going to flash the wall there, so was kind of aiming the final chapter, but nobody had flash, actually. They're all on cooldown. But he was perhaps thinking, oh, okay, if somebody does chase over the wall, we can turn and kill them. Yep. Didn't happen that way. And now Gen.G pick up an additional kill here. They're going to have control over these waves. As you can see, Chovy is rushing straight back down to mid for the next Drake fight that's going to happen in 50 seconds. And this is where you want to be as Gen.G, as the snowball is well and truly starting to roll down the hill and picking up rocks and stones, and and maybe eventually going to be Katamari down the hill, picking up like ships and stuff like that.
Yeah, buildings and planets, and then it just becomes an absolutely massive problem. Peanut is also like farming like a solo laner. So we're going to check this fight out one more time. Peanut initially just does so much damage. Chovy, unfortunately, ults a Crescent Guard Xin Zhao, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking for the choke point. It's a natural reaction there. It's the perfect place to put it in most scenarios. He dies, but he did his job very well. Ends up being a trade as Peanut's just like, do not flash this wall. Or rather, Lehen's just like, do not flash this wall.
Ruler once again down towards that bottom side as Henna is really struggling, often just left on his own. It's becoming difficult to farm this one out as Peanut. On vision, but it doesn't seem to matter. The curtain call comes on through just to try and soften up Henna and get Ruler towards that turret, as it looks like this Mountain Drake should belong to Gen.G. Umpty in the area. Ruler does have a lot of captive audiences put down, but not a lot of mana to speak of as Umpty gets on in here. Peanut locks down the Drake, but in goes Umpty. The parkour over the wall, though, and then the sweet dab.
Yeah, he just ults out of there, dabs on his way, and he is totally fine. Very critical ult is going to be the Hex Tech Soul here for the Rift, which means we have teleporters, which, you know, between the Rise ultimate and everything else means that we could have a lot of shenanigans happen, but still very rare here in the LCK for that to be a playmaking tool. But for Gen.G, most of the money is where you want it to be in this game right now. On the Jhin, Chovy's picked up quite a bit, and you also have, you know, Peanut, who's been able to take away so much jungle farm that even though he's killless right now, he's got his Eclipse online, he's getting a second lethality item here. We'll see what he ends up grabbing. Might just be the Ghost Blade. He's in a really nice spot to just continue to terrify this team.
Deadly Flourish is going to go awry there from Ruler, but Doran chasing down Morgan, end of the line, and collateral damage is going to straight up miss. The list lazily to the right. I love that strategy there from Morgan, and gets himself out of the way of both abilities.
Still going to be the turret going down here. Gen.G going to control it, and Doran could just walk forward and look for that play because he has Immortal Shield Bow, so he's not afraid of anything. As we'll see a Realm Warp.
Yeah, we do have Cleanse available. Gale Force to try and get Ruler out of there. There's the grand entrance as Ruler's trying to stand his ground. Does manage to pick up one kill with the help of Chovy from over the wall. Prowling projectile onto Henna as Chovy looks for another possible shockwave. There we go, Dissonance to slow them up, and Peanut dives on in. Shockwave lands onto Umpty this time. He doesn't have a Crescent Guard, but Peanut is punished, and Lehen's is left by himself. Chovy, can you actually get there and save him? And no, he thinks that he just cannot.
Now this is really fair game for Frederick to actually take the second Rift Herald away. Gen.G are pushed off. A lot of extra gold going over the side of Frederick here. Bounties are available because Gen.G has such a massive gold lead at the 16:45 minute mark here. So there's a lot of standing gold on the map to be picked up. Chovy and Doran should be able to get out of here no problem. I say that.
Yeah, end of the line comes in, but that is a great effort.
Doran?
Press done as Doran. Oh, dearie me. I think they're getting a little more excited than they should be, but Rift Herald goes down. Doran is going to survive for the moment. Okay, maybe just a little bit of happy gaming happening here at the 15-minute mark.
They were really just trying to rush that turret down and then get away with it with their lives. They are able to do so, but a lot of summoners burned, etc. Now, Rift Herald is bounty gold. These turrets that are about to start falling on the map are going to be a ton of extra bounty goals. This is just a really proactive play here. Ruler wants to hold the cleanse. He thinks this final chapter is going to be enough to save him. Uses the cleanse at the last possible second because he's like, oh, actually, there's 3 of you. I am indefinitely dead. So I think probably could have cleansed earlier there, but felt like he might be okay. At the end of the day, you see the collapse down here onto Henna, but he is over the wall. Very well played. Ends up being 3 kills to Frederick Brion and that first piece of bounty gold with the Herald. See what's happening once we get back into live, because there's a lot of money to be taken.
Yeah, exactly. See whether they can actually pick that up. At the moment, the minion waves are being dealt with by Gen.G quite well. Peanut shoves up the mid lane, and of course, Chovy there topside, and Morgan has a few waves to deal with before he'll make it towards that outer turret. Peanut just flipping around all over the place, having a great time.
Bounty's recalculated, fall off of the turrets here as the Rift Herald is still held.
Yep.
And look at the control wards and all the vision on the top side of the map here for Gen.G. They just want Peanut to be able to find a single kill on anybody who tries to clear vision or walks anywhere near where he's roaming through the jungle, completely hidden. And of course, he's got Lehens attached to him, so he's even deadlier. Like, see where Rakan is right now? If he actually comes over here and Peanut finds him, that's a dead Rakan. So Delight's like, oh, I'm going to clear vision. Peanut's like, that's what I want you to do.
Aha. Well, he's got Battle Dance and Grand Entrance, so it's going to be A-okay as Shirley comes down here towards the bottom side. They will be able to collect themselves some gold. Doran is trying to poke her eye before she heads on forward, but it's not really going to work out as Henna's dealing with another wave that crashes in mid. So Fred Brion have very successfully slowed this game back down again.
Yes.
And that is such good news for them, because Gen.G were really starting to run away with it. They really put them in their place with that last team fight. Definitely a mess-up situation for Gen.G, but Fred Brion have just been so good at staying level-headed and making sure that no team is able to take anything unless they play well while they do it.
And that was the first successful Realm Warp of the season that we've seen across all of these now 6 games of Rise, where Lava is able to actually cut off an overextended team. So making this Rise pick worth its weight in priority. As Drake spawns in 5, Gen.G have the fast track here, but they're not alone.
Yeah, Prowling Projectile really hurting. Final Chapter comes down. Umpty in a bit of trouble here. He might have to ult, but Delight is going to be their target. Ooh, Deadly Flourish was so close. Prowling Projectile also starting to do so much work here. As Lehens, he's glowing. He's done a lot of damage. Captive Audience not going to activate. Peanut looking to clear out vision. Lava off to the side. As, all right, Doran just going to try and get towards some sort of flank and a face check Lava. Not exactly optimal. Umpty has started this one off, but Peanut is right here. It's going to be a 50-50 on this Dragon. Gen.G want to get to that soul point real bad. The quickness dives towards the backside. Then it is going to be secured by Umpty. He has the ultimate running as well as Peanut goes invisible, but I don't think he's going to survive. And no, he is not. Umpty is going to go down in the end, but so far it is going to be Frederick Brion winning out on this fight. Doran does have Lehens there. So 2 for 2 in the end as the dust settles, but Frederick Brion, they took away the Dragon, and that is such great news for Frederick Brion fans.
And because they have this Dragon now and they keep Gen.G away from Soul Point and the soul that comes with it, you know, later on, the game continues to be slowed down. Like, we've even slowed it down further now with this fight, with this even trade in the team fight. This is the Fimbulvinter build here for Lava again, which is going to make him extremely tanky, very difficult to kill. And in the side, you pointed it out, you know, the exchange between him and Doran buys so much time for Umpty. Doran, of course, does close the distance to get over the wall, but Lava's here. The collapse onto Ruler was what was really beautifully done here for Frederick Brion, because it zoned him out super hard, and he's just not able to participate in this team fight. Even though it's a trade, once he's down, this is a split fight. There's just no way. Like, it's 3v3, but it's a Yuumi on a separated waves, like on the other side. So there's just no way you can actually try to collapse in and further get kills.
Yeah, Peanut tries to look for the Q onto Delight. Doesn't quite get there as Umpty. Thinking might be his time to go in, but the Deadly Flourish is there. Peanut able to get over the wall, and Umpty takes about half of his health. But the Xin Zhao is definitely pretty durable. He's able to stand toe-to-toe with Peanut right now. This, if you're a Gen G fan, I'd start getting a little bit nervous because as you can see, that gold lead slowly disappearing, and you saw it was about to take off. You know, around that 15-minute mark, that was where it was starting to move into pretty sped up territory. You know, that snowball was going down the hill. But then, I don't know, summer hit, something like that, and it just melted. And now things much slower. Lava able to spend some time up here towards the top side. It's this very tanky rise. We'll take down the outer turret. So, ㅅ2022, what is going to be the next move? Where are we finding our next advantage? Because still, there is so much damage. There's so much power from Gen G, and you have to stay vigilant if you are ㅅ2022.
So whoever's side laning needs to be relatively well protected by Umpty here as ㅅ2022. And it was the Rise who was side laning in the top. Now Lava's, you know, warping down here. Does have his ultimate available.
But the rest of ㅅ2022 are on their way. Peanut has to get immediately out of there, wants to get that parkour working, and he can, but Doran is well and truly dead. Morgan is going to get his revenge as Henna going for the 1v1 against Ruler in the mid lane, and will get the flash in trade. This Aphelios is really starting to get scary.
Yeah, this is starting to look really, really good for ㅅ2022. I love the Bloodthirster build here for ㅅ2022 also on this Aphelios in this game, because Henna is going to just be able to survive so long. And this is one of those moments where, like I said, you ping-pong between side lanes. Now it's all about Morgan. Everybody on ㅅ2022 is ready to protect Morgan. They put the Rise top, push those resources through as far as they can, and then he comes bottom, Realm warps in, traps Gen G here. Henna going to be able to get this flash out of Ruler. Watch this happen.
Yeah, it's
Very
he doesn't flash that,
death.
Ruler is definitely dead.
Yeah. It's a trade of flashes, but still, you feel very happy with this as ㅅ2022 because you have a really nice front line. Even your Rise is pretty tanky in this game, so their AD carry's flash is more valuable than yours because Ruler is going to deal with so much more abuse and is going to have to go through so many more tanks.
Yeah. Peanut spots Umpty here. Ruler as well. Lahen's in the area. Able to you and me onto Ruler. Move around to Peanut and Chovy if you would like to, but this composition for Gen G is becoming more and more difficult to play. It's 1,000 gold the difference. It means basically nothing. 1 minute until this Hex Drake is available.
Look at the Frozen Heart complete for Lava. Like, he is going all in on this build. I really love it.
And now Peanut, not going to be able to clear our vision, are we? He does get the command protect, tries to escape and does so. All right, where's the dab, Peanut? Come on.
Yuumi is pretty incredible on what she can give a Talon the capability to do. Will take away some of his terrain, I guess you could argue, so not all for nothing here. It's also going to push Gen G away from this Baron. 30 seconds to go in terms of the Drake spawn timer here. ㅅ2022 already have pretty good vision control there, and the side lane that you're seeing Morgan do on the bot side makes it really easy for them to be the first ones to set up. And Gen G, this is not the last game comp where you just go, okay, well, it's cool, we can trade Drakes, we can go 2-2 and scale up later on. Their composition gets a lot more difficult to pull off the longer it goes on, whereas Aphelios is getting stronger. This Rise is becoming a huge problem. This Gwen is out of control.
Yeah, it's getting real scary, and Gen G aren't able to quite play that scrappy style that they really wanted to with this composition, right? If you catch ㅅ2022 uncoordinated and roaming around their own jungle as this Talon Yuumi, yes, you're going to be able to get catches, but when they're playing this ㅅ2022 style, which all stays grouped up, and they're not even going to contest for the Drake, they wanted to be able to grab this turret, and Doran actually going to get caught out of position, had to use the collateral damage to create enough space. Man, if Lava gets you in his clutches, he just does so much work with this full tank build.
Yeah, it's crazy what he can do.
Might be caught out here, but Rake not going to register the second portion of damage.
Not even going to hurt him, even if it did, basically, with how much health he has, but he's all right. You know what's crazy about this is I think ㅅ2022 had a really good chance to actually fight the Drake battle here. Like, they had bottom wave push, they lost a little bit of control of mid, but they could have actually gone in there and taken, you know, their fist first and started throwing punches against Gen G in a 5v5 front to back. The fact that they didn't do it, nor did they side lane, they kind of just gave the Drake up for free, is a little bit worrying for not understanding their win conditions in this game. Being timid like that when you're already really hit your spike and you really need to hit your stride in terms of denying these critical objectives, because something like that Hextech Soul is how Gen G can make this composition much more livable long term. It increases its longevity a lot. So I think a little bit more decisiveness here is advised. But like you said, Genji's comp was designed to find people in the jungle, pick people off, and Fred Brion, the seatbelt team, they always wear their seatbelts. They always check the vision.
Exactly.
They cross their T's, they dot their I's. So
they are head checking twice before they change lanes on an empty highway. All right, halfway between the middle of nowhere and the other middle of nowhere. Okay, they are making sure that they are doing absolutely everything by the book. And it's working out for them. As you can see, ahead in kills right now and very close to parity as far as gold. The Dragons, like you were talking about, is definitely going to be a problem. As there's a grand entrance, going to find Peanut. He's got some shields. Chovy was waiting in the wings, so he's going to be all right for now. Dancing Grenade flies through. Fred Brion, I mean, they are just playing it slow, and sometimes, you know, I probably at the beginning of the season was saying, oh, they play too slow. It doesn't work, it's too passive. Take it all back, because they have won games. They have made games very difficult for fantastic teams.
Gen G, too, in the past also played very slow, last year in particular, and sometimes it increased the variance of their game so much where they made like the wrong choice at the last possible second to where if we were talking about 2021 Gen G right now, we'd be like, oh man, this is not looking good. They're probably going to mess this up. Like, you don't trust this comp is going to work. They're already kind of having some issues in terms of how this comp fights late game. But with this 2022 Gen G, I'm like, ooh, they're about to do something clutch. Like, I could believe that if Fred Brion keeps playing too safe, and playing in very, very methodically, so slowly that they give Genji a window back into this game. They don't take Drake fights, for example. Could be a problem.
Delight gonna get caught out there. Peanut actually ults early. All right, getting out of the way of Lava. He is very scary. I could understand as Morgan on the flank. They find Peanut. Immediately he gets out as Delight almost just explodes before anything happens. They take down the turret first. And now Doran in the front line. If the Yuumi is there, able to get those heals, it is dangerous, but Henna able to get some pot shots in there. Really nicely done. Has to be careful, though, as he is well and truly on that front line. And bye-bye. Everyone just gets out of that curtain call, and Lava saves his team yet again.
I thought they were about to run warp on top of Chovy. How has Chovy been allowed to get away with this? Instead of collapsing on Chovy, who's been here for so long, Fred Brion push a mid-turret, barely take it down, almost lose the 4v5 fight, and then warp underneath their own turret instead of getting onto Chovy, who then gets to get an extra wave. Like, Chovy doesn't even know where that warp is landing. He's like, yeah, I'll push one more wave at the time.
I mean, it's Chovy.
It's Chovy, right? Like, Chovy's doing Chovy things, and Fred Brion, instead of taking the easy W and stopping Chovy, forcing a teleport at least, you know, they just kind of, and he did use his teleport there to get out just at the last second, but instead of trying to punish the side laner here, they are really forcing this in, and yes, they will grab a turret with this. It's not all for nothing, but I feel like Fred Brion is failing a little bit in their decision-making, and they're just trying to brute force their way into some of these objectives when they have better and easier avenues just straight up.
And as soon as the curtains were called, immediately Lava was already channeling the Realm Warp just to get them out. Certainly does work wonders against this Jhin.
I think he's building a force of nature. Lava's building a force of nature.
Yeah,
that's his fourth item. He's doing
if he builds sixth item Thornmail, I'm going to be one happy camper, I tell you that.
Oh,
he is going to be just the most unkillable.
It's so cool to see this tank rise in action. I mean, maybe not for certain fans. Some people think it's a little bit boring, but I'm super into it.
Yeah, Moonlight Vigil comes down. All right, that's a lot of stuns. Grand Entrance comes in, Delight does his job and then dies. Lava now at half health, but he's so tanky. Chovy out of this fight completely. Peanut as well. Might need to try and dash over this wall. Umpty gets over there behind him. And now Peanut able to escape. Chovy surviving, doesn't have teleport as he used it just before. And that is a very, very close range. Okay, last bullet. Will Lava dodge it? The flash had to be used. Collateral damage then as Henna just gets sniped with the deadly flourish. Oh, Ruler, that was beautiful.
And so much of, I think, the problems we're seeing here for Fred Brion is Genji are looking to channel for this soul fight, and they will absolutely get away with it. There's nothing that Fred Brion can do. Part of what we're seeing here is Fred Brion making poor decisions, being timid, but also things like this tanky Rise build may give you survivability against a Talon that's going to come through, but he doesn't have follow-up damage in these fights. Like, he's not doing as much damage as a traditional Rise would as kind of an AP carry late-game powerhouse. He is doing a lot of CC, and his damage will stack up in like a really, really, really long fight. But in these fights, he isn't having the impact, and Henna isn't able to get close enough into these fights to do damage. The coordination on Genji is just so much better in these moments.
Yeah, this one just definitely working out as Ruler misses the deadly flourish, but I thought that this Moonlight Vigil was going to be able to do it. But Doran flashing and the fact that Genji can then split the fight was really smart. Everyone got out of the shockwave though, right? Like, oof.
And Chovy just barely lives. Peanut is able to get over the wall here. He's going to get out too. And then just barely not enough damage. There's barely not enough range. Like the mobility this Yuumi gives you and just the mobility of these champions between, you know, the shielding that Chovy can give, everything else. It's just so hard to actually lock down and secure all of those kills as close as they get.
Yeah, and I love that Ruler also puts down the ward after he's already started channeling the Deadly Flourish. He's like, I just want to watch him die while I press this button.
Yeah,
because like, I mean, you're gonna kill him anyway, right? You've already channeled it. You ain't gonna move.
Well, now it's like it's basically a lost cause here for Brion.
Yeah, this is where it's really starting to get very, very difficult because as the screws go in, Genji's comp gets even more powerful, right? It's a win more composition that's winning.
Yeah, I think too, like, you can wear your seatbelt every time. It's definitely safe. I recommend it, but you don't want to keep your seatbelt on a sinking car. And Brion, a lot of this late game really not capitalizing on the advantages they had leading into objective fights. And this is just desperation of the defense. I mean, the slows that you're going to have here with all of this damage that Genji have, like, if Ruler hits a flourish, the whole team gets slowed down. It's just a disaster.
Yep, missed now on cooldown, so Gwen not going to be immune for the next little while. But Genji, they've taken down the mid inhibitor turret. Mid inhibitor going to go down next as now they can flank around this bot lane as the minion wave conga line's in. So these two should be going down. Morgan is slunk into the rear.
Has to be so well coordinated. They've got one chance.
Yeah, well, Morgan looking for Chovy. He's going to be the target, but he has a Zhonya's. Delight going to get stunned up and immediately explodes. Curtains are going to get cold as lava. Trying to get out of there. He's able to, oh, just barely. Not able to realm warp. And Hannah, yep, you are well and truly dead, my friend. It was a good last-ditch effort, but unfortunately for Predaprion, they're going to get aced. And Genji will find a 2-0 and even the scoreline with T1.
One chance, one last opportunity there to get the pick on the Chovy. He has 3 items. He's got a Death Cap, Morella Namcon, his Ludens. He has his stopwatch. He has his stopwatch. It's his first stopwatch of the game. Doesn't even have his Zhonya's. The one time he's vulnerable, the one chance Fred and Brion have, but Chovy is one step ahead. He's got the stopwatch. This Genji lineup is stronger than I think any we've ever seen. This Genji lineup, it hasn't even hit its full peak form. Because these guys, yes, you talked about the pre-existing synergy, the Griffin history, etc. But, I mean, there's so much more to learn. There's so much more this team can do given time to build. And,
yeah,
I mean, I think the sky's the limit here with this roster.
No, they're ridiculously good. I need to go over to the other side of the rift because, yes, it was a 2-0. But damn, Fred and Brion are just so much better than they were last year in summer. And also, it just feels like they're way better than how good their players are. They play to a level that goes beyond the individual skill, and that is just so valuable for a team.
Who do I give POG to, man? It's really hard. This is a really tough one for me.
Yeah, that's actually a really tough one. Maybe,
it's hard!
Is it Ruler? Is it Ruler? It's not Chovy.
It's not Chovy. It's like almost Lehens, but it's not.
It's almost Peanut, but it's not.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I think you have to give it to Ruler. Just do the LPL approach, which is, if in doubt, just vote for the 80 carry.
Yeah, I'm going to give it to Ruler.
I think that's right. The flourishes at the end of the game were definitely good, and I would like to have a chat with Ruler and Chovy as well. That sounds fun.
He was so patient in the way he used his curtain calls, because a lot of the time in comps like what Genji were running, you want to use the curtain call instantly and blow up a single target, but they were up against this tanky Rise that's difficult to explode, the Jin Xiao frontlining, his crescent guard, things like that, make it very difficult for you to actually get that single target. So what he did instead was used his ultimate at the last part of these slower team fights. Genji actually took a comp that needed to have this massive advantage, and the game was sped up, etc., the template lead they had. Then when it came to late game and all of that had slowed down, they were like, let's change the way we play this. Let's play this like a poke comp instead. Let's play very slow. Let's wait for Chovy to have that perfect opportunity.
But they had to, right? That was because Fred and Brion capitalized from a small mistake. And we have to remember that this game against a whole lot of other teams would have been over 15 minutes earlier, right? But Fred and Brion, they managed to find that small little window. And I know I'm probably harping on about good old Fred and Brion, but I'm just so proud of this team.
Me too. It was a fantastic series, honestly. last year they were the Kingslayers, but it was, I think oftentimes Fredit Brion was this team that would just kind of prep check you, like, oh, did you prepare for Fredit Brion, or were you prepping for your tougher match this week, and then Fredit Brion comes up and gets you, and they were fine last year. They played very similarly in terms of, okay, we got a small lead, and we're going to really push it to the end. You make a small mistake, and then Fredit Brion just plays this 40-minute game and eventually beats you. But this year it feels very different. This year it feels like Fredit Brion legitimately knows how to play through all aspects of the game. Their slow style is great for the meta, and I think if they had tightened up how they use their lead and their big spike, you know, when we were looking at 3rd and 4th Drakes coming through for Gen G and how they set up for them, if they used it a little better, if they had been a little bit braver or bolder, then I think they might have walked away with the win. We might be looking at a Game 3 here because they had all the edges. And sometimes being safe has its drawbacks.
Yeah, true. Although, ㅅ, man, this guy's at Felios looking absolutely fantastic. This was that turning point that we were talking about. Largely had to do with the fact that ㅅ was able to get out while still doing damage on the return. But sometimes these situations happen where Ruler piloting that final chapter, really working out very, very well throughout that team fight. And this was actually starting to look good for Fredit Brion, right? But then ㅅ takes a small amount of damage here, small amount of damage there, and it all sort of falls apart, and the cleanup can happen.
Yeah, once the Rise is down on health and Xinjiao's already ulted, it becomes very difficult.
안돼 안 무서워 걱정하지 않아도 돼.
디테일 꼭 썼다고
그럼 생각해봐.
Ruler's like, I'm not scared, don't worry.
벤 보러 가자.
Alright, let's go for Morgan. Target Gwen.
난 뺐어. 난 보자. 짜오 좀 짜줄래?
Fight.
앞에.
Push forward.
나 킬을 못 먹네.
That was a pretty sick shockwave from Chobi there. So you had to wait till the end of the game, but we got it.
Yep.
나이스. 전령대 그. 빡셌다잉.
I think.
빡셌어요. 노잼판 유미였다.
Yeah, Peter's like, oh, the Herald fight was so bad.
Yeah. I think someone said, I think Peanut said, like, all I did was take kills or something like that, but I don't think he actually did. He got, I can't get kills. Okay, he couldn't get kills. I was gonna say, because that's like the opposite of what happened.
Yeah.
Because
and it looked like that, right? It looked like he was a Talon that hadn't managed to snowball enough, so was never able to actually get that execute damage. Doran, he did a lot of damage this game as the Graves, but honestly, this game was a lot closer than Gen G expected. You heard from those comms, right? This was not really the way that they were thinking about it. But thankfully, we have two gentlemen that have been thinking about it throughout the entire game that are about to talk to you about it whilst on an analyst rug. Take it away.
Thanks, Atlas. We're here on the analyst rug. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler. And yeah, Gen G did take the 2-0 tonight. This is kind of the result we were expecting from both series, actually. And here's the draft. What were your thoughts on the draft initially, Chronicler?
It's a good question. I feel like when the Yumi is picked especially, Talon is not really supposed to make it through the draft, but then you look at the other bands, Jarvan and Viego, and I think both those do make sense, especially with the early Orianna pickup. I'm not a fan of the Rise. I think we should abandon the idea of that champion. It was really good last year. Teams were able to use the Realm Mob very, very well, but I'm not a fan of the tank build. I'm not a fan of not tanky build. Just feel like the champion at the moment doesn't really provide that much. And I would like to see Fredit Brion step away from that Aphelios first pick, because I actually think, I agree with the casters, they look a lot better than they have, but I do think they need a little bit more flexibility in the drafts, because it's getting a little bit predictable.
Yeah, that is definitely very true. And I would absolutely agree on the Rise, too. I think now that he's, what, 1-6, I think it's time to go on the shelf alongside Lee Sin. That's, yeah. And, I mean, they gave it a shot. A lot of people that are very good at Rise gave it a shot, and they all pretty much failed. So, you know, maybe don't pick it this early, or maybe in very specific matchups. Keep in mind that this was blind as well. Like, they did not know what they were going up against in the mid lane. You have Orianna available, you have the Syndra available. There's like so many options that can be picked into this. So definitely one of the sticking points for the draft for us.
Yeah, I'd like to see Fredit Brion move away from that. And then in addition to that, I think Gen G, this game, playing it fast and loose, the comp kind of works towards it, right? With that Talon, with that Yumi, try and get a lot of plays done. Do you think that the Gen G comp Overall, could have been a little bit more well-rounded. Would like to see some primary engagement on the top side as opposed to the Graves, because let's be honest, you have enough damage, especially with Lehens also going for Ludens as opposed to Moonstone. So a little bit risky, but worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, it worked out in the end. The 2-0 did come through. We do have our first highlight here. Let's take a look at that now, which was a dive on the top side that actually went pretty decently for Gen G.
And I think that is one of the things where for the Brian you go back and we might have been in a completely different game state had we not kind of overdone it here. And with the amount of summoners still available, it is a really big risk of going this deep, and it's Peanut really that gets the big cleanup in terms of the damage, but it's ㅅ who actually gets the kills. And I think that plays like that, if you actually execute them very well, then you're going to be feeling great. But while that was happening, Ruler said, oh, I know where everyone is. That means this is a freebie. Really nicely done there with the ultimate. Free pickup for him, and then he kind of started snowballing from there with the top side play not really working out. Fredabria never really got into a great position, and then it was also a little bit of hand stiff.
Yeah, definitely was there towards the end. I believe we should have our second highlight ready as well, just to talk a little bit about what it looked like towards the end. Really nice shockwave in this one from ㅅ. I think he played it out really perfectly, but also the heavy wallets did affect this fight just a bit.
Also pretty sure that Ruler's like, why was I abandoned? Because Lava basically combos him to like 40% and then he lets the Jhin sit alone. And then Jhin just supports as he does from the back line. And I think it kind of shows that at that point, Fred and Brian not really coming together the way that I think the first game did. I think that in this one, they had better individual moments, but overall that first game felt like they were a lot more in control of what the game plan was here. It felt a bit messier.
Yeah, it definitely did. I'm curious to see the development of Fred Brian. You know, the guys were talking about it a little bit after the game. Really focused on the improvements that Fred Brian have made. But again, it's still very early on in the season. One thing that can be very certain, though, is that T1 and Gen G, especially after tonight, they both look really insane. Even better than Damwon Kia, it looks like, based off of the results, only dropping a game apiece. And I think Gen G, you know, continuing to pass that test.
Yeah, especially with the now differently rated Fred Brian, actually considered, I think, one of the very much middle of the pack teams as opposed to what they were last year, where they had this form sometimes, but not every week. And all in all, I can't wait for those two to match up.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see that matchup eventually. But for now, we do have the POG ready. Let's see who does pick it up. A little bit of a hard one here, but it will be Ruler who does pick up his first POG of 2022 Spring.
And this is a very, very recognizable thing for the Gen G of yore, right? Gen G last year when he was a focal point. But as we have talked about a lot, both on cast and on the desk, that is no longer the case. This is a Ruler that picks Ziggs, is happy to play for the team, and that, I think even in this game, showed very good supportive play, more so enabling the rest of his team, skirting on the outsides of a fight, trying to have the biggest impact, enable the rest of his team to really get a lot done in terms of damage. But then still having that little bit of Ruler instinct, you know, the moment he sees a kill, he will still go force forward. He will still look for those opportunities. And this is the biggest piece of character development to me, is that the Ruler spot is now no longer a guaranteed kill on Ruler. It might also be a trap, and he might be aware, and he's learned. And that makes him even more scary than he already was, because he's been one of the best AD carries within the LCK for what, 3-4 years now?
Basically forever.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like there's any sign of slowing down, right? And I think that is really cool. And I you know, Lehens vote?
Sure.
Always a fan. I don't know if the Yuumi game was what did it, but
yeah, we were almost considering it after the Thresh game. Also the one vote for Peanuts, who
he was there.
He had a game. He played League of Legends. I mean, it wasn't a poor game, but it wasn't particularly positive game. Yeah, he was just, you know, having fun alongside of his great team. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's pass it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the interview translation. We are here joined by ㅅ, Ruler, the damage carries of Gen G after a clean victory over Bro. ㅅ, last time on the POG interview, you said you are pretty much disappointed in your performance. So what about today? I was doing well, you know, and then I just kind of gave away a kill to the opponent, so not happy about that at all. I mean, that stats in my perspective was so like powerless. You know, I should have died there. Ruler, what do you feel about the team's winning streak? This is your first POG. Well, I'm happy that we are on a winning streak, and I think this is the start of us, you know, improving throughout the split. And Chovy, you were playing against Morgan, your former teammate. How did that feel? I wasn't really paying too much attention about it, so it didn't really affect my performance. Did you guys have any chit chat before the match? Not really, but when we did the walkout, I could feel that he was looking at me, you know, and it was actually happening. He was like staring at me when I was standing at the tunnel. I can't really tell if he was like looking at me with love or, you know, with some as if he were looking at an enemy. Today, the Galio Camille comp was really working well. Me and Doran, you know, have great teamwork, and Camille and Galio are two of our comfort picks as well. So we didn't really practice that comp a lot, but still worked out very well. Then, what did you guys feel after, you know, you guys rounded out that draft in game number 1? I mean, I really liked the comp, but as a mid laner, it was so hard to play, you know. Yeah, and we could actually hear that you did. You're saying that the laning phase was so rough. So, with that comp, Ruler, how did you plan to play out the bottom side of the map? So our pick had Prio as well. So based on the Prio, we knew that we will be able to hit a power spike based on the concept of our comps. Just like Chovy, you mentioned, Freddy Brion had priority on the top and the mid lane, but heading into the late game, you guys were able to win every single team fight. Was that because of the comp or because of your mechanics? I think both, to be honest. We had late game comp, but we also played the team fight really well. And Ruler, there was one dragon fight where you were able to dodge away from Lee's kick, and then you used your stopwatch. Could you break down that play for us? Was that a mistake? I mean, I did dodge the kick from Lee Sin, but and a fat finger situation, you know, so I think I have to lose weight for sure. Chovy, what do you feel about that play? That never happened to me, so I don't know. Do you also think that Ruler has to lose some weight on his fingers? Yeah, because my finger never got that fat. So Chovy, well, you said that laning phase was really hard, you know, because you had the weak side matchup. So how was Lava's LeBlanc? Lava is good at LeBlanc, and also the opponents had a really strong pick with their second and third pick, so it was not easy for us to deal with that. So I just had to, you know, hold on the mid lane. And this was the first game here in the Spring Split where TF was neither banned nor picked. I mean, I don't think that Twisted Fate is really good, but it also relies a lot on the comp. And today was not the right time to play TF. It was not that necessary, so we skipped it. And Rise is having a very low win rate here, close to 0%. What do you think about that? Well, I have nothing to say, you know, because I also was part of that. But I do think that Rise is a trap card because it's so hard to do damage during team fight on Rise. I don't think that's good right now. Ruler. In the final mic check, we could hear that, you know, Ruler saying, I'm not scared, I'm not scared. So when was the exact moment that you had full confidence to close out the game? Prior to the Soul fight, we had a big win after the team fight on the mid lane. So after that, and after we got the Baron, I got really confident. But prior to that, well, I was not too worried, but I did have this idea that we will be able to play well in the later game because of our comp, but still I didn't want to, you know, get caught off guard. Ruler We actually highlighted the difference or the change in your stats. Nowadays, you are playing a bit of a different role in Gen G. So what kind of role are you planning to play this year? First off, you know, because of the meta, and also it also relies on the picks that I play. I don't really think that my playstyle has changed compared to last year, but I'm just trying to adapt with my new teammates and try to change my style based on the picks that I play. And of course, I have less burden to carry the entire team. What about you, Chobi? Yeah, me too. It's been pretty long since I carried my team, but you still won the POG, you know, both Ruler and Chobi, which means you guys performed perfectly today. And Chobi, you'll be facing up against Hana Life Esports. If I'm correct, I have never lost to my former team. So I hope I can continue this record. And Ruler, what about you? Hana Life. Their bottom duo were Genji's Academy bottom duo, so I really like, you know, punishing the rookies, you know, teaching them some lessons, so I will stomp on them. And looking forward to seeing a slimmer finger on that matchup. I'm gonna lose my weight for sure. I'm gonna be on fest until that day. And that's it from Chobi Ruler from Gen G, and I'm gonna pass it back to the honors rock place. Thank you.
Thank you, G-Sun. We're back here at the Analyst Rug space. That was a wonderful translation as always, so thank you. And we do have the standings ready to go as, you know, basically what you'd expect. Gen G tied with T1, Bro down there with Hama Life and DK, essentially. What were your thoughts on that interview, Chronicler?
I thought that Chobi and Ruler together are very funny. Really enjoyed that. And for me personally, I'm of course a big fan of the good old Challenger bot lane. And they played for Gen G previously. They won Challengers, and now I suppose they're about to get stomped by their former main team. So that's going to be fun for them.
Yeah, it's very fun, just like that interview, quite spicy. Live Sandbox up against Kwangdong Freaks. That will be tomorrow alongside of KT versus Nongshim Red Force. Should be a fun day. That's going to be casted by you and I, Chronically.
I'm excited. Especially the second one, and the first one also has a lot to look forward to. I think that Kwangdong especially, they need a break, right? They need a win very desperately.
They absolutely do. Very curious to see how Live Sandbox is also developing as a team. But until tomorrow, guys, have a great night. I hope you did enjoy the LCK tonight, and we will see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Take care.